comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no care. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, a snap any minute casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Are you guys ready for this? Let's show them. Time for Toxo. Let's do this.
What a beautiful play! He can take down anyone! Oh my god! यहाँ पर क्लोन करके शॉट लेके बच गया मिल्ट हाइस्ट लेवल पे और उनके ऊपर धावा बोला जाएगा एलिमिनेट
Final opportunity for the teams is now on the shoreline, and this is their last chance to grab their boat to the land. Ladies and gentlemen, you all are watching the HPS BGMI Challenge season, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy and Monster Energy, produced by Nodwin. This is me, Scariot, alongside me, none other than Blotter, and Blotter is the final chance for all of these teams to try and get themselves in the top 16.
Absolutely. This is going to be the final chance, the final day, week number 4 upon us. If today teams are not qualifying in the top 16, they are not going to be seen on that LAN finale. So there is a lot on the line in the 3 games that the teams are going to be playing today.
Just the last 3 games for them to grab their ticket to LAN. Indeed, that is true. But also at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, you all know that there's going to be a QR code up in while, and it's going to be shown multiple times. So all you need to do is scan it to get your tickets for the LAN. We'll also remind you once it's up on the screen. At the same time, a huge shout out to all of our sponsors. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where winning matters the most. Samsung, share the epic, and level up your game, along with Monster Energy, unleash the beast. And yes, we've been discussing how we only have now 3 more games remaining. Even yesterday, we saw quite a lot of these teams change their gears, and specifically talking about Chemin, Seoul, they are going on a rampage.
Absolute rampage indeed. Chemin especially, of course, as they got that back-to-back chicken dinner, sitting on the pole position with 372 points in a single day. This is a record-breaking point structure that Chemin have created yesterday, because in a single day, yesterday, Chemin Esports walk away with 61 points. Wow.
That's the highest that we've seen teams pick up for
Yes.
themselves, right? We normally see 53-point days. Yes, that's understandable. It's not just from one, but many other teams. But Chemin pulling off a 61, that is definitely a feat to achieve. But also talking about feats that team have achieved, iFlix, team who was struggling to get in the top 16, have now found them with a comfortable cushioning as well. And again, it's all on the back of the previous day, wherein they were placed second in 2 different maps of Erangel.
Indeed, and that was so very crucial for the side of that team. But at the same point,
True.
we discussed this yesterday. I mean, when it comes to the second page, of course, when the overall rankings are on our screens, we are going to be able to discuss it further more and better to be able to explain to our viewers. But in simple terms, when it comes to the second page of the leaderboard that starts from the 9th to the 16th position holders, there's not a lot of difference. I mean, 9th position holder right
That
now
is
being
true.
God's Reign with 273 points. And then on the 16th position, 244 points for Alibaba Raiders. So yes, there is a difference, but not a lot. When you've got teams walking away with 61 points in a single day, 50, 53 points, 52 points in a single day. So yeah, a lot of heartbreaking scenarios perhaps are going to be displayed. Oh, this is going to be a tough day.
I mean, we can also agree on the fact that yes, Chemin were placed in a group wherein there were quite a lot of aggressive teams that were not the part of that area, right? Because we saw a majority of those teams still in that bottom 16 situation. But we're going to talk about that later as well, because we have got to see the format that's going to be up in front of our screens. Ladies and gentlemen, we are the Open qualifiers, the Conquest finals, as you might know, wherein 8 teams qualified. And if I may, Reckoning was the one who topped it, who are still now trying to find their footing in top 16. After that, we moved on to the challenge season, where those top 8 qualified teams were paired up with 24 invited.
Absolutely. And again, when it comes to these 24 invited teams along with the 8 that qualified, 32 teams that are participating right now. But from them 32, only 16 teams will move on into the challenge finals, which is the LAN finale that Scare was just talking about. But before we mention all of that, this page, the point system page, is the most important for these teams, because that finish point that we see that provides you with that luxurious 1 point, well, it's a luxury that's hardly achievable, because every single team is trying to grind it out, get those finish points. Yes, you get a chicken dinner, that's wonderful, you get 15 points, followed along with 12 points for second place, but that finish point, that is the most important for these teams.
That is absolutely correct. And I previously mentioned how Chemin were basically matched up with the teams who are still struggling to enter in the top 16. We're also seeing the divisions of the groups, Group A, B, C, and D, wherein we've got some massive names like Global Esports, Blind, even Godlike, who still are trying to find a cushioning. In the Group B, we've got Chemin, the one who's literally topping the board, and also Medal, the one who's still struggling to get on that 31st position too. Carnival Gaming, Orangutan, some big names out there. In Group C, we've still got Revenant and also Reckoning. And the team that I also want to bring the attention, iFlix, which we were talking about, doing an absolutely phenomenal job, along with Soul, who have already qualified at this point. There's no questioning that. Group D as well. This is a place where I see quite a few struggling teams, I'll be honest. Entity, yes, a team that has been doing great, but again, Team Together Esports, Team Zero, GenXFN, Big Brothers, they were all having some struggles of their own. And we've been talking about the rankings. We are seeing them right now. Chemin Esports on top with 372. And I personally feel they'll cross the 400-point mark.
They ought to be able to. Again, when it comes to 372 points that they've achieved, 400 is not that far away for this team, because again, let's remind our viewers, in a single day there are only 3 games that are played by these teams. So in 3 games, Chemin Esports walked away with 61 points yesterday. That clearly, of course, indicates that that 400-point marker is not that far out for Chemin Esports. At the same point of time, another question is going to be, till now we've seen Entity ruling the charts, being up on top, Team Soul kind of fighting it out as well, and as soon as they get up on the pole position, they just try and play around for some fun. But will they be able to topple over Chemin Esports today is also another question, another storyline to build up.
Indeed, a story that we all will be seeing in just a while, but also you've also got to have some good writers for the teams like Orangutan, Carnival Gaming, Godlike, GenXFM, and Alibaba Raiders, because this is the part of the spectrum, which I feel is not very secure. Team Forever as well, you can put them into the same group because they've got 264 points. Yes, a couple of them would be able to qualify, but the ones who are trailing them on this page 3, OR, Team Together, Team 8-Bit, who were able to move up at least in the third page. Reckoning Esports as well, who had a pretty decent day previously, but they really want to try and change their gears now. Because the cutoff, we were talking about how it's about to reach 250. I think it could reach somewhere around 260 by the end of the day. So you need to have that marker in your mind and you need to be able to cross it by getting those points.
Absolutely, Mud. Now, from that 24th position holder, FS Esports, moving on towards the final page of the leaderboard. Now, this is where, on the final page, we are going to be looking at teams today that are, of course, going to be trying their level best to get in to the top 16. But looking at that 17th position, OR Esports with 243 points. And then the difference between OR Esports and FS Esports itself sitting on the 24th position with 211 points is major. From 243, how far a leap will these teams on the 4th page are going to have to make? Because even with 243 points, OR Esports, they're not a part of top 16.
Absolutely true. It's already a 32-point difference, if my math allows me. And all of these teams have been able to grab a few chicken dinners for themselves. FS have 2. And apart from just Big Brothers, Reckoning and OR, who've got just 1 chicken for themselves, every other team have got 2 chicken dinners. And that just clearly shows the level of this competition. Now, you were mentioning about the last page. We're going to have a look at that. And let's be honest, the hopes for all of these teams are basically down in the drain now, because even if you get a 60-point game by the evening, I don't think so that would be enough to qualify. Apart from Team X-Park and AUTOBOTZ were still crossing that 200-point mark. They might be able to. I might be a little too optimistic, but for all the other teams out there, I would have to say that it's about time that they just play to their heart's content and end things on a good note.
Absolutely, and for that, as I was mentioning yesterday as well, what we need to see is some masala omelette storyline being converted right here as soon as today's games get started off. Why? And what do I mean by the masala omelette? Well, it's simply put straightforward. These teams sitting on the final page of the leaderboard, they are going to try and their level best, but also they should keep an eye out to the teams that are right above them on that 3rd page. They already ought to know where the drop locations for the teams on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd page are. And that is where I expect the teams on the 4th page to drop down to bring in a little bit of, a change in the story, because they could be the ones gatekeeping the position. And of course, again, all of that is speculative from my side right now, but that is what is needed, because that's what makes the excitement that much more, chaotic on this final day.
That is true. That is absolutely true. And that you love to see that, because even if you're not able to qualify right now, you made friends along the way. Now, all the metaphors aside, you have gained a lot of experience. You've seen the level of competition, and it's not like these teams were not performing. They were able to perform, not consistently, and that is the only reason they're not in top 16. Because if we are talking about Team X-Park, the team has got 3 chicken dinners for themselves, and even after that, we see them nowhere near the page number 2.
Yes, that is a big ouch moment right there, because at the same point of time, when it comes to the BGMI world and in the community in Indian esports, we've seen some real good tournaments take place. Nothing taken away from that and the history of the game itself. But this SPS tournament for BGMI, this is creating a different league of gladiators, I want to call them. Each and every single team and their players that are having the good fight or the bad fight, they are part of the lobby. All the 32 teams that are here, they are the gladiators for sure. Because like you perfectly mentioned, for X-Park again, getting those sort of chicken dinners and still finding yourself on the 4th and the final page of the leaderboard, it's just, I don't even know what the word is to say. Do you call that bad luck? Do you call that just not good enough? What do you even call the play with 3 chicken dinners? Ouch moment.
I mean, Necro's been hearing all of us in the background as well in the meantime. I surely know he might be thinking that, yes, they've got the firepower, but the only problem that arises in the experience of that IGLing. You always need to have an experienced IGL in your team who's able to adapt on the go, only because they have played through those situations multiple times and they know what decision to make, which is going to be best for the team. Just like how Sensei is always on the go, is able to make some good decisions. Yes, there are some hiccups. It always happens. But even yesterday, if you're talking about how Sensei was able to get a good clutch against the members of Seoul, saving his team and getting themselves a crucial podium spot, those are the kind of positions that you always look forward to.
Oh, most certainly. And that is the kind of play that you want to be able to make. At the same point of time, make or break the play is the opportunity that has been disclosed for you viewers sitting back at home, because the RSVP that Scared was just talking about a minute ago is right here on your screens, where all you need to do is scan that QR code. As soon as you do, you're going to be able to RSVP for the LAN event, the finale that will take place from the 16th till the 18th of February. And for that, just need to scan that QR code. If you missed out on that opportunity right now, don't worry. Throughout the entirety of the stream, that is going to be presented right on the screen all over again, time and time again, because we want you all to be there. At the same point of time, my name is not Neeraj Sangle, it is Blotter, so just keep that in mind. But as Ked did just call out, had Neeraj been here, he would have said the same thing. We want to be able to see some real brutal plays from the top dogs of this lobby, and that means that they are the ones, the team's leaders are the ones who are going to have to lead the charge today. And talking about leading the charge, this is where the Finnish leaders come into play. Scared.
You already mentioned about how Ninja Boy was the one who always had somewhere around 10 finishes lead over someone else, and it was kind of diminishing back in day 2 when we saw it. But now at the end of day 2 and in the start of day 3, this man is again on a rampage. And even yesterday, on the back of the chicken dinner that Global Esports were able to get for themselves back on the map of Erangel, when the zone was very Eastern centric, we saw how important Ninja Boy's revival was early on in the game, because it eventually led to a situation where he, as well as Beast and Mavi, were able to hold their ground in that compound and were able to watch out multiple angles, finishing off so many players. And that firepower is something that you really need, and Reckoning would also be looking to utilize that ability of Punk.
Oh, most certainly, 100%, 200% in fact, because what we've seen from Hacker Punk is an appreciation for the game, because every single time he is part of those situations where he's able to get those finishes, his team is there to help him to create those opportunities for Punk to be the lead, to be able to, of course, on that finish lead role, so somewhere along the line catch up to Ninja Boy, which did happen in this week for itself, but not for long actually.
That's the level of Ninja Boy and Global Esports out there. We always see this team performing in those clutch moments and in those end game scenarios. But at the same time, talking about end games, we know Chemin Esports, man oh man. Seoul has been on a rampage, but Chemin has been on an entirely different level, because Seoul's aggression is there. But the way Chemin were just firing those shots in Yasnaya yesterday, that's something that I cannot forget. But another thing that either of these teams would not be able to forget would be this schedule of the evening, because it all starts on Erangel, where Group B and D will be taking on against each other. We'll follow it up with Miramar and then Erangel again, where we will have the switch of groups.
Absolutely, and talking about Group B and D that we're going to be starting things off for this final day of SPS week number 4. We've got Chemin Esports who are going to be part of this entire opportunity. They are going to be perhaps even giving us the 400 marker on that leaderboard, maybe even by the end of the game, the first game itself. At the same point of time, big names to actually bring up amongst the Group B and D that are playing. We do have Carnival Gaming that are going to be part of this. At the same point of time, from Group D, I would love to mention, who would I love to mention? Energy Gaming, they're doing really good. Team Zero, Big Brothers, Team Together Esports, OR Esports, all of these teams, they've had their ups and downs. But in all, OR Esports sitting on that 17th position, perhaps is the one to root for right here, right now.
That is absolutely true because again, you were mentioning about Group B and D. Now, previously when we saw Chemin, they were matched up with a different group. Yes, you could
Right.
potentially say that was a group that was heavily under pressure. All those teams were struggling to get a chance into getting into that top 16 spot. But here, you either have the teams who basically got no opportunity to enter, or you have got the teams who are already so far ahead up in the leaderboards that they do not care. So now it's going to be a fun battle to watch out for, but also I'm going to look to Group A and C, where we've got the likes of Reckoning, who are still trying to take their entry. Wingod, yes, I would still say they might not have an opportunity, but Team Forever surely would be looking for some extra bit of cushioning. iFlix, their performance in this last week has been phenomenal, and I believe they'd be looking forward for the exact same thing.
Absolutely, but right now, as we get started off with the flight path, of course, we are sticking to the northern side of this entire play on the map of Erangel, where starting off from Giorgio, we're going all the way east towards Lipovka, which means military base is out of the question. Now, another point to actually bring up right here, as we were just talking about them groups that are going to be playing, of course, first game, or rather first 3 games, we're looking at Group B and D. That means that Severny is going to be up for grabs. And look at that, exactly what I wanted to see. We've got a couple of teams. They are going all out to be able to get them pincered down on their opponents. And right there on the Severny region, we've got not 1, not 2, I believe 3 individual teams.
Highly possible. It's already SkullTz up there, Team Zero as well. There's one more team out in the brown, but on the other side, Orangutan this time dropping all the way towards Zarki. While towards those western areas, you're going to see 8-bit along with TWM. 8-bit just want to grab the vehicles to try and jump towards Primorsk, where Carnival Gaming up north of Primorsk will be going to their normal spot. It's going to be the Gatka. Not having any contest out there. Hydra again will be starting things off on towards Milta Power, but in the meantime, Daksh able to get an important knock and out and towards down the shelter area. We're also seeing some early contests going in.
Oh, well, that is what we'd love to be able to see as well, because this being the final day, the first game for Group B and D, they all want to just completely go overboard with the aggression play. They want to be able to go overboard with the finishes as well. And right here, it seems that it is going to be SkullTz going up against the players of Metal, and Top Dog is the one who's been caught out in the open, and Team Zero said OP is going to be able to get that Skullkraken shot as he confirms the finish point for himself. Now again, this is like to call it scared, the trifecta that is going on between these 3 teams, but all of them 1200 meters away, all of them not part of the top 16, all of them missing out on those points. This is quite an interesting strategy coming in from these teams.
Yes, and for now, Team Zero up against the members of Medal. We're already seeing Sayam and Top Dog taken down, so they're going to start things off in the exact same fashion that they left on yesterday. Not being able to carry the momentum, being picked off early on. Not the good way to close things out for the side of Medal, of course. But in the meantime, Team Zero losing Dark Lord. We know how important this man has been for the squad. The kind of pillar that has been providing the support. So now his team has got the responsibility to try and give something back to him. Try and get that win. In the meantime, SkullTz, again, a team struggling for form. Until and unless they've got some amazing games out here, I don't think so they'd be able to make it. But still, this is an opportunity that has presented itself. Lucifer has fallen, but Arto, Bijlu and Beast, they've got that firepower. They should be able to pull things off.
100% would love to be able to see that. Visually, we saw some crazy plays coming in from him yesterday, but look at this flank that has been created from side of Team Zero. Shadow with the UMP in his hand. The bullets are out. He's only got 7 more bullets remaining in the UMP. He is not looking too lucky with that shot. Of course, the spray was on point, said OP. Well. This is quite a wonderful opportunity that has been created against the players of SkullTz. Now, SkullTz haven't been able to get that revival, but do they have the first aids? Do they have the bandages to be able to band themselves up together as a team and go ahead in this fight? Because Team Zero, Shadow, he is not backing down.
Oh, he's pushing way too up close and personal. They want to try and jump in, but in the meantime, look at the HP of Saeed. It's not enough for them to go in for that fight. Both the teams are struggling, trying to just patch themselves up, and Shadow He's got to try and divert his attention towards the members of middle as they were able to find an opportunity. This trifecta, as you perfectly mentioned too, is posing a lot of threat, and it's Team Zero who've now been pincered because SkullTz found an opening onto that one. Arto fired a few shots, but first floor is where he needs to go. Paradox is able to take care of Saeed with that nade, and now it's SkullTz who are trying to take the fight to the members of middle. That it's only down to Encore trying to find the off angle on that roof, but will have to go in to try and give the revival to his teammates. SkullTz will be able to get that flush in, and it's all down to just Encore. How much can this one man spoil? SkullTz will also try to bail out that last player from Team Zero who's just above them.
Again, Team Zero's final player, Shadow, the one who had created a wonderful opening, seems like this time around that opening hasn't really worked out well for him. Having lost out on Dark Lord has been a world of trouble right here in the first stage of the game itself for Team Zero. Whereas the team that was actually on the receiving end, SkullTz, they banded in together real strong, real good, and came up stronger than any of these other two teams because they have taken away quite a lot of these finish points as of now, and are looking forward to do a lot more action with the three players that are surviving. And with all three players, they jump on ahead. Shadow not being able to survive for too long, but hold on, before he does go down, he himself a 1v2 clutch is what he will be able to cater in with Shadow bringing down the two players. Now it's an equal opportunity for all the teams that are remaining in the vicinity because SkullTz, they are out and dusted. It's a 1v1 situation. Middle,
Yes.
a GBS Encore against another, well,
That was
Never
an
mind.
S12K user, Shadow out there. So here's the thing. Here's what happened.
Wow,
There
wow,
were two
wow.
players from SkullTz who wanted to jump in to try and pounce on one member, that's Shadow. But Encore on the outskirts was able to provide some crucial support, unfortunately, for SkullTz, of course, out there because they were caught lacking. And they lost the fight against Shadow, and they also lost one of the other players to Encore. So it's again the same situation Gen XFM found themselves in the beginning. Caught between two different teams. It's only the Encore who's the last man surviving. Some crucial finishes for middle, yes indeed, but he would not be able to bring anything more onto the table unless there's some insane luck in his favor or he shows out some god tier skills. This does seem to be difficult, but hey, who knows? One thing that definitely did surprise me was the fact that Team Xpac did not drop to Yasnaya this time because Chemin basically stole that drop location away from them and they did not want to repeat what happened last time when they played in Erangel.
absolutely. That is quite a good control coming into Kevin's favor. But right here we've got Hydra taking on shots against one player, the rotating player of Team Prince, I believe it was. Well, Sattar, he's going to be able to get away from there. Oh my god, what an incredible spray coming in from Sparshopi with the Scarlet in his hand, and a 4x going to be able to do the deed. And get that ultimate finish point right now. To get things started off, Hydra official off to another wonderful start. In fact, I do want to take us back to the first fight that we were part of, where we had Team Zero, we had Middle, as well as SkullTz. Now, all three of those teams, they need a lot of points. So it seems like they've decided that, you know what, how about we just distribute these points amongst each other and not allow the teams on the second page to come closer and closer to the top 16. And in doing so, the three teams that got against each other in that fight has only allowed one player to get away from that entire region. So only 1 point that the teams on the second page are going to be able to sustain from that. But that's okay. That is A-okay, because Hydra officials, they are going to be continuing on to their own playstyle that they actually did. The momentum that they created yesterday is what they've actually started off in today's first game as well. Now, for Team Hydra, the number of points that they are missing out on are... they're quite high, actually. I was just trying to see where they are at, and with 229 points that they're sitting on, the climb is going to be very, very difficult for them as well.
That's still the situation where just one game could eventually help them out to get in that top 16, but they also need two more consistent maps. And at the same time, hope the other teams do not have a good day. In the meantime, though, we're seeing the members of Orangutan down towards Ferry Pier's side. They made a very long rotation because if I'm not wrong, they dropped all the way in Zarki. Chemin, they're just out there trying to find as many fights as possible. They're just trailing out on the heels of Team Together as the spray down comes in from all two. And he was down one, but the retaliation from Savi It's also humongous. When I look at that off angle, this man is the person who has literally been a great fragger for the side of Chemin, and not alone. Even Fury, Phantom, all of them have been doing their work. But Venom, the way he's been stepping up in the last 2 weeks, it just seems that entirely different Chemin Esports is in front of us.
Oh, absolutely. He's sticking to his true colors with the name and the poison in the name. He wants to be able to dictate that. He wants to be able to showcase that. And the best part, once again, right here in this lobby, is that we're only part of stage 1, where we've already seen quite a lot of interesting plays and sprays being made across the board amongst these teams. And that is a really good start, I would say. But now, with this fast and furious chase that's going on from Fury's side, what is he up for?
Let team together go. Come on. How much fuel does this vehicle even have? Finally, they've decided to leave the trail. Look at how far ahead Fury was from his entire team. And this is basically Let Team Together Esports in between a massive cluster that's forming in the center of the circle. Carnival Gaming, Big Brothers, Gen X FM will also be taking their entry. But down towards the western part, if you look, that's where I want to see which teams will rotate. And on towards eastern side, you still have teams out in the blue.
On towards eastern side, we still have teams out in the blue. That is absolutely true, because we've got Hydra, we've got the players of X-Spark, as well as Team Prince, who on the map of Erangel itself have decided to go for a mid-strat apparently. Well, never mind, we'll come back to that, because right now on our screens, as we were talking about the blues, Hydra against X-Spark, this is the reason why they caught out in the blues. It seems like the jumping DBS action from the side of X-Spark is not really able to deal a lot of damage as of now. On to the hiding player of Hydra for now. The DBS are being utilized, but have not really done much in favor of X-Spark as of yet. S12, sorry.
Oh, that's a pretty solid shot coming in from Sarang inside the smoke. Gets a flush confirmation too, but not before Dreams himself has been taken down thanks to the play zone out there. Team Hydra were facing troubles until Sarang was taken down by the M4 spray. But Spurs replying some things back. They want to give them the taste of their own medicine. And it's down to Sarang, who's also on his knees. Only one player up in that tower. Can he prevail is the question. It's again the same man, Ninja Jord. The one you do not want to face alone. Even Entity crumbled. All 4 of their players. Can he repeat what he did last time we saw this man on? Erangel goes in for a jump shot. Sparsh needs to be careful. He moves out again. Takes a lot of damage. Still not enough to take him down. Still goes in for that spray. Switches to the FPP. So many things are being done by this man alone. And it's got a first aid to work with. But I'm still surprised how was Starboy kept in that trench for so long.
Again, Starboy from Hydra, he had a really good flank, and he was able to utilize that flank as well. But now it seems like it is not going to be able to do much. It's not going to be able to help out much when it comes to Hydra's another player, which is going to be Sparsh right here. Thankfully, Sparsh has been able to get his first aid popped, so that means his health is back to about 80%. At the same point of time, for Ninja Jord, as you were mentioning, a really good play being made from his side. At the same point of time, he's got a level 3 kit to work around with, and along with that, the over-aggressiveness that he has going on for him, he does not want to back down. Oh, and what a perfect close hit nade that was, and that in turn should create a key element opening for Hydra officials. Sparsh OP, this is your time to shine, because you have that nade cooked to perfection, and that should be enough. No, it is not. It is still not.
Just one nade. Finally, Starboy has decided to show himself, but this one last nade will be the final nail in the coffin. Ninja Jord, he was dancing around so much, so very well, but alas, will finally crumble. Could not repeat what happened yesterday against Entity, but definitely had our hopes up high. But in the meantime, Hydra, yet again, I personally feel Starboy had the perfect opportunity to try and support his teammate Sparsh, specifically when Ninja Jord jumped down first time. And that was an opening that he would have capitalized on. I was thinking it was a perfect flank angle for him, and he was in far away range. Might not have been taken down by just one DBS shot. He could have survived that. I'm still surprised if there was a miscommunication by the team, but eventually that could happen in such a high pressure situation.
Absolutely, but the stars have aligned in the end, and that is what matters the most, I would say. But again, as you were mentioning, right, for Ninja Jorre, they're all by his lonesome. He was doing so much. He was shifting from TPP to FPP. He was keeping a close eye on to is Starboy getting any close? Is the flank angle not covered or not? At the same point of time, right below his feet was his opponent that he was completely pinching down. And an incredible use of fingers right there from the side of Ninja. But in the end, of course, he did end up crumbling down. But a GG play once again being showcased from his side when it comes to this game and this day. With that, we are left with 13 teams. All the teams, I believe, have made their way into the zone. I believe they have. At the same time, the zone, hopefully, is going to be constructing another few seconds. Now, all the teams look comfortable as of now. I mean, they've got a little bit of a distance going on between them. But the zone shift is what everybody's eagerly, patiently waiting for. Where is this fight going to be drawn out towards? And it goes on down south. It finds itself on top of Quarry Primorsk Ferry Pier. In all of that, OG is going to be absolutely wonderfully happy. At the same time, 8-bit. This is an interesting play for 8-bit. Can they repeat what they did on Sanhok?
They should be able to, because again, this is like the stars are aligning for 8-bit, and that's what they need on this last day to try and enter in the top 16. And at the same time, we're going to see the entire cluster now moving towards the members of Orangutan. Now that is something I feel could go horribly wrong for OG, because Entity as well as Team Prince, all of them will be trying to take their fight. But in the meantime, in the center is Juicy, who finds the first opening onto the members of PWM, who are having a pretty decent day. But Payo should be finished off right now. Q Lamau super low in that HP has created those smoke covers. Just one stray bullet would do the trick. It's not the move we wanted, where you could twist your bullets out in front of that obstacle, but still QLMA would be able to save the life of his teammate. The vehicle has been blown up, so Team Together needs to provide support. Why is the cover fire not coming? I'm still having those questions and doubts. A couple of players from Team Together, they're still kind of moving away.
Interesting play right here from TWM, because again, you know what, for this team, they are in a bit of a lackluster position where TWM, the two players as we saw, they were hunkered down against 8-bit's prey. At the same point in time, the other two players, even though they might have had a flank angle, they did not want to draw too much attention towards themselves. And now that they've gotten close to each other, Ninzai we saw made that rotation. Now perhaps there could be a retaliatory fire, a cover fire being showcased from the side of TWM. But will that be provided or not? Only time will answer, because right now, going away from that skirmish, we've moved on towards the players of Entity, who have found their crosshairs against the players of BB. Now, Sarvet somehow surviving through that smoke, but Entity, again, the split that they've created right here. What a control.
They sent a couple of players out and back, trying to make sure that the area is clear, getting that real estate for themselves, and stopping any kind of backstab possibility, while the couple of players out in front will be gatekeeping the entirety of Big Brothers Esports. And I'm not quite sure how will they end up going inside the circle, because if they take a little bit of a northern approach, they'll be having Chemin to deal with, while also being in between Entity. And if they're going down towards south, you'll have Orangutan already waiting. Team Prince were able to move in quickly, so they've found a few space compounds between 8-bit as well as OG. On towards the western part, that's OR just entering without any major problems. There's absolutely no team in their vicinity apart from Team Together. We're down south towards Primorsk. That would still say I was missing that cover fire from Team Together Esports. The one player was being fired upon, a few tap shots out there, yes, but still they needed someone to provide the cover to try and take some bullets onto the head of Mighty, so that they would be able to kind of at least provide a decent amount of covers for their player to move backwards. In the meantime, though, since Big Brothers have already decided to go in for their rotation, there's no point of Entity for holding this area. It's a pretty scary one. I would be very honest when I say that.
But Entity is not yet done. They're like, hey. You cannot just get up and leave, mate. we were waiting for you for such a long time. We won those points, and it seems like that has definitely backfired, yeah? The over-aggression has backfired against the players of Entity, as it seems that the Blues have caught up to them. BB have been able to make a really secure rotation with all 4 players standing, and they found a compound, and now they've got their crosshairs set up against Entity, where Entity did take on a couple of shots to their face. One of the players was dropped down to almost about 30% HP. And then we reach another lull in the fight, where, of course, Big Brothers, they got together. They got all 4 players standing, but then they moved away and once again got quiet. So Big Brothers, again, a stalemate situation can be expected from them, but Entity, we know, they are not the kinds. They are like, all right, Big Brothers got away from our crosshairs, but that's absolutely fine, because now we're going to move on ahead towards another set of teams that are going to be in front of us, and that is what Entity are going to be clearing up towards the eastern side of the zone.
Some ruckus out there, fast and furious thingies between members of OR and Team Together, as Team Together will be flushed down one after the other. It just seems that the problems of this team is never ending. At the same time, OR will be also going in for their rotations. Zone was taking a very hard northwestern shift, so it's going to be difficult for OG, 8-bit as well to make their entry. 8-bit, not so much, but for Orangutan, yes, we're down towards that south. Even Team Prince being gate-kept by the members of 8-bit, they'll be facing a lot of problems. OR still out there in a hunting party, searching for their prey, which seems to have now arrived in form of Orangutan, as they'll be fighting outside of that circle, while Chemin will be trying to keep the control of the northeastern part, where Entity is also taking that area.
Oh, Entity have moved all the way up top of that mountain, and they have taken control against the players of Chemin Esports itself, and DBS does the trick. Gambler has just definitely abysmally destroyed the positioning of Chemin Esports, and not only one but 2 of the players, as well as now the crosses are going to be set up onto the players, onto the teammate, which is going to be Phantom right here. And look at Entity's Gambler boy. He's like, yo, you're not going to be moving away from me. You are stopping right dead here, because you are going down. And that's exactly what Entity's Gambler boy was after. 2 finish points converted for him. And Entity have cleared up the eastern flank of this zone. Now, they've got a really good controlled area. What they need to be aware of is where the other teams are. The teams that they were able to scope out and spot out, they took on shots against. Big Brother was one of them. Chemin Esports is one player that we just saw, 2 rather, were amongst the crosshairs of Entity, but that is all the information that Entity had. Now, what are they going to be doing? Being out in the open is going to be a tricky affair for Entity, but we'll come back to that, because now it is OG versus OR towards the western side of the zone. Trouble definitely seems to be brewing for the side of OR. But they're going to be scooting their tails and running away, because right now they do not want anything apart from getting into the zone.
But the place where they would try to enter from would be between GenX FM and OG. That's not quite the perfect place down south of those quarry hills. It's going to be difficult, but for now, it's even more crucial for the members of Hydra to survive, because it's Chemin who are now knocking their doors. All2 will be seen in his Lamborghini, would be moving inside, dodging by the nade. Starboy keeping his life for now, is the last man standing for Hydra and the last man to keep their hopes up. There's a Molly in the way, so there would not be any other team trying to push him for at least a few more seconds. But oh my goodness, look at the HP of All2 and Fury. They're literally down to just smithers of him. But in the meantime, Starboy himself having the exact same amount. The question is, will he be able to go in for the heal as the rush comes in, but we switch the screens. That's not the perfect way to show the conclusion of the fights. That's my soul out there, and so will that nade from Kyo Lamau. Troy being brought down to his knees, one of the top fraggers of Entity.
TWM, they have definitely got the devil in them when it comes to this game, because they have taken on shots against the players of Entity. And again, we were talking about Entity being out in the open, and they have been caught out in the open against none other than TWM itself. So quite an interesting turn of events, where Entity, they were taken on down, but the revival is going to be around the corner, as well as when it comes to the zone, it is going to be, well, keeping itself very near to the quarry region itself, where GenX FM are looking very comfortable in terms of their position, but OG that much more better, because now OG have eliminated the positioning of OR from down south of that zone. We shall have to see where exactly are OG going to be able to comfortably place themselves, because this zone does not have a lot of cover to work with. As far as the compounds are concerned, there aren't any.
I like the rotation from Big Brothers. They've got to take the fight to the members of Carnival Gaming, but at the same time, it's going to be Wizjord providing cover to his teammates, as its team together will be slowly picked apart. I was quite surprised why AK was not shooting the guy in the back of that buggy, but finally his shots connected and was able to finish all of them off. So just as you mentioned, the southwestern flank entirely covered up. Pukar has been taken down. It's Carnival Gaming yet again. They had the blessing of the circle, but in the meantime, Big Brothers, just as I mentioned, I love their rotation. They took the control of the circle first, and this Jord has been taken down out in the open by Gen X FM. Some cover fire being provided by Ash, but they've also get their man up on his feet. 8-bit will also be taking the control down towards that south. Juicy will be moving around, scouting that area, but look at this off angle by Trigger. He could pose so many problems for the members of 8-bit.
And he's going to do exactly that, but he's waiting on to that opportunity, and that's exactly what he's delivered right about now as Juicy stops his vehicle. The sprays come on alive from the side of Trigger along with the first Ash helping out from the other side, and that in turn is a perfect sandwich from two different directions for the players of 8-bit who are looking so comfortable, so good to be able to get into the zone, to be able to perhaps even get closer to the chicken dinner, but not before they got the clearance from OG, and OG were like, no, not happening. With 6 finish points confirmed, OG, they have really upped the ante of this final zone right now.
Miss Jord is genuinely feeling it, and it's all down to just Juicy, the IGL of 8-bit, to try and survive this onslaught of vehicles, the tires, the rundown, and the mowdown over him. It's going to be so very difficult. In the meantime, on the other side, Chemin and Big Brothers, Chemin facing even more difficulties, Gen X FM being a very big thorn in front of Entity as well. Chemin will be retaliating by a few of the shots that were being fired. Skillful having a very solid cover, and the position of Skillful as well as the members of Orangutan, they'll be just gatekeeping all the other teams over out there, but Big Brothers over towards the north, they should be having the advantage. They've got the entire area for themselves. They've got all the information that they need to, because Orangutan will be kept in check by Gen X FM. They've got to be worried about that as Bizjord gets knocked down.
Oh, but AKOP has gotten so very close with this nade. Cooked to perfection. Is going to be able to utilize it right now? No, he wants to find the cover, and then perhaps that nade is going to be able to dictate the charge. And not only one nade, but two different teams bringing in the nades against Gen X FM right now. From one side, it's going to be Ash's OG. OG's Ash apologies. On the other side, it is going to be Big Brothers Rishi. This is chaos ensuing for Skillful from Gen X FM.
Yeah, he's going to be taken down. Ash with the vehicle was able to find the position, but will be mowed down as well. As Arvid gets the quick flush for his team. It's 11 finishes already for the members of Big Brothers. Yes, but in the meantime, Orangutan, they're not far behind as well, because it's only Juicy remaining for 8-bit. He has definitely secured the third spot for his team. It's down to again a 3v3v1. I am getting flashbacks of the map of Sanhok.
Same.
Orangutan were in the exact same spot, and now here they are in the same spot as well.
What an incredible turn of events this could turn out to be for OG to get this wonderful chicken dinner. But Juicy's position, the precarious Juicy and his position, that is what we need to be very, very careful of and keeping an eye out towards. And that is what it seems like OG are being careful of at the same point of time. There's a lot of noise being made from the side of Rishi from BB. And with that, the zone is going to be moving away. Juicy, he is out of luck as he gets spotted from none other than Big Brothers Uzumaki, as Big Brothers take on that opportunity with 11 finishes in the name of OG. Same perhaps was the case for the side of Big Brothers as well. 11 finishes coming in from these two teams is ludicrous. But now it's a 3v3 situation for who gets the chicken dinner. A perfect opportunity provided to both of these teams as far as the zone is concerned. But who gets the better half? For Big Brothers, they've got the ridge working for their safety. Whereas for OG, they've got the trees.
Yes, that is indeed true. The Molotovs are going to clear the space on west, and the smokes are going to help OG on towards east. They've got a vehicle for themselves, but slowly creeping away towards east. We're seeing Big Brothers taking away the extreme right area, but they've got to be wary about AKOP's positioning. He's got a Scarl in hand. The vehicle comes in. They want to go in and take this fight with the shotgun in the hand. Should not be able to connect any shot, but no, it's Bizjord who finds the opener. And Big Brothers are now slowly crumbling, but at the end of the day, it should potentially be Orangutan who got the chicken. I'm not quite sure. Because we were just brought into a drone view. It did not see. I just saw a couple of finishes.
But it definitely seems like Orangutan got that chicken dinner. At the same point of time, when it came down to the play that was being made from Big Brother, that was quite a ballsy play, I have to tell you, because that Molotov came in at a perfect angle that pushed OG on towards the next to the tree. Big Brothers knew exactly where the players are going to be, but those DBS shots in the end, they just did not connect properly for Big Brothers. At the same point of time, for OG, it was a mind-racking play right here because they had a really good control. But at the same point of time, things were not easily handed over to them. AKOP had created a beautiful flank angle as he got ahead, as he usually does every single time for OG. But this time around, again, he was not able to... Well, he did provide the wonderful flank, but at the same point of time, the over-aggression from BB perhaps just handed over that chicken dinner to the players of OG. But either way you look at it, it is a beautiful chicken dinner. A much-needed, much-awaited chicken dinner for OG, actually.
I would agree with you 100%. And not just for OG, a very solid second place for Big Brothers themselves too, because they were looking to a way to enter in that top spot. And now on the back of 12 finishes, if not 13 maybe, since they were able to flush out one more, fortunately that is, they might have ended up with a 23 or a 24 point game for themselves. It's even a great opening for them. And it's at the bare minimum a 29 pointer for Orangutan. Worked out wonders. And also for the 8-bit, the way they were able to grab that 13th place, we're seeing that in the highlights too, should be pretty okay. They only have 2 finishes, so I don't think so if that will be enough for them to get in the 16th. But maybe in the coming few matches, they should be able to find even better positions.
Absolutely, but looking at the highlights right here, I mean, Entity, we saw them come into action, we saw them come alive when it came to the plays that would be made from their side as they tried to clear the eastern, I believe, the northeastern side of the zone altogether, whereas from the western edges, it was OG all the way through, just pushing on ahead. And in fact, in all of this, completely missed out on the opportunity to point out that Big Brothers, they were caught out in a very precarious position against Entity itself. And again, the decision to be able to get away from that position from Big Brothers, that was immaculate. The timing of it was pristine, which in turn got them all the way onto that second position from this game right now.
Brilliant one indeed, because we've always been talking about how Big Brothers, they have the positions. They just don't end up getting those finishes that they need. They always are in a place where they are supported by the circle as well. And that does not happen once or twice. Yes, you could say that by luck, the circle falls in your favor. Big Brothers have almost found themselves in so many good spots, but just not being able to convert. Seeing them on the second place definitely fills my heart with happiness. But we're going to have a look at the MVP of this game. Should go to Wizjord. There's no doubt about it. 7 finishes for the man with 50% contribution. That spoils us the total points of Orangutan. That's going to be 29. But at the end of the day, yes, this man was popping off like anything.
Oh, he was so good. I mean, he was definitely in control of a lot of those finish points, as is clearly visible. But at the same point of time, OG, they love to play that beautiful synergistic approach to the fights, and that is what we saw time and time again. I mean, talk about OG's approach against 8-bit. The way they hunkered down 8-bit's position from 2 different angles, and that too 2 incredible flank angles that they had created. It was just a beautiful conversion and incredible communication, which of course brings up the synergy for OG.
The synergy indeed is going to be the case. We're going to have a look at the stars of the match too. Should be Entity Somraj getting the best companion, while the finisher goes to AKOP. The point that you mentioned, his off angle, definitely helping Orangutan out, because he and his fight, if I'm not wrong, was against Sarvit out there. It was one of the most crucial fights. Had it been the other person from Big Brothers winning it, they would have been able to clutch it out, because Wizjord was super low in the HP, but AK winning out his own duel, while in the meantime, Wizgod is doing his own thing out there with 9 knockouts as well. Absolutely feeling it today, and that's what you want to see from one of the top fraggers of Orangutan.
Absolutely. As we move on ahead towards the match ranking itself, let's clear the doubts and confirm how many points have these two teams walked away with. We saw a lot of finishes for both of these teams, OG as well as Big Brothers, and there we have it. 14 finishes for OG with 29 points in total from one single game. And mind you, they've got 2 more games remaining. So they are off to a wonderful start for Big Brothers as well. We were looking at them from before this game. They were not part of the top 16, but with a 24 marker game, I hope that this is going to be enough for them to get into the top 16 itself. At the same time, Team 8-Bit, another wonderful name, a very big name to bring up that needed those points and have gotten it gracefully this time around.
Yes, but I don't think so. 12 is just going to cut it. They've got to get those finish points as well. That's where it seems they're lacking. In the meantime, though, Middle Esports, the team that lost 3 of its members so early on, has now raised up on the 4th position in the match ranking on the back of their heel battles. And Genix FM as well, securing their 3rd spot that they normally do. We've seen so many times, even if I'm not wrong, maybe it was yesterday when we saw Skillful going in with that ratty play and getting the 2nd position for his team on the map of Vikendi against Chemin. That was also a pretty solid play. So Genix FM have also been getting those position points, but they also need to find a few extra finishes, few extra flushes. Just the kind of aggression that we saw from Big Brothers and Orangutan needs to be seen by all the other teams. I was seeing Hydra go for it. It's just that there was a scrappy fight out in the blue with Team X Park. Apart from that, they were going for that aggression. So that's the kind of approach I have been looking forward to, and now we are finally seeing it.
Oh, 100%. And you touched on a very beautiful point that few of these teams that are doing really well, that are in the top 8 to the top 10, they've understood it perfectly. To be in the top 8, top 10, not only placement points, but those finish points. That is the key. That is the makhan to this entire lobby that is needed to be able to actually, skillfully just swim across this sticky mud that these teams are stuck in, because they get those points and sadly all the other teams, they're just a little bit better. So tough luck being drawn, but at the same time, now we need to see is how 8-Bit with that play, where are they going to be sticking at? Looking at OG sitting on the 7th position, an incredible position jump coming in from the side of Orangutan right there.
Yes, and on the back of it, they now should confirm their qualification too, because it's 290 already, almost 300. They should not have any problems. iFlix on the 9th place, God's Rain have jumped down because of this game. Carnival Gaming, again, a team that I was hoping should be able to do pretty decent since they had a couple of few zones forming up on them. But again, not being able to grab a lot of those points, sitting on 265. I still think it's okay, but they also need one more decent game with a 10-15 point, and they should be good to go. On the other side, down now, we are already seeing the cutoff reaching 240, and it's just 49 to be exact.
Oh my god.
And it's literally the first map of the evening.
This is not appreciated at all. I think we need to up the ante and bring that cutoff to, I believe, about 275, 280 minimum, because even 280 feels a little out of place. Maybe 290. 290, I think. All right, let's call it 290, a perfect odd number.
That's a little too presumptuous, I would say. Saying even iFlix would not be comfortable. Oh, come on. That should not be the case again, because it's going to be so pretty difficult for likes of Genix FM. But a good jump coming in from Big Brothers Esports, entering the top 16. Still need to find their footing, and this is the main part that I want to look on. OR, Alibaba Raiders, 8-Bit, Team Together, Hydra Official, Team Prince, all of them with 34 matches already completed. And Team Prince is the only team who is like 19 points behind. So apart from that, every other team, all they need to do is just 15 or 16 points. A couple of more good games should be the way to go, but at the same time, they also have to create that lead.
Right. That is the biggest hurdle right here, because especially for the teams that are playing right here from groups B and D, they're playing the first 3 games. So they try their level best. They get themselves in the top 16. Like, for example, the teams on our screen right now, Team 8-Bit, Team Together, Hydra Officials, Team Prince. They're all the ones that are participating right here in the first 3 games. Let's say and assume that all of these teams get themselves into the top 16. But then will come the opportunity for the other groups to start participating and jumping into the fights, and that is where your position in top 16 is not secure. Rather, the entire situation of you being a part of that LAN finale is going to be drawn on to how the other teams are going to be doing by the end. So this is going to be quite a lucky draw kind of a situation for the teams. But we shall see. Again, that is what this final day is going to iron out and clear up for us in this final day.
I mean, being very realistic for Team X-Park fans out there, I really feel that now they might not be able to cut it. I wanted to see a good game from them, but unfortunately, they were taken out by Hydra out in the open in the blue. So again, all the teams who are already below Team X-Park, I think so it's just about time that they look forward to ending things on a good note. I mentioned it in the start of the stream. I'm also mentioning it right now that the experience that they gain is important, and also at the same time, it is fine if things did not go in their way, but the way you close things out is always going to be the key. Just how Medal were looking super solid. They, even though knew the lost 3 of their members, did not give up on that mid strat, were still able to secure a solid position in the match ranking. So that's the kind of play that I'm also looking forward to. But in the meantime, now Carnival Gaming, 8-bit, all these teams along with OR, all of them would be looking to get a good match for themselves, because if they do not get in top 16 in this one, it will become even more difficult for them to create that gap that I've already previously mentioned, that you need to create the gap, because there are 2 more groups remaining, a few more teams who would be trying to climb up the ranks, and one of them is going to be Reckoning.
Exactly. Again, I mean, like you perfectly mentioned, right? You have to first get into the top 16, then you have to jump away from the bottom 6 of the top 16 to actually confirm your slot for the LAN finale. So basically what you're saying is you better be in the top 10, otherwise count your stars and keep your fingers crossed and hope for the best that the other teams and the other groups that are going to be playing after you don't do so well.
Yeah, that is true.
That's basically we're saying. That's what's being called out from the groups B and D that are participating right now.
Yes, of course, these teams will keep on participating in the matches, but you all can participate in that ticket grabbing contest. It's not actually a contest. You can grab them for yourself very easily by just scanning the code that is in your screens right now. And you can pause the stream. It's absolutely fine. Just scan it and grab your tickets for the Noida Exhibition Center. You do not want to miss the LAN that's going to be happening between 16th and 18th February. You'll be seeing all of your favorite players out there. Hopefully, fingers crossed. That's what we've been saying.
Very true, of course. And as we move on ahead towards the upcoming second game of the day now, we've got a change of the map. Of course, we're going to be moving ahead to the map of Miramar this time around. And at the same time, when it comes to the teams, they're going to be remaining the same. So now, I wonder, when it comes to Group B and D, is there going to be a contest where drop contestations are going to be perhaps part of it? It does not seem likely to be the case. On the map of Miramar, it's a very spread out map. So there is a high chance that the teams want to play it safe, would like to want to play it safe. But will that be allowed is another question to be drawn. TWM Gaming, the way that they played in this previous game, they were looking like a real hungry hyenas, I would say. They were ready to just take on to whatever chunk and bite that they possibly could. Is that going to be the kind of playstyle that we should expect from this upcoming game? You know what? I have no idea. I'm bringing in all different sorts of factors and thoughts right here for this upcoming game, because I want it to be entertaining from the start till the end. And there shouldn't be, like Necro used to call it, that podcast tower that is very much like a basic when it comes to the map of Miramar.
I mean, Miramar and Vikendi were previously mentioned humongous amount of times. I mean, n number of times, literally, that they've got that similar play style. But true, now is the opportunity for these teams to bounce upon, because even on the map of Miramar, you might not see a lot of early contests, but there have been situations where we've seen quite a lot of early engagements. And talking about Team Together Esports, such as you mentioned, TWM that you were talking about, I really feel that they should be now changing the gears and also getting on that fast track of getting those finishes. But we're going to talk about all of that later after this one short break. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what's standing in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best.
Hello and welcome back once again right here at SPS. This is the final week where it all matters the most. And when it comes to the final week, you have to have the OG caster of this lot all over again. And this time around, when it comes to the not this time around, it's always the same case. It is Necro joining us, the fray. How you doing, mate?
Man, I'm not gonna lie, my hair were a little messed up, but I was sitting in the back lines, you know, just sipping on my coffee, looking at the games. OG off the bat, kicking things off on a great note. But then I was also looking at the overall standings. Listen, it's been a while, all right? I wasn't really here for the first 2 days of this week, so I was looking at the overall standings as well. And I saw some of the usual suspects not being able to make it inside of the top 16. And at this point, we know last page is pretty much out of the contention. They're gonna have no shot at the top 16 whatsoever. So you might as well try to go a little bit more aggressive inside of the lobby and try and spoil some teams' games. I'm just giving an idea.
Absolutely, I would say, you know what, I would 100% second that, mate. But the only trouble that I've actually started noticing, Necro, for these teams, especially sitting on that final page, they are bringing in that sort of a playstyle and that sort of a mindset, but sadly, against each other. Right? They're not moving on to create that sort of a hurdle for the teams that are sitting on the first or the second page. They are just fighting it amongst themselves. Being on the fourth page, they're trying to fight against the teams on the fourth page, which is something I did not expect. But hey, yo, anywho, this is another start to another day, to another game, and another map altogether, because this is the map of Miramar, where once again, we're going to be starting all the way from the eastern side to the west. We're going to be moving on towards the northern edges of this entire map altogether itself, keeping ourselves a little further out and away from Puerto Paraiso, from Los Higos, where previously actually we have seen the zone go all the way down south towards Los Higos, but this time around, based on the flight path, it is up for grabs. But let's find out, where should we expect the zone? We shall see.
I mean, once again, the plane's not completely towards the northern side, so that's a good news for some of the teams, considering still some of the areas are going to be viable. You can still go towards Picado. Los Leones is going to be out of reach. Puerto Paraiso, of course, out of reach. So if you're going to be the one to drop towards extremities of the southern side, you will need to go for a pit stop, get your hands on a couple of vehicles, and then only move in towards your drop location. For now, there's a collision between TWM and OG. And once again, TWM is one of those teams that have got nothing to lose. For OG, they're looking pretty solid in the overall standings anyways, but still, you just gotta have that little bit of cushioning, and that's what OG's searching for. They've kicked things off on a fantastic note, 29 points in the first game. So OG, for them, once again, they've got the momentum. The chances of them coming out on top inside of this fight, they're quite a lot.
Oh, most certainly nothing taken away from that. But one thing I gotta point out right here is for the players of TWM Gaming itself. The way that TWM actually played out in the previous one and took out a fight and chose that fight against the players of Today was quite commendable. This time around, they kind of sticking their guns against the players of OG. Now, OG did get a chicken dinner. OG were looking incredible in the previous game. And look at that, right off the bat, Trigger has already got himself and a level 3 helmet. So a perfect start for OG maybe from this fight, but we shall see if this fight will go in their favor, or will TWM have a wonderful flank.
I mean, he's got the monstrous M249 in his hands, the lawnmower, that's what I like to call it. And for
Whoa,
now,
whoa, whoa.
Wizgod is probably just making a massive mistake, and Ninja is waiting for Wizgod to just walk in his crosshairs. But somewhere down line, even Wizgod knows what exactly is around the corner. He peeks out, a bop to the face, and the shotgun prevails this time. No chance for the opponent to sort of understand what exactly is going to be hitting him. But Wizgod, he knew exactly what was happening. He knew there's someone around the corner just looking at him. Beautiful stuff. Good awareness and presence of mind.
Oh, 100%. I was so eagerly waiting patiently to see what that Vector 9mm is going to be able to do against a 12 gauge, but you know what? The answer was clear.
One shot.
The answer was straightforward, one shot. Oh, that was definitely, like you perfectly mentioned, having the information on your opponent team. It's so very critical in these kind of conversations, and that's what OG does the best. They keep that information to themselves, and then when it, again, talking about information, Payno has given that away.
Yeah.
And OG,
Man
look at that mini-map. The way they've scattered themselves. They are just hunkering down the claw onto the players of TWM.
Yeah, but once again, loot is going to be of the essence as well. This early inside of the game, TWM being pinned inside one of the houses. Just hope that this fight's not going to be elongating for too long. If it does, well, a stalemate situation this early inside of the game is always not going to be good for any of them. And for now, OG and TWM, they've pretty much locked horns. OG, they know exactly where TWM Sam is, considering he tossed in an 8 that gave his position away. And that's why OG now slowly and steadily starting to move towards that compound. There's two players right next to each other from TWM, while Ash is all the way in the back line, just holding the outskirts, making sure no one's going to be pushing up close and personal to the three players of OG. Sam as well, just trying to maneuver around inside of the building. The foot cues are now been given away. Wizgod is going to be the one to lead the pathway, considering he's got the shotgun in the hands, and all it's going to take is one single shot to the face. But Sam, he still wants that duel, but that's all he's going to fight. He instantly drops dead.
And again, another wonderful turn of events right here from Drigger, as he could perhaps capitalize this final fight in for his team itself. OG's Wizgod is down. At the same time, the information from TWM's fallen down comrade has been given away. But what is Drigger going to be able to do right here? He's going to push on back. He's going to move on to the Scarlet. No, he's going to stick with his 12 gauge. At the same time, his teammate, OG Ash, is going to try and flank that, and TWM lose out on Sam. A 2v2 situation is what these teams are stuck in, but at the same time, that blunder is going to be creating a perfect opportunity to be able to give that revival.
Wait, two players up and alive for OG2. A beautiful spray from Kyo. Kyo is definitely a name to be feared, and once again, he's inflicting a lot of pain and hurt on the players of OG. One more man to go, and that's going to be in the name of Wizgod. Every single player from OG, they're just going for these dry peaks, these solo peaks. They just want to be the heroic players, but the problem is you cannot keep on playing like this. This is a team game, and you're supposed to make a push against the opponent with the team, and that's why you should never go for these solo peaks. There needs to be someone going for the trades as well.
Lamau, kill Lamau. What a play right there, Lamau. TWM, they have done the unthinkable right here to start things off on the map of Miramar as they bring down the OGs of this lobby with the chicken dinner in the bag from the previous game. Orangutan, they got a little too ahead of themselves. They were looking really good in terms of the setup of the fight, but again, when it came down to the actual execution of it, things went horribly wrong. But anywho, that is where we do have OG taking a very big trouble and an exit.
Wait, Beast could have found a confirmed knockout right there, but he still did not go for the shots. Maybe the attachments on the weapons isn't really that great. That's why Beast is still going for a little bit of second thoughts, and now he's definitely going to try to go for that spray. Or maybe he's just waiting for Pyro to stand still, and as soon as that happens, he goes for the spray, he misses a lot of shots, and yeah, once again, Beast, blunder.
His teammate is right next to him as well. That's what I was thinking. I mean, all right, he might not have, as you perfectly mentioned, but Lucifer with a mini 14 with a level 3 kit in his hand. What are you waiting for? Perhaps a call from your devil itself. I don't know. With a name like Lucifer, you want to be able to be the first one to take on those kind of shots. But it seems that SkullTz, they've got some different plans. I mean, whatever the plans are, we are going to find out soon enough. Because now the pounce on is upon the players of TWM.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this. 500 bullets in the magazine for Lucifer. This man stacked up on loot, that's for sure. He needs to give some of his loot to his teammates as well. His teammate was running low on 5.56. So, yeah, the
But
loot
with a
needs
red
to be
dot,
transferred
perhaps.
on over.
I mean, I just noticed that Lucifer has a red dot with a Mini 14, whereas his teammate did have 3x. So, anywho, whatever the situation be, right now it's the numbers advantage that's definitely going to be favoring the players of SkullTz. But for now, they need to be able to just scope it out and point it out to the players of TWM and bring them down. Koilamau, he has been definitely thrashed with this perfect opening and the nades. But still going to be able to survive.
A really solid nade that was. Unfortunately, still did not find any connection. And now SkullTz, they're going to start to make that push happen.
Wow.
Keo, in an off angle, he finds Beast. Now this is where the real problem starts to hit the deck, because SkullTz Esports, they lost out on one of their players. And at this point, it just feels like LSR is going to be the hotspot. Even Chemin Esports, they want to be a part of this fight. They want to be a part of this kerfuffle. So many fights happening at the same time in the same city. A lot of teams just want to go for that third party. SkullTz, they're quite hurt considering they lost out on one of their players. Even visually, it's quite softened up. And now Chemin Esports with the advantage. There's a chance they're probably going to prevail in this fight. Chemin Esports, they're somewhere in the top 2. They're currently in the first spot in the overall standings. So they're looking pretty comfy. For them, even if they do lose out in this fight, it's really not going to matter.
Indeed, it definitely shouldn't matter, but it should matter to their pride. With a 4v3 situation, for which they have actually spread out their wings to jump in and take on those shots against the players of SkullTz. Now, it all boils down to how exactly are they planning on creating that opening. If we notice onto the minimap, we do have Fury on the flank angle, and the teammate, Phantom, is going up on top of that mountain. So, there's a wonderful setup being created from the side of Chemin, that's for sure. But for now, SkullTz, they've hunkered down. They're going to be holding on their fort. They're not going to be moving ahead. They're not going to be moving around.
Oh, flames spreading around. The Molotov was tossed in, but Bijlo is keeping his position anonymous. And that's what you need to do. If you're SkullTz, you better hide. If you're Chemin Esports, you better be on that pounce, and that's what they've done so far. Look at the spread from Chemin Esports. 2 players in the front, rest 2 in the back, but those 2 players are now spread out. So I understand what Chemin Esports is trying to do. They pretty much just want to have a general overview on top of the city and just play for the intel in the first few minutes of the fight, and then later on probably go for that execution. But if you do look at the map as well, now the centric spot towards La Benedita, it's looking like a splash of colors. A lot of teams just want to go for that centric spot, including Team Prince. And they're quite close to that spot as well. I'm not exactly sure spreading out towards center is going to be that good of an idea, but in my opinion, if you're playing the center, you need to play with unity.
That's absolutely correct, and that is something that Team Prince seem to be wanting to kind of change, and we shall see how wonderful that strategy for them is going to turn out to be. But right here, when it comes to LSR and the position that we are at between these 2 teams, Chemin and SkullTz, Phantom is the only one who seems to be wanting to get as much information that he possibly can, because the Blues is going to get closer and closer to them. At the same point of time, if you look up north of LSR, they've got the players of OR making a late rotation, and they might actually lock horns against these 2 teams if that is the rotation that OR decides to make, because they've made that rotation from Torremuda, going on down south of Campo Militar. So the only way to enter the zone is through LSR. But we'll see if that'll be the case.
Finally, the pounce begins. Chemin Esports, they've got the general overview on top of this entire compound. They know where the enemies are positioned as well. And now that's why they're going for that push as well. The nade was way too up close and personal. Chemin Esports, this is where the real blunder might just start. Double-barreled shotgun does not have enough bullets in the mag, but he still comes out on top somehow. Good switch around the corner, and now it's all down to Fury in the outskirts. A beautiful nade from the man. Visual as well finds another pick. SkullTz Esports. This is the SkullTz Esports that we were looking out for since the start of the tournament, but out of nowhere, they just vanished away, and now they're back on the last day itself. SkullTz Esports, a beautiful squad wipe upcoming against the players of Chemin Esports, and just like that, a 3v4 executed. A big blunder for Chemin, but hey, they're still looking pretty comfortable in the overall standings, so it's really not going to matter.
It's definitely not going to matter, that's for sure. But at the same time, when it comes to SkullTz, I mean, this, as you perfectly mentioned, is the kind of playstyle that we were missing. This is what I remember them from the Open Finals that I casted. In week 1, a little bit of this was showcased from the side of SkullTz, but then they just fell down. And on the final day, they seem to have found themselves all over again. As now, with 5 finishes, the momentum churning in, creating some opportunities for the side of SkullTz. Perhaps a little too late, but that's okay. They're going to be dusting that dust away from their shoulders as to what has happened in the past 3 weeks. But when it comes to week 4, the final day, they are looking to create a perfect name for themselves, a memory for themselves. At the same time, for Chemin, as you mentioned, no worries over there, because they are looking pretty good, looking very comfortable on the pole position. And through all of that kerfuffle, OR have already made their rotation. On the extremities of Felazar, they are now going to be going down south towards Impala, but on the center.
Team 0 versus Entity, and this time Entity, they're taking some heavy hits. A lot of damage being inflicted, and Entity, unfortunately, they're losing out on that man number. Even Dux is knocked out from Team 0. Shadow's position compromised. He takes a couple of shots. Somraj, for him, it's going to be an uphill battle. And he needs to start moving away as soon as possible. Even his position's compromised, and Somraj realizes that he's quite screwed up massively. M1 in the hands of Dark Lord. Misses a lot of the shots, and now will need to back away. They tossed in the front. Somraj still just marching on forward against the man. And somewhere down line, Team 0, they do have the advantage. But Somraj falls to his death.
No.
And just like that, Team Entity, they've been eliminated from the game. What?
What is happening? This is stage 2. We've not even reached halfway of stage 2 yet. And we're down to 12 teams, 45 players in total. And the kerfuffle is still not yet done, because this team out of the open, Team 0, has been caught out. And the one searching for blood, it is going to be GenXFM.
That just blows.
Spray.
He carried his teammate on the back, and then the player in the front was able to spot him, and then he just got taken down. Unfortunate.
A human shield, exactly, is what it was.
Yes. He saved his head
with 0 results, though.
On the back.
With 0 results for Team 0 over there, but that's okay. They tried. The synergy.
That's exactly what you call the meat shield armor. Just carry your teammate on the back, let him tank a couple of shots, and yeah, I mean, you're good to go, man. Well, anyways, GenXFM, a great start for them, though. I mean, 1 elimination point already accumulated, so that's a really good news. And the amount of players being falling down, it's starting to be a big problem now. Metal Esports, for them, everything's looking quite comfy. They started the first game off with 11 points, and now the second game, they just want to stay away from all the fights. They want to be the meditators. They just want to stay away from the crowd. They want to be the introverts and just sit down on top of the hill and meditate.
Uh-oh. Look onto that eastern flank. OR have made a rotation all the way from north that we were talking about, but Lost Nearest is the zone. The urban finish. And once again, 8-Bet find themselves very much in the smack center, in a really good position perhaps. But we'll have to see if they're going to be able to convert that. But going back to what I was talking about, making that rotation, OR have made an entry into the zone from the east, but at the same time, following them up close is going to be the 3-man army of SkullTz Esports. Exactly on the same trajectory that OR were. It's almost as if they're sniffing across like a dog, trying to figure out where exactly has that prey gone. And that
Pretty
is
much.
Now perhaps going to get scattered, because SkullTz, they've made an entry into the zone, but it's a 3-man squad, so they should maybe find themselves a compound, hunker it down for a tad before they get over aggressive right here.
Even Team Prince now starting to close inside of that urban city of Los Leones, but still no one has went for that hill. Hilltop is still completely unsecured, and if you want, you can try and go on top of it, but once again, you will also be the center of attraction. There's a chance you will get the advantage, but there will also be a downside for that. So you will always need to be lookout. And then SkullTz Esports, they've made a big rotation all the way from El Azhar towards the southern side. That's a big one. And they're looking quite safe as well. With a 3-man squad, executing the win's going to be tough, but you might as well go out with a bang.
Now perhaps we can expect a bit of a slow pace. Never mind that, because now I'm going to have to eat my own words, because it's going to be SkullTz who have actually sniffed across the butts of where the OR were placed, and that in turn has resulted in them taking on shots all over, converting that 5-point finish lead into 6 for the players of SkullTz. And that's not it, because Medal has something to say in this entire play, where TTE, Team Together Esports, have been caught out in the open, making that rotation towards south of Los Leones. As we get into the city, that is where Medal seems to have caught on.
Oh, TTE side cut. He peeks around the corner, gets the first elimination, and now that instantly goes back. Medal Esports on course, still just going for that constant pressure onto Crore. He's behind that corner, behind the wall, and he's been taking a lot of shots upon himself. Invader as well finds that knockout. Medal Esports slowly and steadily starting to crumble down against TTE, and it's now a big issue for them. On course, the only man left alive in the clotheslines for Medal Esports. The previous game was quite solid, but this game, everything's falling apart. They need to amp things up a little bit, that's for sure. Encore being the only man, he's trying to go for that uphill climb. It's getting a little bit too tough considering he's getting surrounded from all the different angles. Even Sayam's inside of the apartments, and he's currently on the highest floor. He's providing that backup fire all the way from the top, making sure TT isn't going to push up close and personal, but the nade's going to be quite close, and he finds the crucial knockout. Even Sarvit from the backline finds Invader. For TTE, this is a big blunder. The third party from Big Brother Esports is now starting to cause a lot of issue.
They don't have a lot of area to work around with. Medal Zenko, he's got those nades. Almost being cooked to perfection, but at the same time, the UMP in Crowell's hand at the same could have been the end for Encore. But for Medal Zenko, Sam, his teammate, is providing a really good cover fire. For now, he's a little covered. He's perhaps going to backtrack and... Oh, no. Actually, he is not. He's going to stick around in the same ridge. Hope to be able to get that finish point confirmed against TTE's player. And while doing so, TTE is going to decide to fall back. Ronald is going to get in his vehicle. And hearing that, Encore is going to push on and take on some lucky sprays, perhaps. That's exactly what he's going to be waiting for, because back from the backlines, his teammate is Sayam, who is going to be hunkering down the position of Colonel. His vehicle is going to get blown up. TTE, they are in a tough luck right here. No matter how hard they try, Medal are not going to let them get out that easy.
Oh, Colonel. He's still catching shots while he's trying to fade away.
Why?
Even Psycut still in that building. And he's just running around the corner here and there, trying to save his life. Medal Esports, yeah, that push, the entire fight they took did not really pan out the way they wanted to. And now they're just down to a 2-man squad. And to execute the game with just a 2-man squad's going to be even more tougher, considering the circle's ending in the urban side. And look at Team Prince, even they're losing out on the man number. 2 of the players falling down, Savitar's quite low, so he's going for that patch-up. But he needs to get the fallen man, AJ7, back. Jackson going for the patch-up himself. Team Prince looking in a pretty dire spot. And for Team Prince, they just need to capitalize and settle down on what they have got for now. Considering the entire surroundings now starting to get filled up with a lot of teams. Even Carnival Gaming from the back lines is slowly and steadily closing in. Hydra's catching a lot of these shots from Genix FM. And Genix FM in the far fray, going for that constant pressure on these players. Hydra, even they're playing this one as safe as possible. They've got all the 4 players alive. And I like the split from Hydra as well. It's a 2-2 split. But what is Sayam doing? Out in the open, goes for the prone. He's still going to get taken down no matter what.
What?
There's no way he stands a chance.
What was Sayam thinking? He had such a good area control in that building, helping out his teammate Encore. And then just out in the open. That is a tough luck being drawn against. It could very well be the zone that is something that Sam had on his mind. But Hydra's position I've been looking at for quite a while now. With the 2-man split that they've got the high angles covered. You know, the height advantage in this urban is in control of Hydra. So at the same point of time, the information that Hydra's players have been able to retain is looking really good. And to cover up those flank angles, of course, Hydra's are the two players, the two-man split coming in from Duro and Starboy is also looking immaculate. Now it all boils down to how good are they going to be able to get this conversion made from the position that they're at. And again, looking at that feed, time and time again, Hydra's name being popped across. A lot of information helping them out, and the zone is still going to keep Hydra in charge of this area.
I mean, Hydra's got so much control inside of the zone. That's crazy. Especially Spray God on the top is just raining down hellfires on the players who are currently out in the open. Even AJ7 could have fell down. TTE all the way in the back looking for the breach inside of that safe line. It's going to be really tough for them. Even 8-Bit now quite close to the safe lines themselves. The vehicle needs to be secured, but you just can't do it at this point. It's too late. Two of the players from the side of 8-Bit, they're already looking forward to evacuate this entire spot. They're just catching too much hurt. And this is why I like the urban zones. You just need so much of the awareness. You just need so much intel to make even a single move on the board. And if you're going to be lacking that, well, you're pretty much done. You never know from which window, who's going to be peeking out from which tower, who's going to be having a good angle on top of you. There's just so many question marks that keep on arising. And now Big Brother Esports looking forward to make a push against 8-Bit. This push might not pan out that well for Big Brothers, but you gotta do what you gotta do, and they've got no other option.
And that's exactly why they need to push on ahead, and in doing so, they're going to be bringing down the players as 8-Bit's Mighty goes down. Sarvet, what an incredible conversion coming in from his side as he takes down the players of 8-Bit. BB, Big Brothers, have been able to accumulate 3 finishes and all of that. At the same time, they have not yet entered the zone, though. And looking onto the minimap, the team in pink is Big Brothers with all 4 players still standing, but right across their playing field into the zone, Hydra is patiently, silently waiting. Now, Hydra definitely has a lot of control, at the same time, a lot of information. But in another few seconds, the zone is going to be perhaps taking a curveball shift. Will it maintain Hydra in that height position and advantage? We are going to find out. But right now, it's Carnival Gaming, a team that has been missing and kind of slacking, actually, from the consistency that we saw from them. That has definitely been missing. But at the same time, this could be the moment that they are going to be able to capitalize upon. And one after the other, Big Brothers players do go down. Carnival Gaming, Zakshat, having had a really good control in terms of this positional change that Big Brothers have been caught in.
And Safe is completely screwed up.
Oh, he's got no way to go.
Yeah. He's also tanking a lot of damage from the blue. Safe, all he needs to do is just accept his fate at this point. And that is to die outside of the blue. He's taking too much damage. And he's got nowhere to go, as you mentioned. Hydra, all the players inside of Los Leones, the spread that they've got is just giving them so much intel. Even Carnival Gaming now slowly and steadily starting to creep and crawl their way in. For Hydra to make any type of cross, to make any type of moves, it's quite easy. They've got a lot of the land coverage. But for teams like Team Prince, even Genix FM, it's going to be really tough. And look at Team Zero Shadow 7. He's all by himself, just tucked in a corner. He knows, even if he goes for a single peek, that's going to be it for him. Genix FM, they took a lot of shots on the team in the front. Hydra barely making it inside of the circle as well. So for both these teams, it's all good in the hood. For Genix FM as well, they've got a lot of land coverage, but still the land's filled with a lot of foes. Carnival Gaming, they went for a critical rotation here, but it just does not really work out for them. Even Genix FM, they're getting a lot of these elimination points secured. Carnival Gaming, 2 players lost out, Omega and Hector, and now they've only got 2 more players alive, Goblin and Akshat. These 2 players, they need to make everything happen, but as I mentioned, you just can never move out in the open. You will get shot from a lot of these directions.
That's exactly what happened with the players of Carnival Gaming, and that nade being played to perfection from the side of Savitar could very well be the end for Carnival Gaming's play, and that indeed it will. There's Goblin going down on his knees, Hector being pushed on ahead against the players of Team Prince, which in turn is going to be a DVS in the hand, but, well, the DVS is of course going to be bringing in a lot of world damage. A hurt being brought on to the players of Team Prince, but from both the angles, Team Prince's players have pushed on ahead. There is no way for Carnival Gaming to be able to fly out of this position, and that in turn is going to be the end for them. For Team Prince, this is a wonderful conversion. But now they need to figure out what to do with the momentum with which Hydra is pushing on ahead with. At the same point of time, you mentioned it perfectly. When it comes down to Gen X FM, as soon as Hydra lost out on the height advantage that they had in the entire fight, it was Gen X FM who were looking real good in control of this fight pushing on ahead, because from south of the zone, Gen X FM are the ones in control. But the firepower is in the hands of Hydra, and this is the push that Spray God has interestingly made, but to what end? He's gotten himself in the crosshairs of a lot of these teams. He's given a lot of his position as well. So as far as retaining information or helping out his teammate with the information goes, Spray God's play has kind of just fallen flat on him for now. But let's see how exactly is his teammates going to be able to help him out or play out this entire play. Because right next to them, Gen X FM's JD Gaming has not yet been spotted from Hydra.
As you mentioned, JD Gaming unspotted. He crosses on over to a good spot. For now, it's all good for JD. 3 players from Gen X FM. They're looking forward to make it inside of the safe zone. Hydra as well, slowly and steadily moving in. But they also need to be a part of the cleanup crew. They need to start cleaning teams up that are going to be in their way. Top 4 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. From which even Team Prince has now been performing nicely, including OR and Gen X FM. And Hydra, they've got all the players up and alive. It's a 4v3v3v3.
And as you mentioned, when it comes to Hydra's approach, they've got their players scattered and spread all across. Now, the nades being brought on from Gen X FM could maybe be a little troublesome, but that is not going to be doing much trouble right here, because Sparsh OP's nade, cooked to perfection, brings down Spider, and not only Spider, but his teammate, as JD Gaming also goes down. The nade parade is immaculate from Hydra's Sparsh. As now Gen X FM, they are very much out of this picture. Now it is all down to how Hydra's 2-man split is going to be played against the players of OR, because Team Prince, they are getting sandwiched right here.
Pretty much. Prince, 3 players still in the building. They've got the only solid cover that's currently available inside of the circle. So that's a good news for Team Prince. OR Esports looking forward to slowly and steadily make some moves on the board from the outskirts itself. For Savitar and AJ, it's going to be a little bit more tough. And the amount of utilities that are being tossed in forward, it's even tougher. 4 players from Hydra, while 3 players from Team Prince. It's not looking that good. And the amount of kills they've gotten as well, it's quite incredible. 3 elimination points so far.
True.
So once again, for OR, they've been playing this entire game pretty safe. Before Hydra, they're trying their best to get as many elimination points converted as possible. So once again, all these teams are quite desperate to get the slot inside of the top 16. For OR Esports, yeah, they are in there, but not with any type of cushion. So there's a chance, a little bit of chance, that they can be kicked out of that. So they need to be consistent. At this point, they have been consistent.
They 100% have, but that nade creating an opening from Jackson's side from Team Prince. At the same point of time, Jackson himself gets dropped down from the side of OR. So this is where the opening for OR has been brought on, and they push on their luck against the final player from Team Prince, as AJ7 is being dropped down from Admino, and that Molotov is going to be doing the trick, as we do have Team Prince going down. OR are still a 3-man army, and the opening that was created against Hydra, they have been able to revive their players. So the 4-man team of Hydra are still going to be sticking together.
Yeah. Now it's just going to be bodies dropping down like flies. Hydra and OR Esports, both these teams looking forward to go at each other. While especially Hydra, they've got their grip pretty firm around OR Esports' neck. And once again, just tosses out that first aid to help out the players who are going for the patch-up. Hydra, with 4 players, they've got the man advantage, but still they're playing this one quite patiently. OR Esports trying to play this one patient as well, but once again, the zone slowly and steadily going to start to close in. The wall of death is merciless. It's not going to wait for anyone. And OR Esports, they need to respect it. Hydra, they're controlling the majority of the zone so far. They've got the advantage in build. And OR Esports, they will need to leave this building soon enough. Admino at the top, Pro and Zap a little bit in the mid phase of that building. And information is going to be key. But at this point, once again, no one really cares about the info. It's going to be about individual brilliance and some good communication.
Absolutely, because again, I was just looking at the utilities being left onto the players of Hydra, and there aren't any. That's the reason why they're kind of playing it over extra safe. Whereas for the side of OR Esports, well, they've got a lot of things that they can lose upon, and this is where, of course, the zone is what they're going to be losing on upon as they jump on the outside, and that is where Admino jumps into action. One player goes down, second player goes down, third one goes down. This is an ultimate conversion for the players of OR, and their fans ought to be elated. The DBS, the Hulk of a gun that is, smashes players down like paper as Hydra crumble down. It is OR Esports leading and maintaining a charge in this entire play. Wow, Admino, hats off to that approach right there.
Of course, a 3v4 being executed by OR Esports, and they come out on top. And it's all because of Admino. The amount of experience this man brings in the table, it's incredible. And once again, he proves himself right, and he comes out on top in that fight. OR Esports, they have been looking like a well-knit unit recently, and I hope they just keep on moving on forward just the same way. Robin being the IGL of this entire team, he was also doing a great job in the previous roster of Godstream, and now in OR, slow and steady approach is there for OR Esports, but I'm pretty sure once they start to gel up even better, it's going to be even better for the players of OR Esports, because the better the synergy, the better the communication, it's all going to be good in the hood for OR Esports. Yeah, initially we saw the communication lacking, IGLs wasn't really able to make the proper callouts, but now it's looking like they're slowly and steadily getting used to each other, and that's all that matters as a team. The more you play, the more better you're going to keep on getting. Unfortunately for Hydra, I mean, once again, they messed up. That's all I can say. They screwed up massively. Yes. They were not supposed to lose that fight in the first place, considering OR Esports, they had the disadvantage not just to the position, but also the man disadvantage, and they still somehow come out on top because Admino just demolishes them.
It was like clockwork. Bam, 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 and all of them just completely fall down. Could it have gone any better? Well, again, Hydra, they gave away a lot of information. But talking about the highlights as we get things moving on ahead, to recap the entirety of this Miramar game, this is where we saw OG being dropped down, and this entire play right here, it was quite a chaotic one for SkullTz to start things off with against TWM, but then SkullTz themselves stood tall and true against TWM, and then also pushed on their luck against Chemin and annihilated the competition. So SkullTz had a really wonderful adventurous play in this game.
Yeah, I mean, OG, they lost against TWM off the bat, but then later on, SkullTz came in, they shut down TWM. They also took down Chemin Esports. So two of the big names were already off the entire game. Carnival Gaming, unfortunately, getting pushed up on by the players of Team Prince. It was quite an incredible push. Later on, unfortunately, they couldn't even stand a chance against OR Esports. So the players of Team Prince just came tumbling down. For Hydra, they had the man advantage, they had the position advantage, but they still somehow screwed up massively. And just look at this. Admino pulls off a 1v3 out in the open with a DBS, and he just switches on to targets. And while the opponents are missing all their shots, that's the problem. The DBS, it's supposed to be a one pump gun, but still the players of Hydra, they were not even able to connect a single shot. And it just really makes you wonder, why did this even happen? You are not supposed to miss that many shots as a professional player. Ooh, it just stings.
It stinks so bad. It stinks so bad. At the same bit of time, for Admino to be able to lock on to targets like that, that is just abysmal amount of control that he was able to showcase right there. And like clockwork, he had no cover. The team that he was opposing against, Hydra, had a tree to fall back to. But again, none of that actually matters in the end, because it was just like you perfectly mentioned, talk, 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 and it is done. And you walk away with that perfect chicken dinner where just 20 seconds ago, it seemed like Hydra, they ought to be able to nail this one. Now, the zone has moved away from OR. Zone moving away from OR, getting caught out in the blue in stage 9 is not something that OR wanted, but well, what do you know? That is what they came out swinging with, and that's all thanks to the MVP right here on our screens. That is OR's Admino with 6 finishes and 66 finish contribution.
I mean, technically, if you think about it, for Hydra, nothing's really changed anyways. I mean, even before this game, they couldn't stand a chance to make it inside of the top 16. Even after this game, they cannot stand a chance to make it in the top 16. So I guess, yeah, I mean, that wasn't really that big of a difference maker anyways. So yeah, for Admino, 6 finishes and 66 finish contribution, actually. Okay, Admino was, of course, the man who popped off from the side of OR Esports, and him getting 6 elimination points. It was, of course, a lot of these converted by him. But then you move on forward towards the best companion. It's going to be Spray God from Hydra. And once again, going all out, it's going to be Admino.
Absolutely. An incredible companionship being showcased from Spray God right there, of course, for Hydra. But like you mentioned, mate, it is just a bit too late, maybe. For OR, they have had the chance. And with this game, they're definitely moving up the numbers and picking up the slack, so to say, from that top 16 position that they were missing on out. Right here on our screens is going to be the number of points that these teams have been able to accumulate. And for that, OR, of course, walking away with perfect chicken dinner along with the 9 points finished, 24 in total. Hydra officials, is it a bit too late? Team Prince, definitely a bit too late. SkullTz Esports, the same exact story.
I mean, but no matter what happens, Carnival Gaming once again consistent in that approach. 8 points secured.
Decently,
but then
yeah.
You look at the top dogs at the bottom this time. Team 8-Bit, Chemin Esports, and Entity.
Wow.
All of these top dogs who did great in the previous game, who are doing great in the overall standings, they're now currently at the bottom, ladies and gentlemen. That's how it goes. You need to be down to earth. If you're gonna feel too egoistic when you're gonna be at the top, you will be taken down anyways. And that's what has happened in the previous game. But once again, anyways, in the overall leaderboards, they're doing great as long as you're gonna move inside of the top 16 in the LAN finale itself. That's all that matters, and these guys are going to be doing so. As I mentioned, for the teams at the latter half of the board, all the way at the last page, they do not stand a chance at all. Especially the upcoming game is going to be the last game for these groups, so you gotta just book it all. And especially for the teams who have lost all the hope, you might as well try to spoil some games once again.
Absolutely, and the best part being the fact that now they're going to be jumping on to their final game, like you mentioned, and that too on the OG map of Erangel all over again, which means that they ought to know the drop locations for all the teams that are part of the lobby. That implies that it should be a very swift and quick Erangel. At least that's what I've been hoping since the start of week 4 has not really happened just yet. But today, being the final day of week 4, it is hopefully bound to happen. I really don't know, but I want to be able to see those sort of kerfuffles, and by stage 2 itself, all the teams just play it out like a skirmish. At the same time, right here on our screens is going to be the overall ranking. The first 2 teams on the leaderboard are going to be playing their final game before they jump on to the LAN finale.
The overall standings in front of us. Chemin Esports Entity still at the top. No difference over there. Then you move on to the second page of the standings. iFlix on the 9th spot. Carnival Gaming on the 10th. They're currently out of that danger zone. The teams from 13th to 16th, they're definitely in a bit of a problem, including OR Esports. Yeah, the previous game was really solid, but still, that's not going to be good enough. You still need to perform a little bit more better. Genix FM, the same thing can be said for them. Team Forever and Big Brother Esports. Big Brother Esports, especially, they're on the verge of being kicked out of that 16th spot. The upcoming game is going to be the game of Erangel, and if Big Brother Esports isn't able to get a chicken dinner, they will definitely be kicked out from the top 16. I am assured of that.
That is definitely going to be true. I have to agree. For OR Esports, like you mentioned, they are going to have to, because this being their final game, get another incredible point conversion from this final game of the day for OR Esports if they are to, well, find themselves on the LAN finale. Moving on to the third page itself. Now, this is where Hydra officials still does have a chance to maybe make it to the top 16, but only for a few minutes, because the teams that have not yet played, they're going to be jumping into action. And then comes in the players like Team Godlike, Team Prince. Well, tough luck situation for them, because the conversion for them is going to be quite high to even touch upon the top 16. Forget moving on to the LAN.
Pretty much. I mean, especially you look at the last page, and at this point, everyone at the last page has lost their hopes, including Xpark, AUTOBOTZ, Team Zero, 4Shot. Yeah, a couple of these teams are not really playing inside of these two groups, but anyways, they've only got 3 games left over. They cannot make such a big leap unless they get 3 chicken dinners with 40 points per game. Then only it's possible, or else it's not possible. And let's be honest, getting 40 points per game is like literally unrealistic. So yeah, it's impossible. So you might as well just count them out of the game. Even Metal Esports, a team that was showcasing so much caliber that we all thought Metal Esports is capable of a lot of the great stuffs. Unfortunately, even they were not able to perform in this tournament. So you can imagine the amount of caliber, the amount of skill level right now in the competitive scene. It's quite high that even some of the OG teams are not able to adapt.
Exactly, and on the fly being able to adapt every single day, how SPS has been from week 1 itself. 2024 for the BGMI world, it has turned into quite a chaos right here thanks to this tournament that I am loving for a fact, for which of course it is a big thanks to SPS. But at the same time, we're not yet done with the final day right here. This is going to be the final game for these 2 groups that are playing B and D, but that is not to say that the day is done, because Group A and C, they still have to jump into action. For now though, on the map of Erangel, as you mentioned, OR, they have done miraculously well on the previous map of Miramar, but at the upcoming game of Erangel, they're going to have to do it all over again if they want to solidify their position in the top 16 and that LAN journey. Otherwise, they can bid adieu to that entire play.
Now, once again, it's time for us to build a bit of a suspense and some theory crafting. Hydra is currently on the 17th spot. Big Brother on the 16th. Hydra, the previous game, almost missed out from the chicken dinner. If they would have gotten that chicken dinner, maybe there was a chance they could have toppled over Big Brother Esports. But that also means the difference between the points is quite less. Hydra in the upcoming game, if they're able to stay consistent and get even more than 10 points, they can breach inside of the top 16, but sustaining that 16th spot on the board is going to be next to impossible. The only way Hydra can actually break in the top 16 and stay for the LAN finale is to get a chicken dinner. So even for Hydra, they need a solid chicken dinner. Even for Big Brother Esports, they need a chicken dinner. Even for OR Esports, they need a chicken dinner. From teams from 13th to 17th spot, they need a chicken dinner. There's no way they're going to be safe in that spot. They just need a solid cushioning in order to keep themselves in the top 16. Maybe the team on the 13th can be safe, still just barely hanging on the ledge, but still, who would want to be in that paranoia zone? No one would want to be there. So once again, for OR Esports, they need to get out of that spot. The upcoming game is going to be a glimmer of hope for so many teams, but it's going to be a ray of hope for the teams that are currently at the latter half of the board, just looking forward to spoil the games. Now you guys know the names: OR Esports, Big Brother Esports, and Hydra. If you guys want, you guys can move on forward and target these 3 teams.
Absolutely, and with that, now, before we jump on to the 3rd game of the day itself, it is actually time for us to go on a short little break. We'll be right back with the action continuing on the other side.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night.
Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Today, that means a lot of these teams are just trying to grab onto anything that they can. For some of these teams, the ray of hope is completely dead. For some of these teams, the ray of hope is there, but it's filled with a lot of the pressure. We had a big theory crafting session with Plotter. I mentioned the amount of possibilities that can happen, the amount of possibilities that cannot happen, but still from the teams from 13th to 16th or even the 17th spot, they're going to be in a big danger zone. They're going to be having a lot of that pressure onto themselves. But once again, if you guys want to be a part of that LAN finale, just like the players, just make sure to scan that QR code so you guys can join us alongside the action. And of course, I would love to see you guys over there, man. I mean, I've been in some of the official events. I've seen a lot of you guys, and I would love to see you guys once again. So make sure to scan that QR code and buy your tickets for the arena.
It's going to be super fun indeed. And yes, I was also hearing the 30 crafting session with Plotter, but half of which I really felt was just you being that evil person who wants to see a lot of salt in the entire match. Yeah.
You know, I am a sucker for entertainment, and the longer I'm going to keep on getting that entertainment, I would just keep on loving it. So, hey, the more entertainment it is, the more better it is. And this is what I was waiting for. Why do you think I'm back over here in SPS at the last day? I was casting some other event, but I'm back over here at the last day itself because I knew things are going to get super heated up. And hey, you just love to see it, right? You've got the schedule in front of us too. Erangel is going to be the last game for Group B and D. And as I mentioned, for some of the teams in this group, the hopes are already dead. So you might as well just try and do something to, you know, just either spoil someone's game or just bring in a little bit more entertainment. So in general, things have been looking quite great inside of these series. And I just want to see it get amped up and heat up even more.
I mean, for Big Brothers, Hydra, OR, it's crucial to get that chicken dinner. We've already discussed about all of that previously. Unlike me, they do not need to tumble at all. They've got to stay put. And again, we have seen a pretty good day from the side of Big Brothers, but also the previous one, the match in which Hydra almost got that chicken dinner. Again, the battle was between OR and Hydra itself. So yes, it's going to be super important between these teams, but at the same time, ending things on a good note. I have been repeating that match after match in the entire evening. That's how you need to do things, specifically for the teams who are on the last page.
The teams on the last page, all they can do is target. So, you know what? I'm down for this. Last game for this group, ladies and gentlemen. Group B and D. For some, as I mentioned, it's a ray of hope. For some, it might just be a date with destiny. As the game and the plane flat path starts all the way from Norapnoy towards Quarry, this plane flat path is extremely tilted to the southern side. And you know what that means, Shaishanu? Off the bat, we're going to see a lot of these fights, and I love to see it.
I really want to see if there's going to be any action in towards military base or somewhere around Ferry Pier, Primos, because we quite a few times see Orangutan, their drop is being classed out by a few different teams. We've seen that in multiple tournaments, but also for the teams who really want to go directly towards Severny, I'm not quite sure if they would be able to reach that area without fighting some other team for those vehicles, because down towards Shelter, we'll see quite a few teams taking the drop. Hydra are going to be super happy though in the meantime because they've got Melta power for themselves, but I'm not quite sure about Team Zero and Team Together in Novo.
Off the rip, teams who want to go towards the northern side, they would need to just drop towards some of the pit stop, get their hands on the vehicle, some basic loot, and then move on forward. And in these pit stops, there's a chance we might see some collisions happen. And there's a chance off the rip we might see a fight between the players of Chemin Esports. And right next to the players of Chemin Esports, there's a team. You do hear a couple of shots around them as well, and it's going to be Team X-Park up against Chemin. They've already found a couple of these elimination points. One man's knocked out as well from X-Park. The same thing's going to happen for them. But look at the man just pushing up close and personal with the pistol in his hands. And there's only a revolver in the hands of Spray God. He connects the first shot. Unfortunately, the follow-up does not really come through. And the P18C is able to find a lot of the value. It's a fight between the pistols itself. You do not really see a fight this often, this early inside of the game, where teams do not even have the suitable weaponry to fight against each other. But Team X-Spark, they're replying back in quite a good fashion. Chemin Esports Phantom is trying to wrap around the outskirts. His position's compromised. He's only got a revolver in his hands, and he misses all the shots, and he will need to pay the price for that.
Oh my god, never really thought I'm going to witness the fights using the revolvers. I mean, we all know what we call this in our own languages, but at the end of the day, I was never expecting something like this to happen. The hopes are all now 100% dead for their side, but on towards Nova, we're seeing Medal who are taking the fight towards Team Zero, and this is going to be one of the most crucial fights for the team who really want to end things on a good note.
And things indeed. And for now, Chemin Esports' lifeline's being ended. But once again, for Chemin Esports, that really does not matter. For Metal Esports, oh man, once again, things cannot be good. And at this point, I'm just really happy that we're seeing so many of the fights happen off the rip. Even Ninja Jot falls down for Team X-Spark. The game's pretty much done and dusted. SkullTz Esports as well. They want a little bit of piece of this pie. Saran's going to be able to get away without any problems. For Metal Esports, this fight against Team Zero keeps on continuing. 3 players from Metal pushing up close and personal. DBS is in the hands, and Team Zero, they're starting to come out on top. 2 DBS is in the hands of Sayed and his teammate. And somewhere down line, Team Zero, they found the man advantage as well. But then from the back line, Starklord gets knocked out. Team Zero, they're taking a lot of the damage. And Shadow, he finds one more knockout, but he gets knocked in return himself. Encore still up and alive for Metal Esports, so he can try and get things back into control. But Team Zero, they've dealt a lot of damage on Metal. Sayed going for the resurrection on the fallen player. Encore doing the same thing as well. Res is being traded from both the sides. And now even TTE, they want to be a part of this fight. They've closed on up towards no point. They're going to hear a couple of more shots, a couple of more sound cues. And once they get the confirmation on the players, they will start to push up close and personal. Dutch is pinned behind that cover. He peeks out. He instantly gets taken down. Team Zero, just like that, they've been wiped out from the game.
Maybe Medal might follow the same footsteps because Team Together Esports are in the outskirts, lurking, and not in the shadows, but out in the open behind those containers. So it's basically a position swap between Medal as well as the Team Zero that they just eliminated, because Team Together are now slowly making their way. I really love the entire flank that came in from Paradox. He jumped into the water and then swam across entirely in a 100-meter butterfly that he was able to bring up perfectly. But Krunal needed to connect those shots. Still does a decent amount of damage.
Now, once again, you guys might think that I'm pretty evil, you know, that I'm getting happy seeing these fights early on and I'm making a whole story.
Yes.
Once again, us as commentators, we're supposed to be the storytellers, and the story can be evil or nice. And once again, as long as it's a story, that's all that matters. And even sometimes evil stories, they get a lot of reads, understand?
Always love evil stories. I mean,
exactly.
These teams have been playing.
So. More than fairy tales, I feel like evil stories, they work even better. And I feel like for now, the amount of fights we're seeing happen inside of the game, that's even better.
There's a reason there are quite a lot of people who love Infinity War Part 1. Well, Infinity War, since the last one was named as Endgame. Either way, since we now move towards the end game of this map too, we are seeing Krunal yet again going in for a few shots and towards Nova. This fight, it kind of seems to be prolonged. But again, if you're having a look at the circle directly up north, taking a very awkward shift. The circle has basically been high on something at this point, because it's either going directly down south or directly up north. We haven't yet seen any kind of centric circles whatsoever, but Medal now finally is making their way, taking towards the eastern parts of the Nova containers, wherein in towards center Krunal, he will be the first one to take the contact.
Well, I mean, speak of the contact in Team Together Esports, they're not just here to get the contact, they're here to wrap around all the elimination points that are here in the same vicinity. Good utilities. It was tossed quite close to Sayam, but he's still alive. Metal Esports, they need to pass themselves up as quick as possible. They're not in that good of a position itself. Team Together Esports, they've surrounded the players of Metal Esports, and they've got nowhere to go for now. Krunal's getting pushed up close and personal. Sayam gets taken down. He's able to find a lot of the crucial eliminations with the M249 and Badger. and he shuts them both down. Good cover fire from TTE, and they're here to wrap up all the elimination points. They're the collectors, collecting all the souls in Nova Repnoy, and one more man to go in the name of Top Dog. He does not stand a chance.
I was saying that Krunal would be the one to take that first contact. I did not anticipate such a humongous flank from him. He wrapped around through those containers and came in the back line. And it was all thanks to Stagger. The way he was getting the attention of the players of middle, they had no idea that Krunal had wrapped around like that and have been so close just behind that yellow container, waiting for all of the middle players to go in for that rotation. A brilliant play indeed, and that basically has got Team Together Esports a flawless win in this fight. I believe that's a little bit too late maybe, but you may never know if they're able to pull off a miraculous chicken dinner for themselves. Maybe trying to get inside that top 16 or at least trying to solidify their space. That is what they would be looking forward to. But this is the kind of performance that they need to replicate. And not just in this one fight. They have to do it in at least 4 different fights.
Well, I mean, TTE off the bat, a good start to this game. Taking down 4 players. That's going to be 4 elimination points instantly converted.
True.
A good start. A solid start. Carnival Gaming on our screens. And this team has been consistent throughout the start. Currently on the 10th spot in the overall standings. Once again, for them, they've got nothing to worry about. Even inside of this game, if things do slip out, they would still be quite comfy in the overall standings whatsoever. But Carnival Gaming, they like to be consistent. They do not really want to let go of any single game. So that's what they're going to try to do once again. Before now, if you speak about Big Brother Esports, this is one of those teams that needs the chicken dinner. That is on the 16th spot, barely hanging on the ledge. They need a chicken dinner to solidify the spot in the top 16. If they don't get a chicken dinner, that's it.
And the pressure is just mounting high, and oh my goodness, Carnival Gaming just so very close to the members of Big Brothers, and a shot's being fired. Sarvit needs to find a pick, and if he is able to do so, maybe Big Brothers would try and pounce onto the members of Carnival. But we've seen quite a few times how Big Brothers, they still do not like to take the fights towards their opponents. They like to play it smart, slow. They've been facing some consistency problems out there, but Uzumaki now finally unlocking all those seals, making sure that his team is playing to their full potential. Was able to grab some good finishes in the first map of Erangel itself. Would be looking to replicate it in this one. That last battle with Orangutan, I still remember that. That was played really well. Just that one last decision of them rushing onto the members of OG, which gave the chance to OG to get that chicken. Even after that though, they're still in the exact same position, right? Because they need one more chicken dinner to get themselves solidified into the top 16. And that is going to be a humongous task. This would potentially be one of the most important chicken dinners that they've ever had. But if you're looking at the circle, since blue is now hitting in, we're also seeing a cluster forming in directly at the center with Team Prince occupying that space over towards Rozog. Now here's the thing. Team Prince, again, I was not expecting them to make a big leap towards page 3, but looking at them, if in case they're able to replicate a 33-35 pointer chicken, they might be getting an entry in top 16.
Pretty much. And for TWM Gaming, once again, they're going to be one of the Dream Crushers. They're here to crush a lot of dreams. I mean, already Metal Esports and Team Zero, who were supposed to be the Dream Crushers, they're out of the game. But now Team X-Spark, they're still in, including TWM and also SkullTz. These guys can be the Dream Crushers. Entity Gaming, they've already made it inside of the top 16. No issues. They're sitting in the top 5 quite comfortably. So no issues in that regard. Next circle shift is what everyone's waiting for. SkullTz Esports as well, all the way outside of the blue. Just sitting comfortable over there. While Team Together Esports slowly and steadily trying to close on up to the centric spot. Are we going to see a lot of these urban finish? Maybe there's a chance a Yasna Poliana circle can be there.
It is possible, but again, I'm okay with the urban finish, but I really like to see some finishes over towards the mountains in those areas, because That's where we see some crazy nade lineups coming in. But at the same time, Orangutan for now in their rotation up close near the members of TWM. Seems like Orangutan are not really a big fan of taking those early fights, but Big Brother Esports as well, they would be ready to welcome TWM and they are super ready to go in for the third party if this fight breaks out. While down south, 8-bit will also be taking their entry. Might be possible that they would end up colliding with Entity Gaming, or at least will end up towards Team Prince if they directly go up north, or if they take an approach towards a little bit of an eastern part, maybe SkullTz or maybe Hydra would be ready to welcome them.
A lot of maybes, a lot of ifs and buts. But Carnival Gaming towards the northern side of Yasna Polyana. I like that approach. Staying separated from all the other teams in the circle. If you're going to be on the southern side, there's a chance. There's always going to be a threat. Your doors will be knocked upon. While if you're on the northern side, you know there's not going to be a lot of teams just wandering around from that side. And even if there is, then you will at least have an isolated fight. No one's really going to come up for the third party. And Big Brother Esports, they're moving up from that exact same spot. There's a chance they might just collide against Carnival Gaming soon enough. We might see a fight brewing up in that compound. Safe. He's just going to scout it out, move away instantly. And Big Brother Esports, the entirety of that team's now going to start to move up as well. There's a chance, as I mentioned, we might see another urban finish. Team Prince, they're quite proactive. They've instantly gotten those main compounds in their hands and also a solid building. Or two solid buildings in Yasna Polyana. They're holding a solid spot.
Holding the solid spot as of now. Again, they still would be trying to look forward to those fights because their main aim should be to try and get a cushioning. But maybe it's not a good cushion for Orangutan as Vizjord needs to leave his place. Team TWM are up close and personal to them. They would have to be wary of that. That's weird. It's just more or less like a Tom and Jerry game where even though they're showing that they will be fighting against each other, they're like, nah, we're friends. We're not gonna fight.
I mean, still a lot of ifs and buts. Maybe or no. Before now, if you do look at the map and on the screen, OG, one casualty. As I mentioned, TWM, they're going to be the Dream Crushers. And even for OG, there's a chance their dream can be crushed. Two of the players knocked out. Maybe the confirmation's going to follow up. Even Drinker follows the same line. Ash instantly just backs away. He knows it's better to back away from this fight. For OG, this is a big sign of concern. Yeah, they're okay in the overall standings, but for them to fall down from that spot, it's not gonna be tough. They will instantly fall down, so at least they need some assured points. Maybe 7 or 8 points inside of the game can definitely help them. And Ash is quite softened up for now. And Sam is on the trail. He's on the lurk. He's just following the man from the back. He's not going to let go of Ash just that easily. Because as I mentioned, TWM, they've got their own mission inside of the game. They're not going to let the players just move away like that. And wow, Salt on top of the wounds. AKOP gets pinned. TWM Gaming, they do have the individual skills. The problem was the team play. At the start of the tournament, when it comes to the 4v4 duels, TWM's team play was really good. But it's all about positioning as well. And that's where TWM sort of lacked. TWM lacks in getting the information while they want to make the rotation, and they just do not exactly know how to pave a path to the safe zone.
I would agree because, again, yes, on the back of the first game's chicken dinner, Orangutan's position was pretty solid, but you may never know. The cutoff is already reaching 257, and after this game, it will 100% reach at least over 260. That's already a 20-point leap within the 3 games. So I'm quite sure if Orangutan would be perfect out there. So Ash, I believe it should be best for him to try and go in for a mid strat, at least solidifying 6 points for his team, if in case he's able to find some humongous amounts of mids, that is. We did see Entity this time around. just on the outskirts of Pochinki, so might have left some loot out there. Ash could potentially take that. But in the meantime, Team Prince will have to take the aggression from Team Together Esports.
At TTE, the players are crumbling down from both the sides. Oh no, the same thing's starting to happen with them as well. It's not looking that great for Team Prince. They're losing out on the players. It's not that great. Before Team Together Esports, both these teams, I think so they're quite desperate to get themselves in the top 16 before both of them sort of the chances have faded away. But they're still giving it all they've got. They just want to go out with a bang maybe. Team Together Esports, they're getting shot at from the back. It's not a good news. From the back, it's going to be the players of 8-Bit just knocking on the doors. No matter what side you try to go towards, it's not going to be safe at all. Team Together Esports, this entire take they try to make, it's now starting to fall apart in the compounds itself. It's only one man in the front in the name of Invader. He has managed to invade the territory, but to sustain it, it seems like it's going to be next to impossible.
It's got to be the sustainer at this point. And yes, just as you mentioned, it's going to be difficult, but so will be things for 8-Bit if they decide to shy away from this perfect third-party opportunity. They have to pounce upon it. They've got 5 finishes, or at least potentially 5 flushes for themselves, which they really need to take. Madman was already able to take 1. So that's the opener. Now all they need to do is just repeat, rinse and repeat. Because we've been talking about all the other teams, but 8-Bit, not exactly. And they themselves are not in a perfect position. They also need that cushioning. This one last game is going to be super crucial for them as well. They need a chicken dinner whatsoever.
Yeah. I mean, Invader can hear so many footsteps around him, but he still can't do anything. All he can do is just gather the info. He's got no one to convey that to, other than himself and his brain. His teammates were taken down in the war. For Team Prince, they know, yeah, they're sharing a compound with a foe, but still, Team Prince, they do not really need to be desperate and that scared of that one single man in the front. But you never know. A threat is a threat. And the more time you give it to be comfortable, it will feel comfortable and maybe look forward to take you down. A snake in the territory can bite you at the right amount of time. And once again, for Invader to find that right time, he needs to have some more patience. But the patience are now going to start to run thin in the veins of Team Prince. And Prince is going to be the one to lead the charge. DB is pulled out from Invader. He goes for a first couple of shots, but he misses out on everything, and Invader falls down.
In 8-Bit, I believe they've just lost the opportunity to try and go for the third party, as the players are seen in the outskirts rotating away. In the meantime, I was also watching the fight between Genex FM, and they were already able to give a humongous casualty to the members of OR, as that Minnow was knocked down to his knees. I really hope has not been taken out and has been brought back up, because he has been the key player for OR in terms of that firepower, as Robin again in front of a humongous spray down. He's got to get those smokes up in order to try and move away. Oh my goodness, TWM in the outskirts as well. Karan has stayed in his own position for far too long, and that has now bitten him in the back, as Robin in the open was able to find him and take him down. Oh, wait a second.
A lot of issues.
To leave their player?
Ooh, Genex FM. A team that has sort of risen up from the ashes, but they still need to keep on the momentum. They need to keep on moving up in the overall standings. This game is also quite crucial for them as well. One single mistake, everything will be down the drain. All the efforts will be down the drain. And considering the upcoming 2 groups, they will just need to chase down an easy goal. And these teams who are currently playing, they just need to make sure that the goal's not going to be easy. The target's not going to be easy at all. OG, still with that one single man. OG's up and alive somehow, and he's keeping him alive. Genex FM with 3 men, Team Prince with 3 men. They've taken a little bit of punches in the gut here and there, but it's okay.
Ash is now going in for the rotation. He'll be met with the resistance from the members of Hydra. Would be looking to rotate away from them. But again, a pretty weird circle, I would say. Not entirely an urban finish, but that is where Carnival Gaming early rotations shine, because they've got the best position in the circle, I would still say. Just a little bit off center, that's all you need. But TWM, they are on a pretty precarious rotation as well from their side. Rotating all the way down south, would be looking to take that entry. And Ash seems to be in trouble. He's getting pinched from 2 different directions.
Team Prince, they can spot all the rotations happening in front of them, including TWM just moving away. Keel Amal out in the open. He's catching a lot of the shots. Sam as well just moving away. And the amount of shots they've taken upon themselves at this point, it's next to impossible to resist, to just stop and go for the patch-up. And that's what they're doing. The circle's out in the open. Not a lot of space to go for. You need to adjust in the open itself. You've got no other option. Proning and playing like a snake is the way to go. But you never know what's going to happen. Once again, because in general, considering the circle's out in the open, a lot of the teams, they do have the comfortable grounds. They're going to be inside of the houses, just looking down on top of you. And now that even Hydra is starting to knock on the doors from the back lines, for TWM, this is looking way too tough. They're in a dicey spot.
And so is Starboy along with Bayo. That nade, nah, it's not going to do a lot of damage. Starboy is just being too good on his feet, dodging everything. And it's kind of poetic to see how TWM started the fight by taking down 3 players of OG and also finished Ash while running a vehicle over him. And it's just, again, we've seen Orangutan always in a situation where they try to take the entry from the southwestern part or play around the southwestern skirts of the map. And it's not just this map, it's basically every single time that we've seen them. And that position has not always been forgiving to them, because there are so many teams who take the late entry from the south, and there are teams who face resistance on the eastern fronts and then rotate. But for now, resistance are going to be faced by OR as they fight against Hydra.
Oh, and it looks like a scrappy fight too. Hydra and OR. Especially for OR.
What?
Yeah, the team just runs away. OR Esports, they did take a lot of shots, but now they need to go for a patch-up upon themselves. Even the Wall of Death is starting to move in from the back. 8-Bit's taking a lot of shots against him as well at the same time. A good ledge Hydra's found, but the backlines are not so secured.
No.
So Hydra, they're always going to be in a bit of pressure from both the sides. And considering there's also going to be a couple of utilities being tossed from the front, Hydra is not in a good position at all, because even Team Prince, they want to be a part of this entire kerfuffle. Big Brother Esports under pressure, Hydra under pressure, even Team Prince, they're putting in a little bit of more pressure on these teams. It's really tough to say what's going to happen. But on the smaller screen, you see 8-Bit getting in a fight against the players in the front. And 8-Bit so far, everything's not looking that great for them. The players are falling down, the man numbers dwindling down. It's all down to Mighty to try and hold things off. And Mighty, he can feel that pressure. The opponents in the front, they've been taken down, but at this point, you're out in the open, you just can't do anything.
I would still say it's a blessing in disguise for Hydra that entry came in the backlines of Big Brothers Esports. That the attention was taken away from them, and it's only Team Prince that they need to deal with. Otherwise, I was not a big fan of this position. Rishi was able to flush out another player of Entity, and Somraj also down on his knees. His teammate will try and get him up, and so is the case with Diora. Wait, is Spray got also taken down? Because it does seem to be the case, and if that's the reason, then Starboy and Spursh, I don't think so they'd be able to do anything, because Team Prince are just raining those nades from the sky like missiles.
Hydra, Duoropi, and Starboy, as you mentioned. These two players, up close and personal, but then even OGE, or Orangutan, they're even somewhere else. OR Esports, they were going for a fight against 8-Bit. Even things did not pan out that well for OR Esports. Unfortunate stuff. 8-Bit, they're just holding things down over there. And where's the last man of OG? I'm trying to find him. Is he eliminated from the game?
Yeah, Ash was taken down again in a very poetic ending. TWM just running the vehicle over him when he was stopped by the members of Hydra. I predicted that.
Wow. I mean, they were still on a chase. That's crazy. But Entity Gaming, even for them, they're starting to get dismantled slowly and steadily, because Somraj is now taken down. The same thing can be said for Troy. Bukar falls down as well. Another nade being tossed up. Entity Gaming, they stand no ground against Big Brother Esports. The amount of smokes that are there in the front lines. Troy, he needs to hold it off single-handedly. He finds the first knock. Second one follows up as well. Big Brother Esports, this push they try to make up against the players of Entity Gaming. It's now crumbling apart. This push is not going to be made that well. And Entity Gaming, they abuse every single possibility in that rush.
But what a third party coming in from Carnival Gaming, because that was the reason why Safe, you can see him down on his knees, and also Troy was taken down from the fire behind them. A random spam through the smoke, but also Carnival Gaming themselves are facing some problems, as JD was the one who was again throwing out the nades on them. He has been taken care of by now. Hydra yet again in the exact same ledge, which I thought will be their demise, will be their graveyard, has basically become a blessing just because of the way how Entity positioned themselves. And Rishi, with that insane spray down, is able to get a good mode on the members of Carnival. And what a return fire by Safe.
But it's CG in the circle once again, of course. I'm not even surprised at this point. This team has cracked the code for Matrix. They just know how to survive. Wall of Death now going to start to pressure the players of PB to move out in the open and push up close against Hydra. And Hydra, for them, it's going to be mowed down. They shut down the players in the front. Even Duoro OP's now starting to fall down. Gumla Boy in the back line, just slowly and steadily moving up. But even he gets snuffed out by Goblin. And now it's the last two teams. Spursh OP versus Hector and Goblin from Carnival Gaming. And we all know what's going to be the result. But no, hold on. Maybe Spursh can clutch it out. Goblin's out in the open. He's going for a little bit of a tuck behind the cover. And for Carnival Gaming, Hector's now going to be the only option that's left alive. Goblin, he needs to play for the info. He's already got the info on exactly where the opponent is. A good nade. Unfortunately, a little bit of an overshoot. That's why Hector's going to be still alive. And
Hey,
what?
He missed the nade.
One of the best
And the
nade
previous one
lineups
was-
I've ever seen. Oh,
wait a
this
second.
is going to find
This
it.
can
It's
do
on
the
the
trick.
money. It's on the money. Oh, no. Doesn't even get the re-knock. That's the problem. It just chips out a bit of
timing.
damage.
Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. This
Oh,
man
it
is the
finds it.
screening terror.
And just like that, Spursh OP from Hydra. He's going to be the one to come out on top. Hydra Esports, 2 consistent games back-to-back. And in the last game, they secure the chicken dinner when they need it the most. Big Brother Esports, they've been kicked out of the top 16. Oh, so many blunders happen in one single game. Off the bat, we saw so many teams get wiped out. Off the rip, the amount of chaos we saw just ensuing in the lobby, it was crazy. And then in the end, Spursh OP with the 1v2 to close it off. For Carnival Gaming, all they needed was consistency, and they got that, so it's completely fine. They're still in the top 16. No one's going to be shaking away the players of Carnival Gaming from that spot.
Brilliant chicken indeed. And I would still say it's all thanks to Entity Gaming and the way they were able to distract Big Brothers from that ridge where Hydra were hiding, and that too in the plain sight. I mean, the best place to hide is in front of everyone. And that's exactly what they did by creating those smoke walls and just making the best out of the position that is available. That was such a great adjustment coming in from Hydra. And even after only one of their players was left alive, it was just so many scrappy fights at every other end that OR had just one player and then Entity with the last man standing, and so was the case with Gen X FM, which last player was taken out pretty early on, and Big Brothers, they just had no idea that Hydra was still lurking down that cliff.
They knew it, but they just had no other option. The Wall of Death was pushing them
That is
inside of the
true.
circle. Hydra was in the front. Big Brother Esports, they were moving up. For Hydra, it was a complete meltdown, considering even from the back, it was Carnival Gaming, another team sort of supporting them to shut down the team in the front. So in general, the Wall of Death was a big concern for Big Brother Esports. Unfortunately, they could not really get the chicken dinner secured, but hey, I would still say valiant effort. Unfortunately, they are not going to be the one to move inside of the top 16. That's a big upset, but hey, it is what it is. You got to move it up with that. And now even Team Together Esports, we even saw some good fights from their side off the bat. We also saw OG getting taken down, not having that good of a game. So maybe even OG can be in that red zone.
I would still say this had somewhere around 292 or 93 points. On the back of just a few more scraps that they would have got, I believe 295. That should be much more than sufficient to help them qualify, if not in the top 8, then at least in the top 15. And that is only thinking that the cutoff is just going to rise significantly, because it's somewhere around 260 right now. Before this, it was 257.
So, from what I know, when the day started off, OG had 263 points. Or maybe after the first game, they had 263 points or something like that. And then OG, I'm not exactly sure what happened to them, but once again, on the 16th spot was Big Brother Esports. So for OG in general, they were not in that much of a comfortable spot anyways. They needed the points inside of this game. And now that they have not managed to get the points in this game, once again, the team that was outside of the top 16, which was Hydra, they're going to move in the top 16. And for Hydra to make a space in the top 16, one team has to go out, and that is going to be in the name of Big Brother Esports. Now that the team was above Big Brother Esports, they're going to be barely hanging on the ledge. And once again, I'm not exactly sure which that team is going to be after this type of a result. Maybe Genix FM was the one. I don't exactly remember, but there's a chance. There's a chance. No, Genix FM is in the red zone as well. So we just need to look at the overall standings and explore the top 16 and find out how it's going to look like.
So many speculations out here, but yes, again, it's going to always rely down on that final standings that we will receive in a while. But before that, yes, I would still say again, Entity getting possibly the third place in this match on the back of their last man surviving. They were at the comfortable spot. They are again at the exact same situation. Now, there's one thing for you, all right, Nick. So I'll say it out loud. Before that, we're gonna have a look at the MVP of the game too, and then I'll give you the information that I want to. Spur Shopi from Hydra, of course, the man, last guy standing for the team and standing up at the most crucial time.
The man who clutched it all for his team with 5 eliminations and the elimination contribution of 62%. Of course, he got the most amount of them, considering he was the only man who was alive in the end. Hydra, they pretty much just escaped the death trap that was being put up against them by 3 teams. Entity, Big Brother Esports, Team Prince, and then also there was another team around them. So Hydra, they pretty much escaped that death trap, moved inside of the zone. Spur Shopi in a 1v2. He had the utilities, luckily enough, so good utility management, I would say. But then if we move on forward towards Best Companion, it's going to be Encore. Even Spur Shopi from the side of Hydra is just going to be going all out. And also the finisher, considering you got the last elimination converted, he will be there. As we do move on forward towards the match rankings, this is also going to be clearing a lot of the stuff. Hydra, they did not really get exceptional amount of points, but still it should be something to keep them in the top 16. 23 points accumulated in total. Carnival Gaming with 20 points. The consistency still moves up. OR Esports with 14 points. Even they're looking pretty good. Entity Gaming with 11. I mean, nothing can be said about them. They're pretty good on the overall standings in the top 3. Team Prince, 8-Bit, Big Brother Esports, for them, chicken dinner was needed desperately, but unfortunately, they could not get it.
And I would still say so was the case with OR Esports. Yes, they've got 14 points, but I'm not quite sure if they would be able to maintain their spot in top 16. They would just have to hope that all the teams that are below them that will be playing in the next 3 maps, they just have a horrible day. On the other side, Team Together Esports had a pretty decent effort, but nonetheless, they needed more than just 6 points. SkullTz, middle, X-Park not being able to have a great form, but since we've been making a lot of discussions, let's have a look at the overall standings. As Chemin retain their top spot. 381 points in total. Not being able to touch the 400 mark, that's a bummer. But at the end of the day, they don't even care about that. It was all followed up closely again by the side of Entity. I believe Necro is basically having a setback after seeing the position of Orangutan that was actually in the top 8. So on the other side, Blind Esports still retaining their 9th spot. Again, following up closely is iFlix on that 10th. They all have to play their 3 games. Hydra official sitting at 12. OR as well on 11. 283 and 278 points. They just have to cross their fingers and hope that no other team who are below them follow it up. On the other side, Genix FM. Again, they're sitting at the 14th spot with 271. Not that great of a cushioning, but even after that, I would still say they kind of have an opportunity, but that is again going to be relying on the hope that the teams on pace number 3 are not following them up and winning all of their points that they need to. Gujarat Tigers, Team Forever, they're already in the top 16. All they need to do is just grab at least 15 to 20 points for themselves. Big Brother Esports, just as Necro was previously mentioning, who's still in a bit of a shock, I guess, on 264 points. It's 17th position. So unfortunately for them, it is all over. So it's the case with Team 8-Bit and Team Prince not being able to qualify. They were having some problems in terms of their consistency. But that is just how things are. That is the entire scenario. But that's not where we're going to end things at. There's still Team Godlike, Alibaba Raider, Reckoning, FS. All of these teams will have the opportunity. I would still say it's almost extremely difficult for FS, but Reckoning, Alibaba Raiders and Godlike, they have got an opportunity, but Necro, they need at least a 30 to 35 pointer evening.
But once again, just to mention this and let you guys know, once again, these are the overall standings after the games of Group B and D. So keep that thing in mind. These are the overall standings after these two groups. So once again, you've still got a couple of more groups to go, which are going to be the Group A and C, and I'm super stoked to see what's going to be the case over there as well, considering now there's going to be so many teams like Godlike who are going to be fighting for that survival, including a couple of more teams, including Gujarat Tigers as well, that will be fighting for that survival. In general, a lot of teams that are going to have their hopes high in the sky to just make it inside of this top 16, and there's a lot of capable teams in the upcoming group. Even Alibaba Raiders cannot be counted out of that. Considering they're on the 21st spot in the overall standings, yeah, so you can just never count them out.
Alibaba Raiders and Chemin, they kind of had the similar kind of playstyle where they avoided the fights as much as possible in the early on stages. By Alibaba Raiders, they normally would just stay in a position which was not being targeted by any of the teams. Chemin used to stay on the outskirts in the blue. But then again, Chemin is right on top of the leaderboard. And the reason for that is because Chemin knew the fights that they needed to take. They were able to win all of those fights. Again, we're going to have a quick look at the overall standings. That's the page number 3, by the way. As you perfectly mentioned, Big Brothers, Team Prince, 8-Bit, they've all been knocked down. But Godlike and Alibaba Raiders, since the cutoff has already reached around 265 points. Godlike somewhere around 16 points shy, Alibaba Raiders 21 points shy.
Yeah.
So one game they need to win with a chicken. And with that, they'll be able to at least enter top 16. But then they have to create that cushioning as well.
Reckoning, Alibaba, and Godlike. These are the 3 teams who've got a shot in the upcoming rounds or in the upcoming groups to make it inside of the top 16. And once again, they're going to start things off Sanhok, and then Vikendi, and then Erangel once again. Last game's going to be the classic rounds, but before that, you will need to face some difficulties in the 2 maps, as I mentioned, Sanhok and Vikendi. It can be a little bit tougher for these teams to adjust upon, considering Sanhok is a completely zone-centric map. You need to respect the zone, and if you're not going to be respecting the zone, you will be instantly kicked out of the zone. And if you've got the Met strat, good job. You can keep on going for the Met strat. But if you do not really have the Mets, well, then you're screwed up massively. So once again, for Godlike, I'm not exactly sure how the upcoming game of Sanhok is going to be looking like. They have sort of struggled on the map of Sanhok, but you never know. Maybe they've got something cooking up in the back lines. Reckoning Esports, for them, the tournament started off in quite a weird way. They started off in a big downfall, then later on, of course, we saw that uphill curve. But Reckoning Esports, they sort of woke up inside of the tournament a bit too late. And that's why they're currently on the 23rd spot. Alibaba Raiders, they were supposed to be the consistent bunch, but once again, they've fizzled out from the top 16, and they're currently on the 21st spot. Ladies and gentlemen, for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. After the break is going to be the game of Sanhok.
I guess so. You know, there's a surprise. Yeah, there's a surprise for all the people, because not in terms of the break, we're going to have a big interview right in front of us right now, so have fun.
There he is, Robin.
Hello.
First of all, hello.
राम सक्रेड भाई, हेलो.
खड़ी खंबा गड़ी.
हेलो फिक्सिस भाई, जॉनी भाई कैसे हो?
हम लोग बहुत बढ़िया है. आपका दिन कैसा जा रहा है? आपसे बात करनी थी हमें काफी ज्यादा. इन लोगों को बहुत सवाल पूछने थे. पहले तो क्रैट आज इतनी उम्मीदें लगा के बैठे थे. क्रैट, आप कुछ बोलेंगे?
रॉबिन सर, कैसा चल रहा है? क्या महसूस हो रहा है? यहाँ पे कितना प्रेशर है अभी?
मैं लास्ट गेम खेल रहा था, हैंड शिविर कर रहे थे क्योंकि मैं अकेला बचा था और पॉइंट निकालने थे, और एडमिनो था, गाइड किया थोड़ा, और मेरा भी था गेम सेंस, तो उस हिसाब से लास्ट सर्कल गए और पॉइंट आ गई ये गेम में.
रॉबिन साहब, इससे पहले जो टीम आप लीड करते थे उसमें ना एक से एक फायर पावर एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर थे। उससे पहले वाला जो गुड़गांव वाला लाइनअप था उसमें भी हर एक प्लेयर लाजवाब था। अभी टीम के अंदर कुछ नए प्लेयर हैं, मतलब जिनको आप अभी सिखा रहे हो, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोवाइड कर रहे हो। कितना चेंज हुआ है आप में भी, कितना अडेप्टेशन आपको भी करना पड़ा है?
अडेप्ट तो मेरे को भी करना पड़ रहा है क्योंकि नए प्लेयर हैं, मेरे को भी उनसे करना है, तो सिनर्जी बनने में टाइम लग रहा है। एट द एंड यानी जो प्ले स्टाइल हम कर रहे हो उसका प्ले पता रहना चाहिए सबको, तो बस उसी के ऊपर समझा रहा हूँ। गेम के बाद वर्क कर रहे हैं, चारों साथ में बूट कैंप पे हैं, तो बस जल्दी हो रहा है, जो भी है अच्छा हो रहा है।
रॉबिन साहब, मुझे वो मिरामार के जो आपके जो कारनामे थे एडमिनों के, उसके अराउंड थोड़ा सा रन डाउन कीजिए, क्योंकि वो कुछ ऐतिहासिक था, वो अविश्वसनीय था। अगर वो एडमिनों ना करते मुझे नहीं लगता आप अभी हंस रहे होते। बताइए क्या चल रहा था तब?
तो ऐसा हुआ था कि मैंने इनको बोला पहले ग्राउंड फ्लोर कैप्चर कर लो वो घर का, देन लास्ट में 4v4 था, यानी 3v4 था। अब हमको हाइड्रा की पोजीशन पता थी पेड़ पे, और वहां पे फूट आ रहा था पीछे वॉल पे। मैं इनको बोला दोनों साइड से निकलना, एडमिनो आगे जाइयो, ये थोड़ा एम भी मिस करेंगे तो मार देगा। मैंने कहा तुम भाई पूरा अंधा भरोसा है, तुम चारों को मार दोगे, आराम से अपना चिकन है, आराम से खेलो। एडमिनो को देखा जो उसने 1v3 किया भाई, उसके बाद तो गले मिलाऊं जाके सबसे एक से।
फीलिंग्स पता चल रही है
जी।
बट आई थिंक अभी तो आपका मैचेस खत्म हो चुके हैं, अब दूसरे टीम्स आएंगे। और आज हम एक और स्टोरी लाइन चला के रख रहे थे कि आज बहुत सारी टीम्स टारगेट करने वाली है। क्या आप एंटिसिपेट कर रहे हो कि इस ग्रुप में होगा, क्योंकि बहुत बड़े बड़े नाम है इसमें?
हाँ, टारगेट हो सकता है, क्योंकि एट द एंड यानी फ्रेंड्स भी है कम्युनिटी में, आपस में क्या पता हेल्प करे या नहीं करे, वैसा है। हमको भी यही डर था, क्योंकि केमिन फिनोमिल खेल रही थी, तो हमने यासना छोड़ा दूसरे ड्रॉप लिए, क्योंकि अपने को भी क्वालिफाई करना है, तो बस उस हिसाब से खेले। पॉइंट बस पहले गेम का दुख है वहां पे, यानी जून भी था, हम कैपिटलाइज नहीं कर पाए। ओजी ने हमको थोड़ा पुश डाउन कर दिया, थोड़ा पीछे, तो हम यानी थोड़ा दो साइड से फाइट हो गए, मर गए थे वहां पे, उसका बस थोड़ा है।
भरपाई आपने अच्छी खासी कर ली थी मीरामार पे। आई थिंक क्राट के पास एक और क्वेश्चन था, वाज दैट यासना वाला?
हाँ, यही था कि आज हम सबको पता है कि यासना में आज तक एक ही प्लेयर पिक ऑफ हुआ है, वो ये हुए हैं सारंग के द्वारा। बिकॉज हर बार टीम बराबर बंटवारा करके चलती है। तो आज मैंने देखा ओआ ढूंढ रहा हूँ, यासना में नहीं दिख रही है, सडनली देखा वेस्टर्न शोर पे खेल रही है। उस टाइम पे हमारे पैनलिस्ट ने एक चीज बोली कि आप थोड़ा सा पैसिव, आपने सोचा था कि आज का दिन हम थोड़ा होल्ड करके खेलेंगे, या स्टार्टिंग से ही फिनिशेस का वो एक मोमेंट लेके चल रहे थे आप?
नहीं, हमको पता था, यानी टीम्स यानी लड़ेगी, फाइट होगी, 3 मैन वीमेन रहेगी, अपने को 4 मैन रहना है 4th सर्कल तक, ये एम था। तो कोई भी ड्रॉप लो, बस वहां से गेम खेलना है, तो कैजुअलिटी नहीं खाना था, क्योंकि 3 मैन डिसएडवांटेज में फिर जो स्ट्रेटेजी पुल ऑफ करनी वो होती नहीं कभी, थोड़ा दब के खेलना पड़ता है गेम में, तो वो नहीं खेलना है। तो और बस बाकी यही बोला था, फटी में नहीं खेलेंगे, जो दिखेगा मारेंगे, मर गए, बाहर हो गए, सुकून से बाहर हो जाएंगे, कोई इशू नहीं है।
आई थिंक आपके जो मोटिवेटिंग वर्ड्स थे उन्होंने काफी मोटिवेट किया आपकी टीम को। रॉबिन, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस फॉर दिस इंटरव्यू, और कमाल का परफॉर्मेंस आज आपकी टीम से देखने को मिला उस मीरामार पे, और अभी जो एरंगल देखा हमने इस पे भी। थैंक यू सो मच एंड बेस्ट ऑफ लक।
थैंक यू।
होपफुली वी सी यू इन द फाइनल्स।
यस, हो जाए। अब देखो नीचे से और कितनी टीम कमबैक करे, आज तो सबने किया।
अभी तो और भी कमबैक्स बाकी है। 3 more matches left, ladies and gentlemen. Robin again, thank you so much. उम्मीद है दोबारा जल्दी मुलाकात होगी।
Bye bye. Take care.
And जैसे कमबैक्स की बात जो इन्होंने
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that interview. Of course, Robin having some choice words to say. OR Esports doing pretty good inside of the game, so it's understandable. We had a full-blown conversation about OR Esports too, how Robin being the ideal, he's taking things under his own control. He knows he is the ideal. He needs to make the teammates a little bit more comfortable. He's in charge of pretty much having the team synergy in his hands and communication in his hands. So he needs to be the one to be the main point, to be the convey point for his teammates. And I feel like so far he's doing a great job. Yes, slow and steady improvement, but at least we're seeing something.
Yes, again, it was an entirely new roster for OR, apart from Admino, who was basically the part of the organization for quite a while. Robin, Zap, Pro, all of them just new entries, and there were some initial struggles in terms of the synergy, and that's exactly what Robin also mentioned, that even now it is not as clean as it's supposed to be. So maybe with the time, with the gap that they're going to have, if fortunately they qualify for the LAN, they would be able to somehow get in better synergy and would be able to bring out the best version of OR that we were seeing. Again, we also were talking about the golden OR days. I'm expecting to see even better ones that are going to be coming in the LAN finals. That is again a potential possibility. But in the meantime, Necro, the map of Sanhok, what are your views? Some quick ones.
I mean, listen, as I mentioned, it's a zone-centric map, and Sanhok is known to bring out the variety as well. For example, imagine if Soul's dominating, and then in the map of Sanhok, there's a chance maybe some other team can dominate. But unless if it's going to be the Camp Alpha Circle, once again, Team Soul will dominate. But in general, it's time to move inside Sanhok. It's time to discover and know the rainforests.
Absolutely true. And again, I hope you see the domination of Soul right now, because again, we're going to have some changes onto the desk. I'll reveal it in a while, because we will be seeing all the teams now jumping out over all towards the corners that they love to play. Soul, yet again, a team that I would really want to keep my keen eyes on. They've been basically changing the gears and not going from 1, 2, and 3. They directly turned into the gear number 6. And that's how aggressive this team has been playing for a while. While on the other side, Team Godlike, a team that we were talking about, need at least 16 more points to try and take the entry in top 16, and then also a few extra to maybe have that extra bit of cushioning would be what they'd be looking forward to. And the change that I was mentioning, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Blotter back in action for this game.
Absolutely, mate. On the casters desk, though, I'm not in action in the battleground. That is something that, well, it's good that I'm not there. But again, when it comes to the play itself on the map of Sanhok itself, we've got a really good start right here for quite a lot of these teams. Of course, we anticipate that with the group change, it will be a slow and steady pace before the teams start racking up those points for themselves. But that is unlikely, because right off the bat, we've got quite a lot of teams who are around in close proximity and vicinity against each other as of right now. We've got the players of Vingod. Now, Vingod, they are going to be slowly but surely making their way away from Dutmok itself, because they did have another team around in the vicinity, and that was in the name of AUTOBOTZ, if I'm not wrong. So, Vingod, they've got a troubled start. At the same time, their troubles are not yet done, because when it comes to the entirety of the day, as far as the points that they are supposed to be able to accumulate, it's not looking good for them. But right now, it is all going down for Gujarat Tigers against IQ Soul, where Ronnie has been dropped down on his knees, and it's all boiling down to Knuckle, along with the level 2 helmet that he's got. This is a good start for him, but DBS in his hand, along with the QBZ. What he needs to do is just be able to connect that shot right onto the heads of the opponent. But at the same time, it is none other than Gujarat Tiger. And Gujarat Tigers, they have been consistent with their play. They are sitting in the top 8, but will that be enough to dictate this fight?
That is definitely going to be the question, because again, Soul, we've seen the aggression, and that's how it comes. Knuckle quickly gets one, as well as the flush. They've got one, and then now they'll be moving backwards to getting the level 1 vest for himself too. He was basically vestless at that point. Just a couple of shots onto the body, and he would have been done for. And this is possibly the first time we're actually seeing Team Soul kind of shying away from the fight.
Yeah,
that could very well potentially be because they do not have enough utilities in their hands. Maybe after grabbing that first set, they would be looking to find some more teams to take them down. Or who knows, maybe they want to take down Chemin right from the leaderboard. So they'll be looking forward for a few of those chicken dinners. But that's not exactly how we love to see Soul. We love to see that aggression from this team.
Oh, indeed, that is so true. Of course, when it comes to Soul, aggression is key element that we are kind of missing right now from the start of the game. But that's A-okay, because the game has not yet even started. Now, finally, it has begun with level 3 kit already set up for S-Power from Soul. Now we're rock solid and jumping into gear number 7, as you perfectly mentioned earlier. At the same point of time, though, they did almost lose out on Ronnie, the mastermind who has been sensational in terms of the kind of plays that he was able to make yesterday. We do not want to see that happen again for Ronnie or the entirety of this team of IQ Soul now. When it comes to the start, they have had the first finish point in this game, which is definitely commendable and good. As far as their position itself is concerned, of course, they're going to be finding themselves on Camp Alpha Island itself, and they've got nothing else to worry about over there. On the other side, when it comes to the teams that are going to be in close proximity to each other, well, there aren't many
In fact, there are none. It is going to be a slow poked start for these teams in these drifts. As of now, a lot of eye is going to be favoring down towards what exactly should we expect from the players of iFlex. Now, again, we saw in the overall ranking, iFlex found themselves in the top 16. They are kind of looking good. But will that thing continue, or will that be an ordeal that they're going to have to fight for to sustain themselves in the top 16 itself? Again, this group, these two groups that are playing right now on our screens, there's ups and downs in the number of teams that are going to be part of the top 16. GE looking very comfortable, Blind looking very comfortable, IQ Soul, no questions about it. At the same point of time, there are a few that questions need to be raised upon. AUTOBOTZ, they are probably out. FS, probably out. The one that is looking smack in the center pretty much with the yellow dots by Crore Esports, that is, out. So these are kind of draw lines that we can already start building upon, which clearly should let our viewers know as well that, yeah, we expect a good fight coming in from all the teams that are named right now. But no matter how hard they try, statistics kind of speaks for themselves, and they're just too far out to be a part of that top 16.
Not really thought, but yes, I'm going to agree with those points. But there are still a couple of teams who've got that fighting chance. Godlike, Reckoning. These are the teams who have got the opportunity to enter in the top 16. So this match is going to be crucial for them because it's going to pave the way. It's going to give them the momentum to slowly move forward into the next ones. Because Sanhok, if you start things on that map, yes, Necro has mentioned a couple of times, it's very zone-centric map. You always need to respect the circle. Otherwise, when it moves away from you, it's going to be even more difficult to try and move away. Most of the teams would be acquiring those important, crucial points where you've got some good rich cover or at least some solid hard covers. And if not, they just create it with the vehicles that they have. So that's where all those vehicles also come into play. And Godlike, for now, they're farthest away from that circle. So would have to make a pretty long rotation and look at the teams that will potentially stop them in that. You've got God's Reign already in Paradise, and then down south of them, FS, and on even more south towards Query, you've got iFlex, and iFlex has been in a very solid momentum of their own.
Absolutely. Nothing taken away from iFlex's approach and the momentum that you just mentioned. Because again, when it comes to the playstyle that iFlex have taken on, especially in this final week, well, that is exactly the kind of flickin' playstyle that we wanted to see from iFlex, because they have been able to accumulate, 47 points yesterday. As we move on ahead, the way that they've been able to jump into the top 16, it is looking really good in week 4. Now all they need to do is sustain that position. On the other side, when it comes to a team that jumped in from the open finals, or did not even jump in actually, because they qualified for it, they fought for it. That is the team on our screens right now, WSB. Now, WSB is a phenomenal, sensational name right now going on in this SPS. At the same point of time, the team that they're up against right now is going to be Revenant. Now, Revenant, they don't really have the best of positions against WSB, where WSB, as you can see, have almost created a flank angle as well against the positioning of Revenant. So, Revenant, the best position that they can do, which they are actually enacting upon right now, is to fall back.
Falling back would definitely be one option, but you never really want to see Revenant shying away from the fights, do you? You want to see that action. You want to see all these players bring out the blood, let it boil, and then transform it into the bullets that are going to leave their barrels and penetrate through the bodies of their opponents. That's all right. That's way too poetic. Not going to say that again out there. But yes, we really want to see a lot of action. And
that got graphic real quick.
I mean, there's not much happening on the map either
and then in hyphen, scared yet? Is the question that scared yet is going to be asking to the viewers. That was very well done, mate.
Thank you so much for that. Always love to see all those fun talks in between the game when all the teams, they're doing absolutely nothing apart from grabbing some utils and the positions as well as the information around them. Since again, the first blue is going to hit And position of Wingod and Godlike is not exactly one of the best ones out there because they still have to make their way inside the circle. The northern island is occupied by Soul as well as the members of Alibaba Raiders and AUTOBOTZ, who will be moving through the extreme western bridge towards the southern island, while all these teams will be acquiring a lot of attention from Global Esports, FS, even God's Train, who basically making the way. So I'm not quite sure if this late rotation is actually a good call.
Interesting, yeah. Now that you bring it onto the viewers' attention as well, Godlike, unexpected kind of a play style being showcased from their side. Wherein viewers have been waiting, I mean fan base especially for GL, have been waiting for the longest time to bring in that over-aggressiveness that is anticipated and expected from the side of Godlike players. This time around, they have stuck themselves far out in the blues for a long time at Camp Bravo. And now finally it seems like they're going to be getting into the vehicles, or they're still debating about the exact. So perhaps the most late rotating team is going to be Godlike, but that's okay. We shall come back to GL as and when they make an entry into the zone. Another team that I did want to bring our attention towards is going to be down south towards Camp Charlie, or getting closer towards Camp Charlie, the players of Reckoning Esports. RGE, the team in yellow that are outside the zone, very close to Cave, in between Cave and Camp Charlie. Now again, these teams, they have a decent play style that has worked for them, but today being the final day, it is very they have to be very careful of every single step that they take in the game, basically. But they're gonna have to tiptoe across to be able to move into the top 16, for which at times shying away from the fight perhaps is the best course of action, at least in the initial stages of the game, because especially on the map of Sanhok, you are going to be part of a lot of third parties as soon as you jump into the zone or you take on those fights and shots. As you make some noise, another team around in the vicinity is going to be able to hear you, and if you're not in a hard cover, which is already taken care of as far as the flanks are concerned, then that third party is definitely going to be pushing onto your compound as well. Now, keeping that in mind, with the zone constricting onto itself, the amount of landmass available right here is not a lot. And bootcamp is where we do see AR getting in close proximity to Global Esports, and Global Esports themselves haven't caught on, and it is going to be Roman from AR who just completely rams over Mavi, and Slug himself has definitely been dropped down now. For AR, trouble has definitely been brewing quite hard, as Roman is the only player surviving, and he is not going to be able to do much, in fact anything at all, because Beast, and just like that from far away, Beast is able to annihilate the final player. And Alibaba Raiders, they are the first team to get eliminated from this lobby. 15 teams remaining. Global Esports did lose out on Mavi, sadly, from this entire play, but eventually it is still going to be working in their favor. They are in the top 8. They are looking pretty good, and this is a good momentum start boost for them.
The exact momentum that you would expect to see from Global Esports. Very pacey start indeed on the other side. The Ice Flakes, they have taken upon the WSB Kings themselves, as they have found a couple of openings, and Raiden is the one who was brought down to his knees. So that is still a pretty big blow to WSB. Would want to really see what's going to be the conclusion of that fight. On the other side, Gujarat Tigers, the team that we saw in some early skirmishes with Aiku Soul, have taken just a step back into being a little more patient. On the other side, we can still see Soul in the outskirts. Not that close by, but still, if a couple of shots were fired, they would be able to hear it, and that's what grabs the attention of Soul. If you really want them to go on and attack you, you just need to fire a few bullets. But for the people out there, you can quickly attack the seats that are going to be in Noida Indoor Stadium by just scanning the QR code. And just know that the seats might actually be limited, so you really want to be as quick as possible and as swift as possible while getting those tickets. You'd be able to meet your players and see them perform live on stage, as it's going to be the LAN finals, which will be held from 16th to 18th February. Do not miss out on that chance. I know Necro is doing the exact same thing out in the backside.
Oh, 100%, I'm sure he will be. 100% 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 I'm sure he will be. 1 That has he would have already booked and set up
Possible.
his friends for that event that is going to be upcoming. But right now, as far as the viewers are concerned, they have all the loot available for them through the RSVP QR code. But for these teams, there's only top 16 that will qualify. And amongst those names, Global Esports has definitely made a banger of a rocket start for themselves and confirmed their slot. But for Vingod, troubles have not been easy. All the same, though, DBS from Max. And a nade is going to be brewing trouble for the players of GE as Beast has been dropped down. But Ninja Boy is going to be able to clear up the entire compound. Vingod, in just a minute, have almost been completely nullified. Eggy had a flank angle. That itself is going to be taken over by Ninja Boy himself, as he knows exactly where Eggy is. Out in the open, Eggy tries to try and cover for his teammates. But what exactly was he thinking? What exactly was he thinking over there? No idea. And just like that, Vingod do get eliminated. Mavi was lost to the cause earlier itself against against Alibaba Raiders for Global Esports. They are still going to be able to get their players revived, and they shall survive for another fight. As of now, they've got 8 finish points confirmed. 2 teams have been eliminated from the side of Global Esports. Vingod and Alibaba Raiders.
Was such a great play by Global Esports, specifically slug out there with the perfect cover fire while Beast was taking the fight. And also Ninja Boy again, 5 finishes already racked up. How many more is this guy going to have? That's going to be the question. If that's how Global Esports are feeling, you might not want to take that fight against them. And Vingod again, even a slither of hope that they had to enter the top 16 have now been nullified because AUTOBOTZ out there in the open, losing one member. But now is the time for them to try and find an opening. That is a pretty scrappy fight as Mafia was taken down, but not before SkullTz himself was taken down by his own nade, Team Forever. They were in the top 16, but you still need those consistent points from them. And in the meantime, in the finish feed, I'm also seeing Jelly was able to take down Destro. So the battle of IGL between Godstrain and Godlike, only one of the types of gods will prevail.
Indeed, and which one it shall be, we shall find out real soon, real quick, because right now it's going to be the players of Godlike in that PIP screen that we can see who are slowly but surely making on their opportunity count. And that perfect nade that, of course, was thrown from Mac on that PIP screen has created a perfect opening. But on our big screen, we've got Team Forever's Flock taking on some frays against AUTOBOTZ Raiders, and that is just AUTOBOTZ Esports, and that is just a troubled affair for AUTOBOTZ because again they were out in the open, but 2 individual fights taking place right now. Team Forever looking pretty good, Team GL looking that much more pristine. Just don't know which side to go.
And again, Team Forever losing just 1 member but getting 2 in return. I would still say it's a pretty decent one, but you've also got RNT lurking in the background, so you want to be pretty safe. Revenant is the team that we saw yesterday on the last Erangel were able to pose a lot of problems to Team Forever, and Fierce would be having some insane confidence in his firing skills because he was able to bring down terror onto the members of TF. So again, they should be vigilant. Sim playing so far back in the meantime. Sensei just a little bit up front. Aquanox and Fierce doing a pretty solid job. AUTOBOTZ have decided that they want to bail out from this fight, but from which angle is going to be the question. Fierce is just going to fire a few shots as Omega was also able to do the same, and they've been picked apart. Though it's Flock who will be able to pick off those finishes. Maybe not. Sensei will take one on Rico.
And along with that, AUTOBOTZ also get eliminated. Blind Esports in a world of trouble of their own as they've been caught out in the open against the players of none other than Gujarat Tigers. Best part right now in this fight is the fact that Blind have a bit of that cover that is working for them, whereas for Gujarat Tigers, this is a slowpoke affair for them. MJ has been caught out in the blues. Vixki, he is trying to get closer and closer to the players of Blind, and Vixga, never mind, that DBS needs to move away from the meta because it was just a very quick done and dusted affair right there from the side of Gujarat Tigers. But thankfully, Blind Esports had a cover going on in the name of Adi, who has been able to eliminate the possibility of Gujarat Tigers getting away from this position. But in the minimap on towards the top right-hand side, we can see that Blind Esports, they're not out of trouble. They're not out of the fight, because right next to them is going to be a team in purple. That is Global Esports.
Global Esports indeed. Just with Ninja Boy now alive, it's going to be even more problematic as Arrow from FS falls. Good shots coming in from WSB Armin. Even though they've lost Raiden, they clearly show that they do not care about it. They're going to keep on their aggressive approach. But is it going to be the name of the game as iFlix as well move forward? Zeref has been taken down and struggles even more for the side of WSB. As it's only going to be Anuj who will be trying to just stop anyone from entering while aiming his DBS on towards that entry. But again, iFlix would be able to give the revival. Maybe not as Insidious moves in. But that could have been a horrible mistake. He's down in the mall. He should be able to take down. That's a flush already. Maybe Madreg jumps in, tries to get a couple. And I believe he would be able to do so as well.
Indeed, he did, as we move on ahead with 12 players remaining. 5 teams in total. God's Reign trying to reign in Supreme with only 2 finish points as of yet, having lost out on 2 of the players. Dustin and Destro, the only 2 players surviving, the only 2 players in the zone, the only 2 players who have the higher ground of this entire play. But that is also a downfall because they're only a 2-man squad at the same point of time. What exactly is Justin going to be able to do? He has been able to scope out his opponent right there in the name of Revenant, but at the same, on the back lines, Goral's Jonathan, he is eagerly, patiently waiting to be able to pounce onto the opportunity. And on the other side, we've got Revenant against CDR. Perfect nades coming in from the side of Fierce have been able to dictate this fight, and an opening that was required for Revenant has now been pushed on through, as now it is the final prayer from the side of GDR, and that will not be able to do much. He goes down, and that in turn allows Jonathan, with all that noise, to be able to push on ahead. He has now cleared the blues. Revenant have absolutely no idea. Oh, Jonathan, Johnny, he is going to be getting up and close and personal against the players of Revenant. Revenant thought that they've got this perfect shack, perfect sniper tower for themselves. But look at that mini-map. They have absolutely no idea. They're looking on towards the north, but from the flank, it is Jonathan pushing on ahead.
3 teams remaining right now, and one of them is Reckoning. They really need this chicken dinner. Down just towards that hillside. Jonathan's going to be taken down. Aqua Nox wins out that duel. The DBS shot connects perfectly down to a 3v4 situation. Simp was taken out. So Reckoning, they've got to move against the hill. They do not have the advantage, but they've got nades, which can definitely create some. But Aquanox is the one who starts things off. A good one indeed. Chunks up a couple of players to pretty low HP. Immortal needs to be careful. Just a little bit overcooked nade out there. The other angles are still being clear. This could very well be a disaster. Hunter has been taken down. Then Aquanox provides a much needed opening, equalizing the numbers at least for the players who are standing. Maybe he can get more, but Fierce is the one who answers back. And it's time for Revenant to quickly push their advantage. They try and go in for the flush as well. Immortal is down to his knees. It should be last one member for Reckoning. No chicken for them, but maybe the second place, or maybe not. Kira wants to say otherwise. Out of the blue, he'll be taking a lot of damage, and the bullets finally connect. It's Revenant winning out their chicken dinner, starting things off on Sanhok in a style.
Absolutely in style, and what a rockin' style that was. Rock solid affair right there with a chicken dinner in the hand and in the back. This is going to definitely confirm, well, is it going to confirm? It is definitely going to get them close and looking beautiful and confident as far as their position in the top 16 is concerned.
And it is highly possible that they might even take the entry if they've got somewhere around a 20-22 point a game. Because Revenant, with the amount of finishes that they were able to have, absolutely phenomenal. They already have a good positioning in the top 16, just looking to make it even better. And this is just the strength that they are now displaying, and also making sure their synergy is perfect, even with Sim. We've seen Blaze being picked up time after time. But this time around, they've also brought in their sub Sim, and he is doing a good job too. If I'm not wrong, we even saw Sim play on day number 1 as well. In the match where, again, Ronnie, if I believe it was day number 1 where Ronnie was the one who was surviving in the map of Vikendi, and that was the map where Simp was also playing. It did seem to me like Revenant were just a little bit disoriented, did not anticipate Chemin in that position, that is true, but even right now I'm looking at Simp in the entire group, it just seems that they're working pretty well. So yes, there's been improvement, there's been development, and that is showing out pretty well.
It definitely is. With the way that this game played out, with the way the chicken dinner was confirmed, it definitely plays out well for them. But now the question is going to be that how big a jump actually is to be expected, because this was just the first warm-up game for these two groups.
That is
true. And amongst all of that, we still have 2 more games pending and remaining, off of which one of them is going to be on the map of Vikendi. So a lot of trouble that is going to be brewing. Not for Revenant, but for other teams that we have mentioned previously as well. And at the same point of time, now that, with so many games that were pending and remaining, we had spoken about earlier, the teams that played the first 3 games, they moved on ahead, got themselves confirmed in the top 16. But will they remain there? All of that is going to be based on how these teams are going to play it out, for which they've got the players. Well, they're doing what they're doing. That is on our screens with the highlights, where we did see Global Esports' domination kicking on ahead with quite an upswing battle that they were part of, where they eliminated in the first 2 stages itself, 3 stages, 2 individual teams.
Absolutely true. And again,
at the same time, just as you mentioned, we've been discussing about all those games previously, but these last 2 games are going to be super crucial. Gujarat Tigers, they were already in the top 16 if I'm not wrong, so would not be a humongous amount of problem even if they do not get a lot of those points. Same is the case with WSB Blind. So most of the teams out here are just making sure that they've got the momentum going so that when they enter LAN, they've got a good piece of basically the advantage that they're building up right now, not in terms of points but in terms of mentality, and that's what they are looking at. But for the other teams, if you're talking about Godlike, if you're talking about Reckoning, again, they might be just closer to the top 16, but still there's absolutely no way that Godlike might have entered. If I'm not wrong, they were able to secure 10 points, 8 on or maybe just 12 points, I believe, 10 on the back of the chicken and 2 for the finishes that they had. So well, again, not sufficient. I previously mentioned too that they need at least 16 points to make that entry in the top 16. So the next man and the map after that is going to be very crucial for them. And also at the same time, if in case for any reason they're not able to perform on the next map, things are going to be looking very difficult.
Let's not bring up that question, because again, from the fans, that is nobody's thinking of that angle. But you know what? That's why your name is Cared Yet, because those are the kind of pointers that need to be brought on straight to the face right here, and that's exactly what you're doing. Which again is so very true, because it needs to be pointed out that there is a chance. There is still a chance, because there's so much pressure already to be able to do really well and good, and that will then provide you with the safe haven of being a part of the LAN finale itself. So it's not an easy conversation or conversion in the game to be had for these teams, but that's what they're battling it out for. Right now, though, the biggest hurdle and question that is going to be on the minds is MVP slot. Where are we going to be looking at an MVP coming out from? Which team, rather, is where the player is going to be dropped on from? Let's find out. Let's move on ahead. Let's have a look at the MVP, and it's going to be none other than Ninja Boy, obviously, says the producer, from Global Esports with 8 finishes, 66% finish contribution. This dude, he is rock solid when it comes to the finished leaders, because he is deserving. He has proven it time and time again, and nobody can get even an iota close to his domination right now.
If I'm not wrong, his team should potentially have somewhere around 12 finishes. So that's Global Esports already matching the amount of points that Godlike were able to grab. And if I'm not wrong, Global Esports lost Mavi early on in the fight, and then from that they built it up. They were also able to win out another crucial combat, and they came out unscathed. But the one and after that is where they faced a lot of casualties. We're going to have a look at the stars of the match too. Ninja Boy being the going all out as well as the best companion. Sensei is the one who's going to steal away the finisher. as he will get the final finish. 5 assists in the name of the man himself. While we're looking at Ninja Boy, he has shown a phenomenal performance. And Global Esports, I mean, again, they're just playing in for their mentality to make sure that all of their players are warmed up, all the compartments in the machine is working out perfectly. That's all they need to do.
Absolutely true. As of now, as we move on ahead, Sensei has proven his mettle once again to the entire lobby. Nobody questioned it, but during the 4-week affair, there were points where, or rather, I should say, there were moments where point was being discussed as to where exactly is Revenant Sensei missing. Well, he was right around the corner, and again, as of now, the position that the entire team of Revenant Esports find themselves in the overall ranking is looking very comfortable, and the domination that has been started from Revenant once again in this week itself has been absolutely wonderful to be able to see. As of now, since we've got the chicken dinners on our hands, let's find out how many points were actually accumulated and disputed amongst the entirety of the lobby. And look at that. First 8 teams walking away a decent amount of points. In fact, not only the first 8, we talk about all the way till 10th position, decent amount of points being circulated right here.
I would agree with you on that point because, again, it's Revenant getting the first position. iFlix was playing super aggressive, so also was able to grab those 7 crucial finishes, and on the back of 8 placement points, 15 total points in the game. But if you look at the difference between the team that's on first and then the teams afterwards, it's almost that half of that difference. iFlix just having those 15 points. Reckoning trailing close by with 14. Those crucial points that they needed came in terms of those position points. And I still feel they would not be able to enter in the top 16, but at least get close to it. So they're in kind of the similar spot to Godlike. Global Esports 12 finishes for the team with only 1 placement point, still ending up on the 4th place in match ranking. Absolutely phenomenal. But again, for 4Shot, Wind God, Alibaba Raiders, AUTOBOTZ, things were already looking dire, and now it just seems that it's time to put the final nail over the coffin as well. And since we're already talking about that, looking at the overall ranking, is Global Esports have overtaken Team IQ Seoul, who were only able to secure 2 points in the previous one. On the other side, Revenant maintaining their 5th spot, Orangutan at 8th with all of their games have been played, iFlix, WSB, all these teams, they from 3rd to 7th, they have absolutely no problem for themselves. They're already in the top 8 and qualified.
Absolutely. No wonder, no trouble like you probably mentioned at all for them. But as we push on ahead, again, the first page, it is looking really, really good. Moving on to the second page is where we're going to be able to see how big of a difference are the teams going to be making. As far as the teams who've already played out their games, we've got the likes of Chemin Esports sitting on the 15th position, who are counting their stars right now because, again, you know what? They would love for the other teams that are going to be playing the upcoming match to just be like, all right, allow us this time around.
You may never know. I mean, I'm still gonna say even Gujarat Tigers are not looking pretty comfortable in the 14th spot with 275 points for themselves. We were talking how the cutoff is just going to increase. It's currently 269, and that's Team Forever. They are yet to play 2 of their matches. So up until Hydra official, I think so it's still pretty precarious. Things could change a lot. They were already over for Big Brothers, but Godlike as well as Reckoning, these are the only 2 teams that have the potential of making it into the top 16. But again, Team Forever is also playing their matches, so you already know the cutoff is going to increase. If nothing, 271, it's not going to just remain that if in case Godlike and Reckoning are able to grab a few points. But for Reckoning, I'm going to say I believe even they are out of the mix. Even Alibaba Raiders not being able to have a good performance in this match. Unless they get a 25-30 point chicken dinner in the next one, I think so their chances are almost none. So it's only Godlike that we're looking forward to on this page.
Yeah.
Maybe FS can kind of play as a spoiler, since again they've also lost all the chances that they had previously.
Actually, that is true. I mean, yeah. 20 points. For Reckoning Esports, it's 20 points. 2 games. For Alibaba Raiders, you know, again, possibility of that. But the kind of gameplay that we've seen from both of these teams, doesn't give you the kind of confidence that's oozing. That tells you that, oh yeah, it is definitely happening. There's no trouble about it. But the momentum that was showcased from the side of GL in this previous game, their first game for the day, I can definitely see that happening. And also the position that they're on, right? I mean, 18th position, 251 points. 5 points is what they need in the upcoming game. And I'm sure they're going to be able to get a lot many more than just 5. After all, you're talking about Godlike. So you perfectly mentioned it and said it out loud. Godlike is the only team to perhaps keep a keen eye out towards when it comes to this upcoming game of Vikendi. Whereas all the others, they better play some spoil sport because that's the kind of momentum change we want on the map of Vikendi.
So maybe it's only them and Gen X FM kind of going in for that prey, right? Because if Godlike make their entry in the top 16, then it only will be in place of Gen X FM or maybe Team Forever if they have got 2 consecutive bad games and the cutoff is 269 only. So until and unless Team Forever is the one getting targeted, I think so it should pretty much be over for Gen X FM, but we'll have to wait and see eventually because at the end of the day, it's again Godlike still trailing by a few extra points, and you may never know if they'll be able to get those or not. I'd be looking forward, and I'll be keeping a keen eye on the performance of Forever and Godlike, and that's exactly what Gen X FM are also doing.
Indeed, they definitely are. Now we need to figure out that when it comes to the upcoming game of, or rather map of Vikendi itself, where exactly is this curveball going to be, or rather which team is going to be the one that will be throwing this curveball for us to discuss? Because Vikendi, it is, like you've mentioned time and time again, and I've noticed so as well, it is kind of the little brother of Miramar. It is one of those slow and steady map where it is going to take some time to get into fights and actions. And then when it does, it is an all-out brawl through and through. So Vikendi, a tough map to predict, actually.
That is true. I mean, they're both desert maps after all. One is a hot desert, other one is the cold desert. So, you know the fighting style is going to be almost the same. But Erangel, again, the last map, and I don't think so all these teams would like to put all their eggs in the basket of the map of Erangel because it's a good playground for Team Forever, for Godlike, but at the same time, every other team loves to play on that map. But again, since even yesterday, we saw Team Forever perform on the map of Vikendi. It was not yesterday, it was the day before yesterday in the map again, where Ronnie was just in the car sitting like Drax, invisible to everyone.
Yes.
That was the game they got a chicken dinner against the team Reckoning. So I really feel that if Team Forever are able to bring the momentum back, just like how they were able to do on the day number 1 of week 4, they should be pretty comfortable. But at the same time, I cannot say the same thing for Godlike because they have been looking pretty shaky on this map, and I'm not a big fan of the way they take the fights. So we'll just have to wait and see how that will pan out for Godlike, but they've got to perform on this one if in case they want to have any leeway in Erangel.
Fingers crossed, mate. Fingers crossed that Godlike, for their fans, are able to do it. With that, we're going to be jumping on to the map of Vikendi for one final time before we jump on to the LAN finale between these top 16 teams and to be the amazing caster to, well, spread the lies and the stories of this map. We have Necro joining us.
Okay. I was in the back looking at the game and I heard a word, cold desert. I don't think I've ever heard about that. Cold desert.
That indeed
maybe,
is
yeah, maybe to a food item, yeah, understandable, but cold desert towards a piece of land? I don't think I've ever heard that word. Shaishanu, I don't know where you came up with that word from, but yeah, it's unique, man. I don't think so I'm ever going to be using it, but it's unique.
Indeed, and the lies they keep on spreading, as we have absolutely no idea what we're saying. But right now, this is the moment to talk about the biggest team I actually want to bring up right now in our conversation, Necro, is going to be the players of Reckoning Esports. Now, what is your take and say about Reckoning Esports? You know, it has been a tough tourney for them, that's for sure. The way that they've actually dropped right now on the southern edges of the zone of, my apologies, the map itself, is not looking like the tight-knit unit that we need to see from them to be able to rack up those points.
I mean, once again, there's a chance Reckoning Esports is probably going to go for the med strat in the game of Vikendi just to secure those extra bit of points. They've had a solid start. They're on that uphill curve. They can breach inside of the top 16 if they bring in that consistency. Off the bat for now, though, Global Esports, they're taking some shots against the players of Team Forever, and even for Team Forever, games are really important. They're sitting on the 16th spot in the overall standings. They can be kicked out anytime. Once again, getting back to the conversation that we're having, though, as I mentioned, for Reckoning Esports, the entire tournament started in quite a tough time, and now for the last day, the day started on a great note. Now they're probably going to go for the med strat. They're just going to try to patch themselves up, stay consistent in the overall standings, and as long as you're going to breach inside of the top 16, it's all good in the hood.
It's all good in the hood, mate. That's true for sure. Now, another team to bring up in the same breath and conversation is going to be the one that is actually on the opposite side of Reckoning Esports itself, and that's going to be up on north towards the, towards the northern side of the zone and the map altogether, Godlike. Because they are sitting in a comfortable, well, not a comfortable position, but as far as the points themselves are concerned, they're sitting on the 18th place, if I'm not wrong, and only 4-5 points shy of getting themselves into the top 16. Now, that's another conversation that I do want to bring up. I kind of had that with Sked, and he was of the opinion that Godlike haven't really had the best of their plays. They seem a little lackluster in those fights. What is your opinion on that? Because I see Johnny and everybody kind of coming together. Yes, it's not the same Godel that we used to see back when, but I guess the pressure isn't the same as well.
I mean, once again, if you speak about the teams that are outside of the comfort zone, the teams that are in a big state of discomfort, they're Godlike, Alibaba Raiders, and Reckoning Esports. So Godlike is still in there. They haven't made it inside of the top 16. First game, quite decent. They had decent amount of points. They had double digits on the board. And in general, if you try to summarize the entire way we have seen Godlike play in this tournament, I would say they've been pretty inconsistent sometimes. And that's been the main issue. I understand it's a new team, Jelly being the IGL. Yeah, those tweaks are definitely hurting these players. They're not able to adapt and communicate. The team synergy is lacking. But it's been a long time. A lot of these teams, they have managed to adjust in the given time, but Godlike, they have definitely showcased a lot of signs of struggle, and I hope that's not going to be carrying on forward.
Indeed. Let's hope the same. Let's keep our fingers crossed for exactly that. As we move on ahead to our screens, we've got the players of iFlex. Now, iFlex, this feat number 4 has been wonderful, has been sensational, has been absolutely uplifting. The play that iFlex have been able to make. I'm just going to open up their graph right here on me iPad, and I've got them sitting with day number 11, which is yesterday, 47 points. The day before that, 36 points. The day before that, which was previous week, last day, 38 points. So iFlex, I mean, they've completely turned their storyline across the board around in a matter of 3 days, pretty much.
Yeah.
They've had to fight it out. They've had to grind it out, that's for sure. But that indeed has made wonders for them. Now the question is going to be that can that same thing be done for, as you mentioned, you know, the 3 teams that you mentioned. Can that same thing be done? That is the storyline that I'm going to be rooting for and hoping to see achieved by the end of this game itself.
Yeah.
But moving away from all the speculatory conversations that I'm kind of bringing up in the podcast are, what teams do you see getting into a close contestation perhaps right now?
I would like to focus on iFlex for now. It's a good conversation that you brought up, right? We know they've got one of the best coaches inside of the region as well. iFlex himself, he's been around the scene for a long time. In the past, he coached for Hydra. So he's got a lot of experience, that's for sure. In general, speaking about iFlex players now, in the past they used to play for Genix FM, for the Fearless Marathas. So they have gotten those official tournaments experience, you can say, but it's still not as much as some of the players inside of the tournament, which is understandable. It's a set of new players. And with the way they have been able to improve their learning curve inside of the tournament itself, we have seen that improvement happen in front of our eyes. As you mentioned in the last week. Exactly. In the last week, they have been super consistent on the day 1, day 2, and now this is going to be the day 3. The start isn't that great, but still, I'm pretty sure iFlex, they will try to make it consistent whatsoever. They're pretty good in the overall standings too, not doing that bad. They're pretty close to the top 16, not that far away at all. Even if they do fizzle out, there's a chance one solid game can bring them back up in the top 16. No issues in that regard. In general, iFlex, the newer lads, they've been able to astonish us a lot. Now, speaking about some of the other teams, same thing could be said for Gujarat Tigers as well. Gujarat Tigers is one of the aggressive teams inside of the lobby. They've got the experienced players, the ex-Newman Gaming lineup. Just MJ is going to be from the ex-Revenant lineup, but MJ has been able to gel up with the team so well.
Absolutely. I mean, as you were mentioning this, for the players of iFlex, and then you moved on to Gujarat Tigers, there's an analogy cooking in my brain, and that was, again, probably not the best analogy, but bear with me. When you're trying to cook rice, right? I mean, all right, you get it all set up perfectly, and then if it's not perfectly set, and you take it off the gas a little too early, it's not yet done. You let it cook just a little bit more, and then it is just
sticky rice.
Perfect. Uh-huh.
Like the Korean way?
Like the Korean way, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean,
that's exactly kind of what is... I mean, that's not, sorry to cut you off. That's kind of what's happening for the teams that we were just mentioning as well. Initially, they were cooking. They were letting it cook. They were letting it simmer. They were letting it roll. They were trying to understand, all right, how much of oil, how much of momentum, how much of collaboration that needs to be made, or not calibration that needs to be made between the team for the synergy itself. And now, with the final week upon us, the final day upon us, the result is in front of us. It's better than Basmati. It is just the perfect sticky bunch.
I mean, now that you brought up a conversation about rice, us Indians in general, we do not really like the sticky rice, right? We're not really that big of a fan of sticky rice because majority of the times we just like fried rice, biryanis, and stuff like that. But I've always been a big fan of sticky rice. Even I like having sticky rice with normal Indian curries. I love it. I feel like sticky rice is underrated. We Indians should definitely give it a shot. And you guys will like it as well, because even when I was doing the official tournament, some of my fellow casters, even they were going for the sticky rice over the normal rice, so maybe you guys should give it a shot. Just saying, just putting it out there. You guys can definitely give it a shot. Rice is rice after all. It doesn't really matter. It's not going to change the flavor. It's just the texture.
Absolutely, mate. And again, talking about rice and sticking as a bunch together, being synergistic, that's what another request is coming in from my side to the viewers, which is, get yourselves out there. 16th to 18th Feb, the top 16 teams are going to be qualifying for that LAN. RSVP for that seat for yourself and your friend. Just scan that QR code. The QR code, if you're not able to scan this time around, no worries at all. It'll be back again on your screens. And that is a must, because the next weekend, the all-out brawl that we're part of right here in the online phase is going to get converted onto a LAN finale for 3 days.
And trust me, you guys would not want to miss out on that. So make sure to scan the QR code, book your tickets, and I'll see you guys in the arena itself. Luckily enough for me, the English desk is also going to be in the arena, so I'm super stoked to meet you guys. I've done that in the past. I want to meet you guys once again. But for now, if you speak about what's exactly going on inside of the game, there's nothing going on, really. Alibaba Raiders, they've got the players of entire 4-shot esports just surrounded from all the different angles. Chris Opie's at the top, then Ralph and Roman's on the site. And this is what happens on the map of Vikendi. There's nothing really to speak about. That's why you speak about rice and you do normal podcast hours. But yeah, in general, Alibaba Raiders, even for them, they need the consistency. They need a lot of points. They need 2 chicken dinners, maybe. Or maybe 1 solid game and 1 chicken dinner. They need it.
Oh, dude, you've spoken about rice too much, and now you bring up chicken dinner. This is just mamma mia kind of a conversation going on right now, and it is turning into the dinner time as well. Though the question right now, based on we've got 0 first blood situations happening on the map of Vikendi, every single team. Here I was thinking that, this is week number 4. This is the final day of the final week. This is where we're going to be looking at an all-out brawl from the start till the end for all the teams. And this is what the teams are dictating. It is the end of stage 1, and there's no first blood for us.
Pretty much. No first blood, but there is a first knock. Alibaba Raiders now starting to knock on the doors of 4-shot esports. The first knock's found. The man's going to be back up on his feet as well soon enough. But 4-shot esports, this might just set them in a bit of a state of panic. Alibaba Raiders pushing up close and personal in quite a synergistic way. Communication has to be good in order to execute the upcoming team in the front. Good nades being utilized, good punishment as well. But still, the follow-up needs to be there as quick as possible. The Renock's not going to be found, and that's why 4Shot Esports, once again, they're back in the comfort zone, while Alibaba Raiders, they're stuck in a bit of a problem. Because once again, you know, in the early phase of the game, I'm not really that big of a fan of stalemates.
Absolutely. There's no reason to be a part of the stalemate, absolutely. Because again, you know what? This is the end of Stage 2 itself. Now, this 50 seconds more and Stage 2 ends will basically imply the fact that these teams have taken out a lot of that time and that they could have utilized to be able to get those loot segregated for themselves. That, it seems, that has been done for these two teams, but that stalemate, it is going to be utilizing a lot of that loot, and that loot being utilized to perfection right here from Cheyenne's side, as that nade cooked to perfection is going to be bringing down AR's Roman. Now, Alibaba Raiders, they've already lost out on two of their players, Christian Duke. Ralph is the only OG remaining, but now it is a 1v4 situation. A 1v4 against him. This is not the kind of play that he wanted to anticipate or be a part of. Sad turn of events, but let's see. We've seen a 1v4s, 1v3s earlier.
Oh no. But AR, their chances of moving inside of the top 16 slowly and steadily are fizzling out, just like their life inside of the game. And Ralph, he's trying to keep his position anonymous. Roman OG, the confirmation follows up. AR, not a good news at all. What can Ralph do? All by himself, tucked in a corner, just holding down stairs with the TBS. He can hear so many footsteps just around him. He's probably fighting a lot of demons in his head, and he can spot a man in the front lines, but he connects the crucial shot. Ralph OG, he finds the first knockout, but the second nade sails in the second floor, and it just seals the deal.
Seals the deal right there. For the dreams of AR have been sealed as well. There is no way, absolutely no way, that 4Shot Esports was going to get into the top 16. Now, they've actually confirmed that AR are not also going to get into the top 16. So that is an incredible turn of events right here. With that, we've got the first team getting eliminated thanks to 4Shot Esports and 4 wonderful finishes. Now, this was a perfect synergistic approach being showcased from side of 4Shot. They all stuck together and slowly converted that into a perfect finish point for themselves. Now, as it builds down towards stage number 3, the teams are slowly going to be getting into the center of the zone. And talking about the center itself, we've got Blind, Gujarat Tigers, FS. They're all circling around. But in the center that is on our screens, it is going to be Revenant Esports. Revenant sitting on that 5th position and trying to move up higher in the top 3 itself. The momentum is theirs for the taking. They've got the compound. All they need to do is take control against AB. That's AUTOBOTZ.
Revenant Esports, I mean, they've got a solid position inside of the game, outside of the game, in the overall standings too. We need to speak about WSB. Remember how I was mentioning over and over again that week 3 is going to be super important. If you want to make a comeback happen, make it happen inside of the week 3, because in week 4, it's going to be till the neck. And then going for a comeback when you're feeling so many nerves and so much pressure, it's next to impossible. And WSB, when they amped things up in the week 3 itself, they pretty much climbed in the top 10 really easily. They were able to get a lot of these elimination points confirmed. They were able to get some solid games in their hands, some back-to-back chicken dinners, and WSB just came back inside of the top 10. This is something a lot of teams should have tried to do in the first place. And then you might as well debate that, hey, it's WSB, but then once again, the point can be countered, saying that WSB is one of the newer teams inside of the entire region as well, and still they're able to adjust on the fly that well. They're able to make the tweaks, they're able to amp things up, and I feel like if WSB can do it, all the other teams can easily do it as well.
No two ways about it, but you got to have that sort of that sort of commitment to that sort of a play style, and that is something that WSB have had ups and downs through, but the aggression has always been the key element that's pushed them ahead. And that is something that, again, for these big names, like, for example, that was on our screens right now, like the players of RGE, Reckoning Esports, we've seen them missing out of that aggression bunch. And when it comes to the kind of SPS this time around that we've had between these teams, where the cutoff right there on the 9th position is 290 or something, 190 or something. It's just, again, it's just bonkers, the kind of points that you're talking about being distributed amongst 4 weekends, not even full weeks. This is a completely different play style that teams have jumped into as far as aggression is concerned. This is a new, there should be a new word given to aggression in BGMI in 2024 in India.
We still need to discover that word. But
yes.
Yeah, Wind God, Revenue Esports, pretty much playing the center. And then AUTOBOTZ on top of Mount Cresning. That's a solid spot they've got. Plan Esports as well, a little bit towards the outskirts. Then you can also see FS right next to WSB. In general, a lot of these teams that found themselves the comfort zone. Reckoning Esports, they dropped all the way towards southern side, quite spread out. One thing is for sure, we might see Reckoning go for a med strat. And once again, for Reckoning Esports, consistency is only something they can see in front of their eyes. They just want to make it inside of the top 16. They do not care how close it gets. Just barely clutch it in the 16th spot.
Somehow, just somehow. Again, when it comes to the stats of it altogether itself, it seems a little tricky if just placement points is going to be able to do the trick for them or not. But never mind that. Right now, we've got finally some aggression kicking off the charge, and that is going to be none other than WSB Gaming taking on the lead right now against the players of FS Esports. Now, WSB Gaming, they do have a wonderfully set up compound wherein they are in good control. But at the same point in time, the height advantage is going to go in favor of the opponent team of FS. Now, the tricky position that WSB is in, how exactly are they planning to get out of this? They've got a lot of loot. 6 nades right there, 3 Molotovs, 4 smokes. And our man Raiden right there, along with his teammates, all perfectly set up and secure. But as we can clearly see, WSB, the compound that they're in, all the other teams around in the vicinity, they have the height advantage around them. Though this is a bit of more of a stalemate rather than anything else. FS Esports, they've got a beautiful cement factory kind of a shed to work around with. So the control is going to be theirs, the information is going to be theirs, and the setup that FS Esports have come up with. Atanki from one flank, on the other Zaru. North, south, east, west, all taken care of by FS.
Pretty much. And for WSB, I mean, they've found a comfort zone once again. And you might as well try to stay in it. It's the map of Vikendi. It's pretty cold. Everyone's quite lazy. That's what happens in winters, right? Yeah, just do not really want to leave your house. Just stay in. Turn on the heater. Be comfortable. If you do not have heater, well, just put on layers of clothes. But then you've got a man like Anuj. But Team Forever, even they're getting engaged in a bit of a fight. On top of the hill, there's another team. They can spot out the players. But for Team Forever, they're starting to lose out on the man number, and that's a big problem. Oasis trying his best to hit back, but from the side of FS Esports, there's constant barrage, constant pepper of bullets. And that's why when the vehicle, the escape route, gets taken away from the players of Team Forever. And it's a big sign of concern. FS Esports slowly and steadily moving up close and personal towards Team Forever because they've got the man advantage and also the confidence over them. But a good nade sails in from Mafia and it shuts down Aru. A big pick from the side of Team Forever, but even Team Forever, they need to go for this resurrection onto Omega, and that's what they're doing. Oasis now needs to hold off the enemy lines all by himself. He's going for a lot of these nade tosses. The smokes are providing them the essential cover. But for how long, that's the question. They need to move inside of the circle. Even a third party from the back is now starting to hit them. They're getting shotted from all the different sides. Even the same thing can be said for FS Esports. They're not too comfortable in that spot because WSB is taking a lot of shots against him. And from the far fray, it's 4-shot Esports as well. This is a complete death zone.
Indeed, death zone is what this has turned out to be. But at the same time, in that mini-map, or rather in that PAP, we can see the players of Faiku Soul as well have taken on a fight against the players of GE, it seemed like. But right now, when it comes to this fight that was extending and overextending on our screens, it is a perfect turn of events for the players of Team Forever. An incredible nade that will be able to dictate the positioning of FS. As Atanki falls down, he's going to be falling back and back onto his teammate. As he does, 4-shot Esports have been able to utilize that exact same opening and opportunity to be able to, of course, bring in a perfect spray against Team Forever. Now, Team Forever is a 2v4 situation. And against them is 4shot. 4shot are moving in with quite a momentum, and that's what we've seen from the side of that team. But look at that, the PIP clearly showcasing GE have had a really good run and play right there as they bring down quite a lot of the players as well around them.
Global Esports doing quite phenomenal in that fight. 2 players in the front, and he cannot escape them this time. And Global Esports is just going for that constant pressure, while somewhere else, Team Forever, in this slaughterhouse, they're getting slaughtered by 4shot. And 4shot out of nowhere, we're seeing a big change in the pace from them. The DBSs, they're clicking in. Team Forever, they're getting completely dismantled and out of the game. It's a systematic dismantle as well from 4shot Esports. It's not just they're running up, they're systematically taking away pieces of the players of Team Forever from the puzzle. And then you've also got Blind Esports, a little bit of a problem, but not that big one just yet. Blind Esports pretty comfy in this spot. They need a breach inside of the zone. They've got the vehicles. They can use the vehicles as cover, but intel is going to be the key.
Intel is going to be critical and quintessential as well. And looking at that feed right there, GL's Jonathan going down, GL's Mac going down. This is not the kind of GL play that we were wanting or expecting. But in all of that play, going back to the same exact compound, this is where the black hole was created. And that black hole still persists for these teams. And in the center, it is FS Esports. Down south of that position is going to be WSB Zanaj. WSB definitely have had a tough luck right here in this fight, being on the receiving end. But now the troubles could actually be changing. The times could actually be changing, as you've got iFlex jumping into the possibility of maybe bringing in a third party against the position of 4shot and FS. But will side of that team want to over-aggress? Will iFlex want to overextend themselves? Right now, talking about overextension, it is going to be AUTOBOTZ who have just jumped in without a cause, and the clause has gone against them because it is going to be the players of Blind. Well, never mind. A perfect nade is actually going to be hurting the lot of Blind. Harsh goes down, and
done.
Rain.
It's absolutely done.
Wow.
And now Blind Esports against AUTOBOTZ. It's quite a scrappy fight. Blind Esports, they've got the man advantage. For AUTOBOTZ to try and explore a little bit more, it looks next to impossible. They need the man number to back him up. But the problem is, that's something they do not have. It's all down to Rico and Servi against the 4 players of Blind Esports. And Blind Esports, they've got some insane mechanics. You cannot underestimate the players like that. Adi, good nade, gonna chip out a bit more damage on Rico. Rico tosses another nade. It might find the mark, but Jazzy's behind that car. That's why he's going to be safe for now. Adi gets knocked out. These 2 players from AUTOBOTZ, they're starting to deal out a lot of damage. It's a 3v2 in the makings. Sirvi unfortunately gets caught with that nade. Blind Esports will be the one to come out on top, but the wall of death is starting to close in, and it's a big sign of concern.
It is a big sign of concern right there for Blind. Of course, the position not going in their favor. Gujarat Tigers, they were looking very, very good in terms of the position that they had. But the zone moving away from their compound itself has now dropped down their numbers. Wixky has gone down. MJ, Clutch got the only 2 players surviving from the side of Gujarat Tigers. Now, Gujarat Tigers also, from week 3 into week 4, have changed the pace that they love to play with. A bit of aggression, a lot of determination, but at the same point of time, a steady-paced approach is what Gujarat Tigers bring to the table. Though that steady pace against GE will probably not work.
I mean, look at the amount of teams that have been eliminated from the game that needed the points desperately. Godlike starting things off on a great note. They just got eliminated with 1 point. Reckoning Esports with 0. Alibaba Raiders with 0. Let's be honest, Reckoning and Alibaba Raiders, they've lost the chance. Now only Godlike has it, but they need a chicken dinner in the last game. Oh, it's a hit or miss. It's a hit or miss. If Godlike does not get the chicken dinner in the last game, they will be left out from the finale, and it will hurt a lot of the fans. This new lineup made a lot of promises, but if they do not make it to the finals, the promises will be broken. Gujarat Tigers, 3 players up against Revenant Esports, and so far, Gujarat Tigers, they're doing phenomenally well. Clutch God as well, looking forward to push up close and personal, but the players of Revenant, they've got things under control for now. But Clutch God, he finds the entrance, he finds the opener. With the Molotov, he gets the first knockout confirmed, and now Clutch God, he's pushed up close and personal. He pulls out the nade, does not anticipate the man in the front, but instead, he's still got things under control. His teammates will be there to back him up.
Well, while this was going on, WSB get eliminated thanks to, again, WSB holding on the fort against the pushing team of Blind Esports. Blind Esports just a minute ago had 4 players surviving, 8 finish points confirmed, have been dropped down and eliminated, and right now it's going to be Global Esports themselves being reined in on Supreme for quite a long time, have been pushed away and out. It is going to be just a 1v1 situation for Global Esports against the players of GE, but we shall see Gujarat Tigers, but we shall see how that fares out, because right now 4Shot are the ones who have really good positioning against the players of FS. Up on top, it's going to be Goku with the G36C. He's got a lot of information. I mean, 4Shot, what have they been on? Why have they been hiding all of this aggressive streak that they've got? 10 finish points converted. They're part of the top 3 again. 4Shot Esports, they are not dwindling down. iFlex, they have their numbers still playing and surviving in this lobby. But the momentum, it is all 4Shots. The positional awareness, though, that is what we need to see. Because if 4Shot are not careful, they can get sandwiched right here.
Problems ensuing all across the board. Even FS Esports looking pretty safe. 4Shot Esports, they've been performing up to the mark inside of this game. And now Crypto looking forward to push up, get these eliminations wrapped up with the DBS in the hand. He's going for a little bit of pre-fire around the corner. FS Esports, they're fighting these elimination points against 4Shot. 4Shot, they're currently in a big sandwich situation, and even FS Esports, they're going to start inching closer slowly and steadily. Honey gets caught, taken down instantly. FS Esports, they've got their own troubles brewing up. They need to patch up as well. And now the team that's currently looking pretty good and confident are the players of iFlix. Of course, iFlix maintaining that consistency today as well. They were looking solid in the overall standings yesterday and today too. And if they do manage to win this game, which sort of looks like it, they're pretty much going to be the indestructible force in the last week. And iFlix, they do win this game as well. What a stark statement being made by iFlix before entering inside of the finals. This is a statement that everyone will be scared of.
They ought to be scared and terrified of this team right there, because of course the conversion that iFlix have been able to create has been theirs. They have changed the momentum with which they play. Week 1 and Week 2 was them testing it out. Week 3 and Week 4 is their drive. And of course Week 4 itself, as we were mentioning earlier as well, iFlix, they have just been on a complete drive to eliminate the entirety of the lobby that's against them, and in doing so, once again proven that exact same thing. iFlix find themselves a perfect chicken dinner, a much needed awaited chicken dinner for themselves. They had already solidified their position in the top 16. This is going to be completely, well, stealing the positions and opportunities from other teams that could have, at the same point of time letting the lobby know that you better be careful and wary of us in the LAN, on the LAN finale.
Now, Blotter, just imagine how interesting the overall standings have gotten. There's a team that's barely on the 16th spot that is fighting for the life. Alibaba Raiders and Reckoning Esports, they lost the chance. They cannot qualify anymore.
They're done.
There's too much of a big point difference. And the only way they can do so is getting maybe more than 40 points and a chicken dinner, which is next to impossible, in my opinion. The only team that has a shot inside of the top 16, that can make it in the top 16, is Godlike. And they're quite close to that. They need a chicken dinner to be in the top 16 itself. And if Godlike does not get the chicken dinner in the last game, they're out. They cannot make it in the finals. Their storyline could not be any better.
Nobody could have predicted this sort of an outing right here. When it comes to the points, when it comes to the tally, when it comes to the lobby and the aggression that was expected, unexpected, it has just been bonkers of all the weeks from Week 1 all the way into Week 4. And Week 4 final day is still not done. We still don't know how is it all going to play out. We still don't know if GL is going to be part of those top 16, or how far down actually from that top 16 have they gotten, because they were on the 18th.
Once again, Godlike, there's a chance they can be targeted. It's the last game of the tournament.
Yes.
I would not be surprised if Godlike is targeted on their home ground, which either can be Georgia Pool or either can be Yasna Polyana. Now, listen to me. Godlike will need to change their drop location on the fly in the last game. If they do not do so, they will be targeted. 100%. That's going to happen.
100%.
So they will need to change the drop location on the fly. That opens up so many new possibilities, but also so many new problems. Are they ready for the rotation? Are they ready for the mid-phase game from the new spot? Are they prepared for the spot where they're going to be dropping in? Do they have the info on what spot they're going to drop in and what other team they will be sharing the compounds with? So many questions, they keep on arising in my mind, and the storyline is just perfect.
It is. Because we've seen the likes of Blind Esports actually utilize the position on Yasnaya. That again might change. This is quite an adventurous turn of events right here for the final game, and that too being on the map of the OG map of Erangel itself. There aren't many dynamic plays that can be made from the side of GL. You're absolutely correct. What a perfect turn of events. Oh, well, not for the fans, but I'm sure this again can be a very good game changer sort of an opportunity for the players of Godlike if they're able to clutch it. But hey, anywho, that is all in the future. Right now, we're talking about the game in the past, which is the one that just took place on the map of Vikendi, for which we need to bring up the MVP. Now, the MVP, I do want to say and believe it could be from iFlex, but at the same point of time, I wouldn't be... again, I'm a little scared in saying so, but it could very well be from 4Shot Esports as well.
It can be. 4Shot Esports were definitely dominating from the start of the game till the end, and they were actually also the dream smashers for one of those teams. I don't exactly remember the name. Off the bat, we saw them get in a fight. It was Alibaba Raiders, actually. Yeah.
Alibaba
4Shot
Raiders.
Esports
Then,
took down Alibaba Raiders, and then they also took down Team Forever, if I'm not wrong. So, in general, they shattered two teams' dreams. And if I'm not wrong, Team Forever was on the 16th spot, barely hanging on there. Even for Team Forever, the upcoming game is going to be important. Now, Godlike need to pray that upcoming game from the side of Team Forever, it completely fails. And Team Forever, they need to pray that Godlike does not play good. Now, both of these teams are going to be praying for each other's demise.
They most certainly are. For now, as we talk about the MVP, it's going to be NJ coming in from Gujarat Tigers with 5 finishes, 62% finish contribution. Quite a wonderful turn of events right here for Gujarat Tigers, I have to admit, when it comes to the 4-week affair that they have been part of at the Snapdragon Pro Series. This team is definitely a good find, just like WSP.
Indeed it is. I mean, MJ being one of the players from the side of Revenue Esports, he wasn't really there in the roster when we recently found out, but as he moved on forward towards Gujarat Tigers, he's been doing pretty good. When it comes to the aggression, MJ has been able to put up the numbers. Now let's move on forward and look at the stars of the match, because a lot of things will be cleared up over there as well. Stars of the match, MJ of course going all out. Best companion is going to be Jazzy from the side of Blind Esports, and then it will be Crypto from Team iFlix. iFlix has been consistent in the last week, so of course I'm really impressed by the performance iFlix has showcased, and a lot of teams in general have been impressing us and astonishing us.
Oh, 100%, that is true. Especially in, like you perfectly mentioned, in week number 4, from week 3 to week 4, a lot of changes in the play for a lot of these teams has been showcased, which is a beautiful thing to be able to see. That is what we anticipate. The dynamically changing teams are the ones that are going to be able to move on ahead in the tournament. They are the ones who can have that perfect X-Factor attitude that's required on that LAN finale stage. As of now, looking on to the match ranking, we've got Team iFlex with 24 points with that chicken dinner. 4Shot Esports, again, like we've been saying it, they have been bringing in a lot of nerve-wracking performances and points for themselves, but sadly it's just a little too late. Or is it? Because they are stealing away the opportunities from the likes of, well, Godlike and others who stand a chance to still be able to be a part of top 16.
Yep, I mean, for Alibaba Raiders and Reckoning, there is like 10% chance, but let's be honest,
it's done.
It's still next to impossible to achieve. So, but yeah, just to have a little bit of hopium and copium, maybe we can't say there's a chance. But for these match rankings, we know iFlix, they were quite consistent. 4Shot Esports, an astonishing performance, of course. And then we see FS Esports as well with quite a solid outing from that game. Gujarat Tigers, as usual, being consistent. Global Esports, they like to get a lot of these elimination points, and that's what they've done. And then WSP Gaming as well with 10 points accumulated, not looking that solid. God's Green 2, they were there with 8 points. Team Forever, they were there with 5 points too. But now, as we've spoken about all of this stuff, we still need to figure out what's going to happen in the upcoming game, which is going to be the last game of the challenge season, just to let you guys know. And then after this will be the LAN finale. Blotter, You're not going to be casting the last game, you know, because of the rotations, of course, that we talents have. But I'm going to ask you for your speculations and your prediction. Which team do you think? And do you think is Godlike going to make it in the top 16?
I'm going to start off saying that Godlike is going to make it in the top 16. I have that belief.
Okay.
Right? But at the same point of time, it seems that they are going to have, well, the entire lobby against them pretty much. The way that you just played out the entire scenario, the Yasnaya region, they had this perfect synergistic play starting off on Yasnaya. All of that goes down the chute because now they're going to have to start from scratch. And at times, that X-factor play can be brought in from that grassroots approach itself, that we're going to be starting off from the scratch, we're going to be jumping on to a possible area that nobody expects us to, and that in turn can create a perfect dynamic swoop and an approach that provides them the top 16. Fingers crossed right now.
I mean, is the production going to show us the overall standings, or is it going to be a big question mark? And I think so usually production likes to do this, right? Production likes to do this. In the second last game, they just do not really like to show the overall standings. They like to build up the hype. They like to build up the question marks. And they just want to let us crunch the numbers for them. But you know what, production? I'm pretty bad at math, so I'm not really going to be crunching any type of numbers. I'm just going to be sitting over here and making the generic speculations and assumptions. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we're playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them. That when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them. And only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
And I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
We're only a step away from the last game of the Challenge Finals, but before we move on towards it, we need to give huge thanks to our sponsor, of course, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Now, with that being said, the beasts have definitely been unleashed in the battlegrounds, but one thing, and there's a big question in front of our minds, and that is, will Godlike make it in the top 16? If they do, who is going to be the one to get kicked out of the top 16? Is it going to be Team Forever or Genix FM? A lot of questions erupting. If Team Forever do not really want to leave that 16th spot, they would need to perform good. And if Godlike, they want to breach inside of the 16th spot, they need to hope that Team Forever does not play that great, or at least they themselves, they get a solid game in their hands.
So here's the nerdy part. I'm gonna bring out the nerdy yet in here. So right now, Genix FM are sitting at the 15th spot with 271 points, being trailed by Team Forever with 270 points. So if Forever gets a couple of points, that's it. That's Genix FM on the 16th spot. Then Godlike can try and dethrone them. But again, that all is going to happen on this last match on the map of Erangel as we see the schedule in front of us.
Well, the schedule, as I mentioned, the upcoming map is going to be the last map for Group A and C, and qualifications on the line for some of the biggest teams inside of the region. Erangel brings in a lot of hopes, but this time the dreams can be shattered as well, and the dreams will be shattered by the teams who have already lost the hope of qualifying. Godlike, they need to pull out something. Even Team Forever, they need to pull out something else from their basket. It has to be something new that no one else has ever speculated. If they try to do the same stuff again, they will be countered, that's for sure.
True, that is true. And they cannot even try and drop towards one of the edges of the zone, because you know that all of those areas have been occupied by at least one or the other team. So they might have had a counter strat cooked up for a situation like this, or maybe they did not even expect to be ending up in this kind of situation. But of course, if they're going for a usual drop, there's a possibility of a drop clash. If they decide to target a specific team, there is always a 50-50 possibility, because if you get the guns, you might have the opportunity. If not, then it's all down to that duel, if you're able to win it or not. It usually comes down to a situation where the one who has better guns wins it out. So Godlike cannot leave it at that situation. But also, there's a possibility, right? If in case Team Forever, they are eliminated early on, and then Godlike get more points than Team Forever, then it will be Team Forever thrown out. I mean, it's either one of the teams eliminating, either Genix FM, either Team Forever, or Godlike.
A lot of question marks, but they will be answered once we jump inside of the game. And inside of this game, even the plane fly path will play a massive role. It starts all the way from Georgia pull towards Novorupnoy or Sosnovka military base, but drop spots like Yasna Polyana, Rozhok, School will be out of contention, including Milta and even Lipovka. So a lot of these drop locations are out of contention. I want to see what the adjustment's going to look like from Godlike, considering they like to go towards Yasna Polyana. Are we going to see that switch up coming in at the last moment? And it does feel like we are seeing that switch up.
Really need to bring that switch up right now, right here. They cannot wait for any longer than they already have. And again, just as you previously mentioned, but they need to go somewhere apart from Yasnaya and Georgopol, but it just seems that they're ready to take the fight against the members of AUTOBOTZ. If not, AUTOBOTZ deciding to bail out and go directly towards the North Georgia city, and that does seem to be the case. So Godlike are not going to have any early contest as of now, but you already know that there is Team Soul who will be lurking out, who will be trying to find as many fights as possible, because that's how they love to play on the last week.
I mean, keep this thing in mind. Once again, I told you that Godlike will change their drop location. They like to go to Yasna Polyana. This time they've dropped in Georgiapol. That too in the Georgiapol city, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. It's not somewhere we've seen Godlike go that often. So once again, these little tweaks that we're seeing from Godlike should have helped them survive in the initial phase of the game, only if they avoid a lot of these fights. And they need to do so whatsoever, but they also need to get a couple of elimination points here and there. WSB engaging in a fight themselves, considering they're looking quite comfortably in the overall standings. WSB, they do not really care about a lot of these things. Global Esports, even they've engaged in a fight themselves against the players of 4Shot Esports, and they kick things off on a fantastic note. But Beast this time, he crumbles down, he falls apart. Slug instantly looking forward to follow it up with his micro Uzi as well, but then Slug, he runs out of bullets, and even he gets caught himself. Now it's time for Mavi to take down the man in the front lines. Global Esports, they're challenging this fight one after one. But Mavi, he hears the man drop out of the window. He knows going for the res is going to be free, and he instantly sticks the res.
Play coming in from their side. Indeed, as of now, Global Esports is the one that you do not want to fight up against. And this is the reason why Ninja Boy, with a perfect spray down, quickly confirms the finish as well. But on the other side, it is WSB taking some heavy hittings.
Ninja Boy just better in these type of circumstances, in these type of scenarios. And once again, doing a fantastic job. He got himself a 2K secured and saves the day for Global Esports. Make sure that there's not going to be another blunder happening around the corner. So Global Esports safe for now. Gujarat Tigers, a solid team who's already solidified their spot in the top 16 as well. Yeah, I mean, even they've managed to open things up on a great note. 2 elimination points wrapped up off the bat. They've forced a fight against WSB, and they pretty much came out on top. For WSB, once again, these type of games really do not matter. They have already qualified too.
I was looking at a certain situation, right? So, just as I mentioned, we're gonna be talking about that nerdy part, but a little bit later, because it's Soul who wants to try and get one more flush for themselves, and 4Shot have been dealt with. Eliminating out early on, and that's not exactly the start you would want from them, or at least the way you would want to end things at, but that's how the thing is, that's how Soul is. I believe, since you were not here for the past 2 days, Necro, Soul has been on a rampage. And by that I mean rampage. Just searching for the fights, like hungry lions trying to go for a hunt.
I mean, we saw the same thing from them even in week 3, right? And we sort of speculated this. Soul, they're just gonna be W King all across the board. Just aggression. Because Soul, they knew that they've pretty much qualified. They've got nothing to lose anyway, so you might as well try to have a little bit of a fun and sharpen your mechanics even more. And that's what Soul's doing. The players, even if possible, they're trying to go for the 1v4s. Before now, Jazzy trapped up in an interesting spot. He can spot out all the players off Windcott in the front. And Jazzy, his position is not compromised. He gets the first, but unfortunately he gets a little bit too greedy for the extinguish as well, and he instantly falls down, collapses in front of the players of Windcott. Rex all by himself in the outskirts. Adi gets caught out as well. Blind Esports, they're tumbling down and falling apart at this point. But once again, a lot of these teams, they're making these unwanted push because they know they've already qualified.
That's fun to watch such an aggressive lobby out. Finally, at least in the last game, we are being delighted with one. But here's the thing. Blind, do they still want to pull off a 2v4? I mean, they can if they want to, but maybe they just want to go in for a few extra points. They'll try and get a third party, or at least will try to catch Windguard in their own rotation if they're caught lurking. So, yeah, here's, I was doing a few of the calculations. If in case Godlike, for now, they need, if I'm not wrong, 8 points in order to equalize with Team Forever. There are 262 right now and Team Forever with 270. If in case Team Forever does not get even a single point and Godlike get 8 points, then it is all going to come down to those placement points, and it is highly possible that Godlike would potentially win it in that one. But maybe GT are winning the fight against WS.
Oh my god! Big! A solid nade from Xerath. It finds the opener, and now GT once again, for them, they're back on the equal grounds. It felt like GT could have the big advantage inside of the fight, but both these teams, they're fighting to death. It's a street brawl, and Apollo with the pre-fire comes out on top. This is the Apollo that I've known from the past, and once again, he rains his wrath against the opponents. And even FS Esports, Veron's now starting to take some fights himself. WSP eliminated on the 15th spot. Even for them, it really does not matter. For FS Esports, even they were taking a couple of fights here and there. Blind, Global Esports, and GT, they've taken some individual punches upon themselves, but it's fine.
It indeed is true, and the reason why Apollo was able to get a perfect opportunity was because he saw that gun barrel through the wall. That is why he was so certain of the position of Xerath, and again, that was such a great nade. But IQ Soul, as I was mentioning, they're just hunting for the fights, and it's Apollo who falls first, down to Wixky.
So look at that aggressive push we're seeing from them. And just like that, they're going to be the Grim Reapers and collecting all the souls. And they will be sent to hell and devoured. Team Soul, with the way they've been playing, they do not have fear of anyone inside of the lobby because they're proving every single team unparalleled. They're also capable of doing the individual 1v4s in a fight. And the amount of firepower Team Soul has got, it's incredible. It's unmatched so far in the lobby. Ooh, that skin looks kind of nice.
That's cool skin, indeed. I was trying to find if there's any Koenigsegg version of these skins, but unfortunately, that's not what I was seeing. Quite a few McLarens out there, Lamborghinis, but alas, not Koenigsegg, one of my favorites. Either ways, though, we're going to talk about my favorite skins later. Favorite team of all the players out there. I mean, Gen XFM, one of the teams who are still in that danger area. Oh my god, wait a second, Team Forever facing a blow. That's Omega already taken down, and if they get eliminated right now, they're not gonna get any point. It's gonna get so very salty. Always. The question is, what would these IGL think right now? Will they try to play for survival? Because then it's going to get even more risky. I'm telling you, the pressure just keeps on mounting up.
Whoa, Omega, the big man, taken down. Oasis now will have all the burden on his shoulders. Godlike still surviving in the game, playing this one as safe as possible. And considering the circle as well is a little bit to the northern side, this is going to be an interesting scenario. It's going to be an interesting turn of events. Alibaba Raiders moving in all the way from the bottom left. Gujarat Esports, even they're chasing down one of the teams in the front lines in the name of FS Esports. FS, so many problems occurring in front of them. The players are taken down way too low. Windguard, but the shotguns will always prevail in up close and personal battles. And Eggy as well, trying to pull out some shenanigans as Oddthinky, he gets his hands back on the DBS. Windguard Rex, he's been putting that constant amount of pressure against these players, and Eggy shuts down another man. Even though Windguard, they had the man disadvantage inside of the fight, it still feels like they're going to be the one to come out on top. A lot of utilities being tossed in the front. These nades are going to start to hurt Eggy, that's for sure. But Rex, he starts to make the push happen against Oddthinky, and he gets caught with a jump shot.
That was such a brilliant jump shot coming in, and only because of the elevation he was able to find that small window, that little pixel of the place on that head, and connected a perfect shot onto him. Indeed, a great play. Rex and Eggy, they've been doing so much for Windguard along with Max. That these players are like, they're just ginormous firepower player. There's so much firepower oriented, but at the same time, Avi with those eye-jailing calls, he tends to get Windguard sometimes in so many good positions that they capitalize on, but quite a few times in pretty awkward rotations where they're caught by multiple teams. I still remember there was a situation where he went in for all the way rotation towards the southern part from the northern part of the zone, which eventually led to the demise of Wind God because they had absolutely no information, no clue whatsoever.
I mean,
on the side of the road,
Rocky Soul, they're having their own happy times, just hunting down teams. They're literally on a purge.
Yeah, they are.
They're like a skilled assassins on the purge, just taking down anyone they can see. And yeah, looking pretty unstoppable as well. Team iFlix for now. Comfort zone, once again, they found that they do not really need to take those extra measures. Godlike still safe inside of the game. That's good news. Godlike's also going for a little bit of a tank onto that first zone. I'm not exactly sure why they're doing so, but maybe it's just all the paranoia and the pressure they're facing. And that's the IGLing of Jelly as well. Jelly is supposed to be like the passive IGL. I've seen this man IGL the previous OR, and Jelly has been IGLing the OR in quite a passive way, in quite a defensive way. Godlike, we've seen them try the variations inside of the tournament between passive and aggressive both. But for them, inconsistency is the problem. Maybe it's because they were testing out quite a lot of stuff and they're still not able to find the middle ground.
True. I agree with you 100% on that fact because in the attempt of trying to find the perfect ground, they were able to test out so many things that they were just not able to find their comfort. And that's how messed up the entire situation might have become. But at the same time, I would still like to be a little more optimistic. But for now, you need to be praying out there for the members of Revenant who are way too far apart from each other and Soul again are on a hunting party.
Team Forever, even for them, they're going to be fighting demons in their heads. But Revenant, they fall prey once again to Soul. I mean, at this point, oh man, for Team Soul, as I mentioned, it's a hunting party. They're just having fun hunting players down, and now it's going to be a quick push towards the compound of Revenant Esports. And Simp can spot them move on to. Pulls out this RL, goes for the spray, does not find a lot of connection. Ronnie's up close, but Team Soul, they finally rammed their vehicles in the compounds, all the way rotating from the back lines. They have avoided Simp, but Simp falls down by the hands of Ronnie. And now it's all down to Equinox in this compound, and even Equinox gets devoured. Out of the game. This is a little bit of a tough luck for the side of Revenant Esports, and when Team Soul's on the hunting party, it's really tough to stop these guys. They do not want to install any type of brakes. They just want to keep on accelerating.
I was hoping at least one of them would just fly their cars over the rooftop. Or maybe that's just me who does it. But yeah, I was hoping to see one of the funny comic moment out there. But again, at the same time, you can always talk about those opportunities. But Mavi is trying to find one. Chris tanking a lot of those shots, but should be at the safe distance now. Out of the crosshair of Mavi. No, he still finds it. He just sees a slither of that person. But at least he will survive for now. Even Global Esports just having fun. But AUTOBOTZ, they don't seem to be catching a break. Rex, he's feeling himself. 5 finishes already. He probably would be able to get a few more if in case when God are able to play in safe and get a good third party. And in the meantime, they would have to just keep a watch in that area. Oh my goodness, Soul. Jeez, they're just preying on Reckoning now. Finished all of them off as well.
The amount of teams that have been eliminated from the game and the amount of individual players that have been eliminated from the game, it's incredible this early. It's just the stage 2 and we're just seeing players being hunted down left, right, and center.
God.
And look at Ronnie. He's chasing down the players single-handedly. He does not even care if his teammates there to provide him the backup or not. Alibaba Raider 2 getting hunted down by Global Esports. And at this point, Ninja Boy is a big threat for any other team in the lobby. Looking forward to blow up the vehicle. That's what they do as well. Global Esports, even they need to find some sort of off angles on the team that's in the front. Chris OP gets knocked out. Ninja Boy, overcommitment, being punished this time. Global Esports on the verge of being taken down. It's all down to Mavi now. A 1v2 to execute in the front. Mavi He's a man who's clutched a lot of these scenarios in the past, but going for this clutch against AR can be really tough. The nade sails in perfectly. It's a three-pointer. Even Kobe would be proud of that one.
Beautiful one indeed. A big fan of Steph Curry out there, I believe. Nice nade, but look at the amount of points that Seoul has been able to grab themselves. I mean, yes, they're on a hunting party, but this is just nasty. Oh my god!
Seoul, it doesn't even feel like they're playing a professional game. It feels like they're playing a classic lobby. That's what it feels like. It literally feels like you're watching a professional team play a normal public game. And they're just smashing everyone that stands in their way. And they haven't lost a single player doing so. That's even more impressive. AUTOBOTZ collecting the last point onto that player of WinGod. Even AUTOBOTZ just barely fighting for the survival. There's some teams who are struggling, and then there's some teams like Team Seoul. For them, struggle is something they've never seen.
I mean, I wanted to see this kind of so early on as well, because we already know the potential, and that is one of the reasons why we saw so many teams just avoiding the fight with Seoul altogether. And if I'm not wrong, personally feel they would be trying to either hunt Godlike or hunt Team Forever. That's the only reason why they're moving around like maniacs. They might want to win the game at least for a few of those teams, because again, these are the teams that in terms of blotter are the ones who love the masala. They love those spices, and they like to make things difficult for the other teams out there. And I believe iFlix might be their next prey if they're not careful.
I am just trying to spot out where is Godlike. I don't see them in the zone for now. Oh, Godlike's still outside of the zone. You see them moving in slowly and steadily on the map. Oh, they've tanked a lot of that damage from the zone. One thing is for sure, they should have a decent amount of meds to back him up. Team iFlix, Moke's being lost out. Now they're taking a fight against Team Seoul. I'm not exactly sure how good of an idea this is, iFlix, because you're challenging the beasts. And now they've been provoked. Knuckle gets caught from them, so at least one link is down. So maybe Team Seoul can be feeling a bit weaker, but still they've got 3 more players up and alive. And now Ronnie from the back lines, he wraps up. Team iFlix, the door's being knocked by the devil themselves. And Team Seoul, they know, they can hear all the footsteps. Team iFlix, they're in such a big panic situation. Maverick pulls out the shotgun. He needs to try and defend himself in this compound, in this house. Maverick's isolated. 2 players from Team Seoul. They can easily shut Maverick down, but the amount of utility Seoul's pulling out, that's why they're just not able to move up.
Was the Molotov that Maverick quickly sent in on towards the stairs. That was the one that stopped the push for Aiku Seoul right away. But maybe this time they want to try and go in on it again. Oh my goodness, Ronnie. If he's able to find one in that off angle, this could be potentially it for iFlix. But we are also seeing God's Reign out in the outskirts. Should be hearing all the commotion and might want to join in the party as well. They're just waiting and lurking. So it's going to be Seoul either potentially getting eliminated or they're going to pull out a miraculous clutch.
11 points already. 11 points already. Even if they do get eliminated, they're still happy. They're going to have some smirks on their faces. But over here, Seoul, they're just playing to destroy some games. But this time it's going to be God's Reign as well, helping out the players of Team Seoul. It's an unintentional help as Insidious falls down. God's Reign as well, looking to join the fray. And Shogun, he might just find it run over. He just ejects out of the vehicle in front of the players. But then the man from Seoul, he catches him off guard. Justin spots out the man on the open floor. He finds the knockout as well. Justin, what a crucial knock that was. Even Ronnie bites the dust. Team Seoul, one more man to go from being completely eliminated from the game. And now it's the wrath of God's Reign. They're here to claim the territory. And Gods, they're here to shut down the Devils.
Oh my god. Maniacs of the players that we're just seeing out in front. That was a good push coming in from God's Reign. Again, we know they're all just having fun out there. It does not matter for them whatsoever. But that was still a very solid off angle from Delta out there in the open. They were able to get one quickly on Ronnie, who was up on the rooftop. And on the back of it, they just decided they don't care where the remaining players are. They're just going to run in and try and take all of them down.
just like how Rico is currently posing some threat onto the members of Alibaba Raiders. But that's the thing. That is the exact place where Godlike would also try to make their rotation in the circle. So this could potentially be a place where they might want to converse. We're gonna have to wait and see how eventually things will pan out, as his power is now trying to just escape. He does not want to take that fight, but God's Reign have decided that they will try to chase him down to finish him, playing the ringer Rosie around the members of iFlix.
This is one of the most fun games I've cast so far. I am having so much fun. Every single team is just moving out in the open, going for those desperate rotations. It's an all-out war. It's like the teams, they've forgotten strategy. They don't know what that is. All they know is just gun someone down. Imagine if you shut down your brain and just go for the fights. This is what it would look like. And teams, they're just completely relying on their individual firepower. Yeah, his power's got too much to deal with, and he will be taken down as well. But it's fine. Team Soul, they've done more than enough damage inside of the game. They wiped out 13 teams. They wiped out 13 players. So, yeah, I mean, how many teams is that?
That's somewhere around 4 teams. That too, over 4 teams.
3.
Oh, Flock. Is he gonna take that shot? No. Oh my goodness, it's Team Forever near Godlike. AUTOBOTZ are gonna be taken down by the members of iFlix, at least for now, because Rico is busy creating that smoke wall and he moves out of it before the smoke blooms itself. SkullTz will be finished off as well. Insidious is just out there. Rico taken down as previously mentioned, but again, it's gone.
Oh no, Jelly goes down.
Team Forever.
Oh my god, both these teams, they need the points, and both of them, they collide. Oh, God has something else in his mind, because this is an exact date with Destiny if you like content and if you like entertainment. Both the teams who are desperate to get that spot in the overall standings, they've collided against each other, and Team Forever for now, it seems like they're going to be the one to prevail in the fight itself. Team Forever on the verge of shutting down Godlike. Aditya on the top floor, on the upper floor. You could not have asked for a better fight in this entire match. Aditya, he needs to hold his ground. If he gets wiped out right here, then it's all down to Mac, who's all the way in the back lines, who's a solo man from Godlike. And Aditya, if he pulls off this 1v3, Godlike will pretty much secure their spot in the top 16. Imagine the possibilities. Aditya, he holds the fate of Godlike in his own hands.
Godlike need at least 9 points in order to move up in the ranking. And he's thrown Team Forever. So it's all down to Aditya, if he's able to pull it or not. Mafia as well jumps up on top. They've basically made sure that Gen X FM are out of the picture. If Godlike gets eliminated, that means Gen X will qualify. So Team Forever are moving forward. That nade is going to do a lot of damage. He's surviving.
He's still barely surviving, dude. And he's now going to go for the patch-up as well. They hear the first aids and a waste. No, he cancels it. Team Forever, they can hear the man going for the patch-up as well. The nade sails in, but he moves away in the nick of time. Oh my god, Aditya, his heart's beating so loud. You can feel it. You can feel the nervousness. Aditya, everything on the line for this man. And if he gets taken down, the young man, the young prodigy, if he gets taken down right here, it's done. Aditya holds the fate. Always knocked out by his own nade. And Team Forever, they've shut down the hope of Godlike qualifying. But Mac, he's got his hands on 31st aids. And Godlike, they're going to go for the Met strat. That means the qualification will be done whatsoever.
That is only if they are able to secure 9 points. That is where the whole problem lies. Because right now they have got no elimination and they're at 262. They need at least 9 to equal the numbers with Gen X FM. That clearly means 3rd place or nothing. Because they haven't got even a single elim. Team Forever have already moved up ahead of Gen X FM. So they are just praying that Mac falls for some reason. And Crypto is the one who takes the shots on Mafia first.
I mean, dude, listen to me. Max got 30 first hits. Do you know how much that is? He can heal out through this entire game. And there's only 5 teams alive. Well, make that 4. If the same amount of elimination points they keep on flooding in. But you gotta give it up to Team Forever. Even though they're desperate for points, they're still playing quite aggressive. Oh, respect for Team Forever. But Mac, yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of first aids. He's going to be healing for days. Godlike, they qualify.
Oh,
There's no way they don't.
Wait.
Sensei's in the front.
Yes.
He's on the edge. No, Sensei's not going to be able to catch him. No way. Mac will still make his team qualify. Unless something really bad happens, something extraordinary happens, then maybe it can be nullified.
Team Forever as well in the outskirts. I have never been this anxious in my entire casting career while seeing the match go so up close. Yes, Sensei might not have a chance to even see Mac, but there is a ways out just close to him. Oh my god, he's rotating away. Mac would be just praying to the best of the gods out there.
Always out in the open, forever. I mean, always is like that. Insurance policy. He's insuring that spot for his team. And then Team Forever, the rest of the players, they've spread out quite well. They know there's not a lot of teams who can actually give them competition. I think so. Team Forever is probably going to be the victorious one. But he's still going for the med strat. He needs to go at least top 2 or maybe top 3 in order to secure the amount of points that's needed. He needs to be in the top 3. And how can he, though? They're playing really slow. Imagine if none of them take fights, if none of them gets eliminated. Godlike won't be qualifying. Godlike need the 3rd spot. They need the 3rd spot in their hands. Oh, the anxiety just keeps on rising up. And God's reign, this spot had one of the players from the side of Team Forever. For now, Forever safe. But Forever, they need a breach inside of the safer lines, and that's the problem. That's the concern. God's reign in the front. They're the only one who can make sure that Team Forever is going to come crashing down. But still, the players are quite spread out, and the spread out approach is still helping them. And Godlike, they've been finished. Oh my God, they don't qualify. What? They do not qualify. What happened? Did he miss the timing on the first aids?
How?
Oh my God. He failed the heal battle. He missed the timing on the first aids.
My God. Few seconds of silence is what is needed for the members of Godlike. Yes, the fights are being taken. Team Forever losing their numbers down to a 2v2 between God's Reign and Team Forever with Sensei playing as the lurkout from Revenant. But that's the top 3 right there. Godlike had absolutely no finish points. And they are only going to get 8 points.
God's Reign just eliminating a couple of more of their foes. Justin and Delta just raining down death and destruction, but Team Forever, they've done it. Always knocked out. Mafia still going for the fight. He's stuck in a 1v2. He's not inside of the circle. He will need to force himself out of that spot soon enough, and Mafia is taking too much damage at this point. And God's Reign, the constant amount of pressure is really keeping the players of Team Forever in a big world of trouble. And Mafia, he knows he's done it. Second spot, he's still got a couple of more first aids, maybe before getting taken down, get 1 elimination point secured, and he does so. Well, at least he got 1 extra before he got taken down.
Ooh. He almost got the chicken for his team. Had those shots connected perfectly on the head, that would have been a chicken dinner for Team Forever. But indeed, that's the dream game you would want if you're a Team Forever fan. But for the Godlike people out there, I mean, the Godlike army will be disappointed to hear, but until and unless my math is wrong, that the chances for that are extremely low. Godlike are just short of 1 point. Gen X FM with 271.
Oh my
and
God.
Godlike with 270.
Oh my God. 1 point separating them from the qualification. And this reminds me of another moment that we witnessed in the past. It was BGMS. And in BGMS OG, they lost the championship just because of that 1 single point, and they lost 1 crore rupees. That's how much 1 single point matters, ladies and gentlemen. That's how important every single point is inside of these battlegrounds. Well, Unfortunate outing for the legends, Godlike, which is understandable. Sometimes ups and downs do happen, but once again, a request to the fans: do not be toxic to them. Once again, in such bad times, in such difficulties, a player and an org really do need the fans supporting them. And always keep on supporting your favorite teams, man. If you're not going to be supporting them, if you're not going to be showing them love, how are they supposed to recover from this slumber?
True. That's the most important part out of it. Yes, there were a few hiccups out there, but at the end of the day, this is a new roster being pulled up together, a very different play style that they're now trying to create a proper mix. And sometimes in those kind of experiments, it does not work out well on the first time, but we need to learn from our failures. And we have seen time and time again how Godlike always gets up. So yes, all the best to them, and also not just them, all the other teams who were not able to qualify in the top 16. I mean, there are just so many medal as well, and almost all of the teams who were qualified for the Conquest finals, they are not in the top 16. Still, that was a valiant effort from their side, because the points disparity is just not that huge. It is still where you would want either 1 or 2 good days in their favor, and they would be in the top spot. So again, a very valiant effort, but also congratulations to the members of God's Reign, because they were able to grab a chicken dinner on the last game at least. So that's a good momentum for them.
Exactly. I mean, for God's Reign, as you mentioned, that's a good way to end off the challenge final, considering now they're going to have a good momentum inside of the grand finals itself. Well, let's move on towards the highlights and see how the previous game just went down. We're going to be seeing a lot of these highlight plays. Off the bat, it's going to be just massacre all across the board, especially Godlike taking down some of the known names as well. Godlike getting engaged in a fight, then even Gujarat Esports fighting off against Blind Esports. In general, so many of the teams just did not really care, because they knew they've already made it inside of the top 16. It's better to just go for the fights, and that's what we're seeing.
Amazing fights indeed out there. Every other team was, you know what, they decided, let's just put all the strategies in the trash bin and let's go on a rampage. Not just one, all the teams. And this was, if I'm not wrong, one of the games in which we had the fewest teams in the last few circles. I mean, just 4 teams when it was stage 5 or stage 6. So, of course, a situation we don't usually come across, and I don't think so it's going to be the same for the grand finals too. But nonetheless, a valiant effort from all the teams out there. And after all, they all were able to entertain us in such a good way. Because if you look at the charts, almost all the teams had the chicken for their own. Clearly shows the potential they all have. And you love to see esports grow in such a way where even the underdogs are posing so much threat to all the top teams out.
I mean, in general, this entire challenge season was quite filled with a lot of astonishing moments, surprises, as I mentioned, and it was filled up with a lot of the learning curves that we witnessed from some of the teams. Team iFlix is one of the great examples for that. Even WSB is one of the phenomenal examples for that. You saw so many of the great moments being pulled out. Global Esports, even they pulled up a new roster, and this new roster is doing wonder for Global Esports. Mavi being the IGL, he's guiding the team to perfection. Now, as we do move on forward towards the MVP, it's going to be Justin from God's Reign with 8 finish points wrapped up and 72% finish contribution. I thought it was going to be someone from Team Soul.
I mean, I was expecting the same thing, but it was just that Team Soul were eliminated early on. And God's Reign, they were doing the exact same thing. It's just that they were not on the screen for a long time until they finished Team Soul. And after that, they also had their own fun moments where they were going in for those fights, picking up the scraps left and right, and also taking down the Goliath Soul themselves. That was a very solid move from them. And it clearly shows how ready these teams are. We're going to have a look at the stars of the match too. It's going to be Joker for the best companion. Well, here we go. We've got one player from Soul out there. 2 rescues, 1 assist, health restored 157, and a survival time of 17 minutes and 17 seconds.
Best companion being Joker. with the rescues of 2, 1 assist, and 157 health restored, with the survival time of 17-17 being the best companion. Joker is actually supposed to be one of the heavy hitters in the side of Team Soul, but now that he's able to also do a good job supporting his teammates, that's good news. But in general, once again, we're Team Soul really playing it like a team game. Yes, maybe in the fights there were good communication, but other than that, they were just playing for the fights. They were just playing for getting those elimination points. Considering Team Soul, they knew they're really comfortable. No one's going to be taking them down from the overall standings from that first spot. So let's move on forward and look at the match rankings and find out exactly how many points its teams got. We need to look at how many points Godlike got as well, how many points Team Forever got. Forever, they got 18 points, so they are safe. Team Soul with 14, Revenant with 10, Team iFlix with 9, Wind God with 9, and then you find Team Godlike with 8 points.
Just 1 point short between them and the grand finals. This was the only time where I wanted, or you can say where I felt maybe my math would go wrong. For all the fans of Godlikes out there, I'll be brutally honest. But at the end of the day, now since we're going in for the speculations, let's look at the overall. Because after all the 36 matches, we've got Chemin Esports up on top with a humongous lead. Total points of 381. Followed by Global Esports with 359. Global. Exactly.
Global just astonishing us on the second spot. A lot of the players and teams have indeed been astonished by Global Esports and their performance. They've managed to showcase. Then even Team Soul with 346 points, Entity Gaming, even they have astonished us inside of the tournament. The new players being put together, Entity Gaming, they're performing phenomenally well. Then you move on forward towards iFlix, Revenant, WSB Gaming, Godsreen. So many surprises that we see on this board, but we are just waiting for the second board to be showcased in front of us. We all want to be proved wrong. We all want to see that one team in the top 16. But somewhere down the line, we need to accept the reality. But soon, we will flip the table as well.
You know, I love the fact that before flipping the table, we're also given the idea that Global Esports, the only team with 206 finish points. And that is the only team apart from Team Soul right now in the front page that have got more finish points than their placement points. Now, this is a big statement because it clearly shows these two teams do not shy away.
Okay.
And there we go. Just as I mentioned, it's Gen X FM on 16th spot. I don't know what type of witchcraft they were able to craft in such a time, but that has worked out wonders.
1 point shy. Gen X FM, they find themselves on the lucky side of things. And just because of 1 point, Gen X FM, they're the one to come out on top. I do understand the gameplay, the game strategy Godlike wanted to pull off, but I genuinely think so Godlike should have just stuck to what they like to do. Yeah, changing the drop location because of the plane fly path, understandable. But still, just sticking to the main gameplay, sticking to the comfort zone should have been the way to go. They had so many first aids. So I thought maybe getting the second spot in the game wouldn't be that tough, but unfortunately, even that was not being able to pull off that well. So yeah, top 16 in front of you guys. These are the teams you'll see in the LAN finale, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure to book your tickets because I want to see you guys there.
And it's not just you, it's going to be me as well. Would love to witness these teams out. And maybe I'm going to book a ticket for myself. So, I mean, if you all are really quick, maybe just scan the RSVP as quickly as possible to try and secure a spot for you. But that's going to be Team Godlike.
Oh my
just
God.
1 point shy. Only 1 point.
So many big names, so many deserving names not able to qualify. Look at this. Big Brother Esports, a team that we've seen in the past in some of the official events astonish everyone, even they were not able to qualify. Team Prince on the 19th spot. They started the challenge season off on such a pacey note. They were one of the most aggressive teams that I witnessed, but then Team Prince, we saw their downfall in front of our own 2 eyes. Alibaba Raiders, the previous GlitchX Reborn, and this team had a perfect nature between those two, aggression and passive, but unfortunately Alibaba Raider, they failed as well. 8-Bit, even they put up a couple of new players. Unfortunately for 8-Bit, it did work out, but a little bit too late inside of the tournament. Reckoning Esports, Another name that we thought can be the one to dominate, but unfortunately no. Team Together Esports, even they showcased the uprise in the performance somewhere in the week 2, but then once again a big downfall curve hit them.
Very unfortunate indeed. And it's just as you mentioned, all of these teams have shown the potential to be at the top. It all just came down to those crucial fights, because you look at the point gap, it is not that high. Till 4Shot Esports, we've got teams who've crossed the 200 point mark. So it still is pretty amazing to watch how qualified all of these players are and the strength that all of them have got. Even AUTOBOTZ, you look at WindGod, Team Zero. Even one of those days, I believe Team Zero was able to bring a quick chicken for themselves, and in a succession, they were coming second in the different match. So clearly showed how strong they were. And the potential that they all hold. Medal, SkullTz, TWM Gaming, all of these teams. I mean, TWM Gaming have got 108 finish points, but placement points is where they lag. So this entire season that happened in the span of 4 weeks is going to be the key for their improvement, because they would be able to figure out their own mistakes and would be able to improve them.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. I mean, a lot of teams, they're probably going to be learning a lot of things from this tournament. And once again, as I mentioned, do not lose hope. Even if you're a fan, even if you're a player, hope is something that keeps humanity going. And I feel like you guys should always just never give up on your dreams and whatever you guys want to make sure will be happening. But once again, if you're on the younger side of things, you need to find a perfect balance between your studies and gaming as well. So make sure to keep that thing in check as well. And of course, upsets are going to be there. It's a part of life. Things will be bad, things will be good, it's a part of life, but you always need to learn how to deal with those and always come out on top. And if you're a man who thinks that who's lost everything, but you still think that you can do something even better, then trust me, you've never lost anything, you still have it in you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the last game of this entire tournament. You guys also saw the overall standings and the top 16 teams that will be colliding against each other on the grand arena that will be happening. So as I mentioned, make sure to keep on scanning the QR code and get your tickets booked up, because it will be a grand arena, as I mentioned, and the QR code is right there. Make sure to scan it right now.
I'm gonna bring out my phone as well to scan it. I just lost the opportunity. No worries, we've still got the stream. The code will be there. But yes, Noida Indoor Stadium is the place that you really want to be at 16th to 18th of February. Do not miss out on this big opportunity. But again, a very solid performance being put up by all of the teams out there. I had a lot of fun casting them alongside with you, Necro, and also with Shadow, Fritz, and Blotter. Nonetheless, all of you are just amazing people. And kudos to the entire production for organizing such an event.
Exactly. Once again, before we leave, we need to give a huge thank to the sponsors, and also make sure to follow us on the social, ESL India and also Unwavering Gaming. With that being said, a huge thanks to the sponsors as well, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, then also Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and then we also need to give a huge thanks to Monster Energy Unleash the Beast. With that being said, Shaishnu, any final words from you?
Just looking forward to all the teams and the improvements that they will bring on the table from the top 16 and also from the ones who are not able to qualify, because there will be more opportunities. And also to all the audience out there, happy gaming and keep supporting.
Exactly. Once again, before leaving the entire show, make sure to follow our socials as well, as you guys can see down over here. With that being said, as I mentioned, make sure to keep on supporting, keep on laughing, keep on having great fun, because the online phase is now over. We'll see you guys in the LAN itself. We'll see you guys later.
Training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have a spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop. Like it or not, I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't